Oh my word. I feel bad, like feel really bad for you right now. So I'm sorry for that. That must have been
Look,
unpleasant.
Nickel set me up for that lovely anecdote.
Really did, didn't he?
No, because I thought you'd, it was the formation lap anecdote I was going for. That even like on the way to the grid, you were like, this is too difficult.
It was hairy.
Yeah.
I think did Kimi have a bit of a moment in that race as well and just dropped it quite early on from into the hairpin? Because it's just so difficult to hit the brakes in those hairpin corners.
Wasn't just you, Palms. It's okay.
I'm trying to list off other champions that were struggling at this point. Verstappen was out. He hit the wall in that one. He was a champion to be.
There we go. So Leclerc starts on pole. He'll be hoping not to run over that zebra crossing and find a perilous wall waiting for him. Carlos Sainz will be right next to him. He's been good all weekend, and I think that Ferrari 1-2 should, Jack, mean that they can control the race. I say should.
Yeah, I think if it's a wet race, it all does go out the window as previously discussed. I think if it's dry, then Ferrari are in such a strong position with Sainz there in second place, because if you had Verstappen, let's say, in second place, which has kind of been the norm throughout the season, right? It's Leclerc on pole, Verstappen second, or the other way round, broadly speaking. I think then you've got the questions of, can Verstappen get a good start, or can they undercut them at the pit stops, or there's something possible. And we've seen actually Verstappen, and okay, tyre management isn't going to be quite so important at Monaco, but broadly speaking, we've seen Verstappen able to sit behind Leclerc and then get him.
It's normally a one-stop strategy, isn't it, Monaco? Is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think, but with Verstappen fourth.
But what I like about it is that the strategy this year, compared to like every year in the last decade, this tyre choice is open. So even if it doesn't rain, you've got a choice of a soft and medium or even a hard to start the race on. It's low degradation, so it will be one stop. But if you're Ferrari, you're probably going to start on I would say, the soft, or certainly something that's not hard.
They'll go conservative, won't they? They don't have to gamble.
Yeah, you've worked hard to get the track position. It's Monaco. You need the track position. So then you go on the soft tyres and you just hold the lead. So if you're Red Bull, are you thinking, actually, we do the absolute opposite? We go on a medium or a hard that can maybe do the whole race, probably maybe a medium, gives you options. And then you just wait for the Ferrari to just get through the soft tyres a little bit, pit, and then you've got maybe quite a long window to do something different and either do an overcut audaciously or just be rapid in closing at the end of the race on a soft tyre. I think there's options this year for Red Bull.
But can Ferrari not cover whatever they do off with Sainz?
Well, they don't know what the tyres are going to start on. So if
would
you're
you
Ferrari,
would you not be conservative with Sainz? If Sainz is second, surely you do him on the mediums, or you do Leclerc on the
Perez
mediums.
is on the soft, then Perez gets Sainz off the line because Sainz is on the medium, and suddenly you've got race on at the front.
Okay, well, I'm starting Leclerc on the mediums and Sainz on the softs.
Oh,
that's what I'm doing.
That is probably
because Sainz will get off the line, hold on to second. That's fine. Leclerc can just do what he wants to do. And worst case scenario, Sainz jumps Leclerc. You just swap him back round.
No team orders, apparently, according to Matteo Binotto.
Yeah, see, that's the question. I mean, you'd say that, but then would they swap? Would they be forced into swapping?
Home driver, home race, when he's had so much misfortune.
Fighting for the championship.
Like, they would do
swap.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so interestingly, what do you feel about team orders? Because we heard it last time out in Spain.
Yeah.
There is the potential for it to come back this weekend as well. Because, let's face it, Perez has been faster than Verstappen all weekend. And they could invert that as well. As a fan, as someone who loves the sport, how does it make you feel?
I don't know. I love the racing, and I love 20 drivers racing, okay? And I love them racing against each other. And I also love team rivalries. I think it's exciting to see, particularly when the drivers do or don't get on, or the dynamic in the team is also really exciting to be a part of and see and watch and understand. And then, so when it comes to racing, you want them to be competitive with each other. But then, it's funny, isn't it? Because if you follow a team rather than a driver, you understand why you want the team orders to be like. If you're an out-and-out Ferrari fan, you will just go, we just want a Ferrari win. We get it. Yeah. But then it really does depend on whether you want the driver or. And I understand why teams do it. You do understand, and as a fan, you have to understand why you'd want to do it. And in all honesty, if it is about keeping the championship going and alive and exciting, then yeah, you swap the drivers over. You let Charles win, don't you?
Is it the same as keeping like keeping the ball in the corner and wasting time in football? Like, you're a fan and you don't want to see your team do it. Because you're like, this is just lame.
So,
Keeping
like,
it in the
parking the
corner
bus.
and
Yeah.
parking the bus. And you're like, I don't want to, like, can't we just keep playing free-flowing attacking football, please? But actually, you're doing a sport here. You've got to win the sport. So you've got to do this stupid stuff sometimes. Isn't that a great comparison?
Well done, chat. You're on fire. I don't think it's quite the same. The thing is with the team, there's two drivers. It's not like a collective unit. So Perez isn't going to be chuffed for Verstappen winning the race last time out when he's been ordered to move aside and let him win because he wants to win the race. He's not, his bonus isn't about whether Verstappen wins races and that sort of thing. He wants to win races for the stats, the archives, and probably the prize money. So it's not the same. No, actually, that was
Terrible
a nice try, but
analogy.
it was actually really bad.
I bought into it for a minute, but then
I really
it's just
appreciate
rapidly unraveled in front of my eyes.
Yeah. We'll cut that out.
But the team, I think the essence of the team is different in football, whereas, or in fact, most other team sports where you are pulling as one, and it doesn't matter who scores the goal or the try or the runs, you win as a team, and so it's great.
I don't know much about cycling. Cycling?
Cycling is actually the most like F1 in this way, where you have but they choose who's going to be winning before the Tour de France, for example. So they choose who's going to go
It's
for
not like
it.
halfway through they're like, oh, actually Wiggins will win it.
They can change if there's a big surprise, but generally, if Team Sky back in the day would have chosen Wiggins or Chris Froome, and they'd say these are the guys this is the guy that's going to win. So your other 7 riders will only ever ride for that guy to win, and they're chuffed for him because that's their job done. But so it's a little bit similar in that way. But Red Bull haven't chosen Perez to officially be a number 2, I don't think. Maybe he knows it, maybe he doesn't, and all that.
I think by signing the contract, he already knows he's a number 2.
But he's still not going to be happy when only one Red Bull can win, and he's told to move aside for his teammates. He's not going to be happy with that, is he?
No, I thoroughly agree. So Verstappen in P4, and Jack just weirdly off the pace here. It's so strange because you're so used to him just coming in, being fast, being able to be anybody's rival on their day, but here, just not coming together.
Well, Tom said it, Jolyon said it, I'm going to say it as well. You were just waiting the whole time for him to do the lap and to come into the free practice 1. Verstappen, Leclerc was quickest. I think Perez was like a 10th of a second behind, and then Verstappen was a 10th of a second behind Perez, and in 4th place. And I was like, okay, well, that bodes well for Red Bull, because Verstappen will end up 2 tenths quicker than Perez, so he'll be at the front. And I thought that after free practice 2, and I thought that after, and it just hasn't come.
Here's your analogy.
Oh.
Is it a bit like Mercedes in pre-season testing, where they're not the quickest, but you know that they will be there, but not this year, but in previous years. And the Mercedes sandbagging.
Yeah.
And you feel silly to write them off, even though Ferrari are there, or McLaren are there, or Red Bull are there. And even last year, you still thought Mercedes could do it when they've said themselves it's not going well and it doesn't look good. This was like Verstappen this weekend. You still thought he was going to pull something out, even right at the end.
Is Monaco Verstappen's Oschersleben? When was the
He
last
won
time?
last year. He won last year.
I don't think you can go there with
Okay,
that.
I don't know, but when was the last time he was like properly outpaced like this by a teammate? Ricardo.
It's been a long time.
Ricardo here, right?
But he crashed here to derail it. He was very close with Ricardo, and Ricardo's been great here. And honestly, Oschersleben for me was worse than Verstappen.
Was it that
here.
bad?
Oh, it was really.
Okay, fine.
Look, let's
Maybe
not bring up those scars, because Tom is here as a chef and F1 fan, as not as a psychiatrist. So let's not go there.
I can always sort out a sausage roll. That soothes any pain. Don't worry.
P5, Lando Norris, even though he wasn't feeling great, and looking into his eyes at the end of qualifying, I have to say, he still doesn't look 100% well. He's not his usual kind of perky, happy self, and he should have been delighted with P5. So clearly he's still struggling with the tonsillitis that he had last time out in Spain.
He was my second place driver of the day. Because obviously
we don't do that on a
No, I know,
Saturday.
so that's why I can say it. But Leclerc obviously was mega and the driver of the day, like, no doubt. But Norris was really excellent. 5th place was superb, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think what a performance today, considering someone's not particularly well. He absolutely gets so much out of that car. I think race by race, every time you see more and more of Lando Norris as a fan, you have to see, this guy really is the real deal. I think he's absolutely exceptional, and you know, and if you're feeling under the weather and unwell, I mean, I've no idea what it's like to be in one of those cars. I mean, I've done a track day before and I got one lap all right once, and it was just like, you know, and it's terrifying. The idea of doing it relentlessly, lap after lap after lap, the concentration levels, like the understanding, like it's just must be so intense. And to be doing that when you're feeling particularly unwell, and then pull out a performance like that today, I mean, what a magician.
I couldn't agree more. I think he's been brilliant. I think he's a top line driver, Lando. And if you're going to be ill, you got 2 races. One is in the 37-degree heat of Barcelona, and you got a turd round for 66 laps. And then you come to Monaco, where you need absolute laser focus to get around here and do it well. It's been a tough couple of weeks for him, but he's absolutely excelled.
Yeah, really has. Russell will start P6, once again the lead Mercedes, Fernando Alonso just behind him, and then Lewis Hamilton in 8th place. Let's have a listen to what he said straight after qualifying.
Well, yesterday was bad. Today was definitely better in terms of the feel, but we were slower today, and we don't really know why. We made some changes going to qualifying. It seemed like we were a little bit better, but it's so hard for us to be within a second of the other guys. So the car just doesn't. We don't have a lot of downforce here for some reason. I don't really get it. But my long run pace was pretty good yesterday, but you can't overtake here. So so it's going to be an interesting race.
It's going to be a slog for Hamilton. He is going to need something incredible to happen. And it does seem like it's just around here that the car is not coming together. It's bumpy and bouncy. And he just, you know how good he is, yet he cannot put together a lap in the Mercedes.
Well, the qualifying's misleading because he literally didn't do a lap in qualifying, whereas Russell did. Well, they both did a lap on old tyres. But then Russell got a lap in on his new tyres, and Hamilton was coming around when the red flag came out. So the qualifying sort of doesn't count in the Russell-Hamilton comparison.
Yeah, but so far none of the qualifyings have counted. None of the races have counted.
No, but I agree. It's been it's been a really weird season between those two. There's not been many absolutely fair fights just because of circumstances, and
nailed it.
Exactly. I think that Mercedes, even when they've dominated the last however many seasons, they come
8.
to Monaco and that's their weak spot.
Yeah.
Vettel winning in 2017, Daniel Ricciardo should have won, and Max Verstappen. Then Ricciardo did win and got his redemption. All the time while Mercedes were the best. And then they come here and they struggle. Even last year, I think this was the only race, I think, that Hamilton finished outside the top 2.
He didn't turn up last year at all, though. I mean,
he was
vague.
but Bottas was 3rd on the grid. So they're like, it was the best ever car, but it just doesn't work here. And that seems to be the same. And that's why we discussed this a little on the preview podcast. But Spain is a place where they have just destroyed the rest of the field in the last 8 years. So actually, it's not so much of a surprise when suddenly they look good when we go to Spain. And then you go to Monaco where they've struggled and then they look bad. It's like, it kind of fits.
We need to round things up here. Tom, have you got a busy night planned on the boats?
Busy night planned on the boats, yeah. We're running 3 different parties on 3 different boats. So, yeah, I'll definitely need to be getting in that Ferrari motorhome tomorrow for a coffee.
What's the dish this weekend? Have you got like a signature dish that you're doing?
No, it rolls through lots of different things, lots of different canapes, lots of different bowl food. I think the biggest hit today was a lobster beast with a lobster ravioli. I think that was the thing that went down very well in the sunshine in Monaco.
Oh, it sounds just awful.
That's a good
really, really awful. Well, thank you, Tom.
Pleasure. Thank
Ferrari teammate Carlos Sainz will be right next to him on the starting row of the grid for the Monaco Grand Prix. Perez was in 3rd and Verstappen 4th. A dramatic qualifying session that kind of fizzled out at the end. Jack Nichols, I'll come to you in a minute because you can give us a little recap. We've got Jolyon Palmer and our special guest today. We are joined by chef and entrepreneur Tom Kerridge. You've got like boats here that you're You're running.
We're running the food on them. They're not my boats. I'd like to point out I haven't sold that many books. So our event team are running the food on 6 of the yachts and 1 of the terraces, including Aston Martins, which is, for us, it's amazing. It's an amazing weekend and it's brilliant.
It's an awesome weekend. We're sitting actually at the top of the Aston Martin motorhome with a beautiful view that looks out, firstly, over the winch that is the Monaco boat service winch. But if you get past that, then you can see the beautiful yachts bobbing around in the harbour. You've got all of the flats and apartments that are just like higgledy-piggledy thrown on top of each other, some really old, some modern, some glass frontage, some brick. It's a beautiful sight. And then above that, the cliffs and mountains that wrap around Monaco of France and Italy. And Jack Nicholls, you are directly in my view, so can see none of that. But you did get to see qualifying today. Just talk us through roughly what happened.
It was a really fun qualifying session, actually, even though in the end, well, you said it sort of fizzled out. It fizzled out with a pile-up and the track was blocked. I don't really know. I think we have different definitions of fizzling. But Leclerc was just unbelievable today, actually. He was already about 2.5 tenths of a second ahead on the first runs. Then the second run, he was flying. He was 4 tenths up on his previous best at the point that he was coming to back when the red flag came out, which was just unbelievable. And it's a shame we didn't get to see that lap finish, actually, because it was really a lap for the ages. And, maybe fortunately for him, he didn't have to finish it because he could have ended up in the barriers at swimming pool exit like last year, which wouldn't have been ideal. That would have been quite the downer. But he was superb. Front row lockout for Ferrari. And my biggest mystery of the weekend so far is Max Verstappen, a little bit sort of missing in action, to be honest, 4th on the grid.
Well, we will hear from Max Verstappen. We'll also hear from Charles Leclerc, and we'll hear from you, Jolyon Palmer, because that was some lap from Leclerc.
It was. We didn't see that much of it. We saw the first half.
But all of the laps that he'd put into that point was they were all pretty good.
And I think that's the part of the feeling of the fizzle is not the pile up at the end, but
so
it's
you thought
more.
That was a fizzle as well.
I didn't think it was a fizzle. It was dramatic enough, but it did feel like Leclerc had it, didn't it? From quite early on, I just felt like, can anyone beat him? Perez was really good in practice this morning. Didn't quite have that pace again in qualifying, and Sainz was just a little bit adrift. So it felt like Leclerc had the edge, but you never know if it's going to be like last year. He's going to stick it in the wall, and we didn't quite find out in the last lap either because someone else stuck it in the wall.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I'm looking at you guys. You were talking about it being a bit of a fizzle from someone who just loves F1 and doesn't know the sport inside out like you guys. I thought it was incredible. It was amazing, exciting. It's such a fantastic space to be. And then you get the hometown boy getting pole. Ferrari, I have to be honest, have looked so fast all weekend. They've looked like blistering pace. And then, there's always that feeling when you've got the world champion, Max Verstappen, in a Red Bull, you always think, when's he going to pull it out of the bag? You see Perez up in front of him and you think, right, this is going to be the lap, he's going to do it. And then right at the end, it ends with a crash and you just go, okay, it's amazing. There's crash, there's speed,
exactly.
Ferrari. It's all of it's magic.
I'm on Tom's side here.
It was really typical Monaco, wasn't it? And I completely agree with you, Tom, how it felt like every lap you're waiting for Verstappen to just unleash the pace. And it's felt like that this weekend where he's been a little bit slower than Perez. And you're just thinking it's going to be this lap. And then he will go momentarily to the top and then everyone else goes quicker again. And it just never happened. But actually on the last lap, he had just done his best first sector and was looking like he was going to do a better lap. And then the lack of fizzle from everyone else just did in for him.
It's a bit of an awkward end, wasn't it, really? With Perez going into the barrier and then Sainz kind of tripping over and going into him, and then everybody crashed, Alonso crashed out as well. It's kind of what you expect from Monaco, but we haven't seen it since maybe Webber was in, or Button was in F1.
There was a pile-up at the top of Mirabeau, wasn't there? Which I think Button might have been involved with. Didn't someone go in at Mirabeau and then everyone had to queue up and they had to shuffle everyone through? And when was that? What year was that?
In the race?
Yeah.
I don't really remember it.
You've not got that in your locker?
Lows?
No, I think it was like 2011 or 12 or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Tom?
Definitely 2011.
If only you had that in your locker, I would be like, right.
We're out of the job.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I'd have been like, Formula One go-to hero.
Yeah, exactly.
More anyway now, but that's amazing.
But yeah, it was very strange to have Perez crash at Portier as well, which is quite an unusual place to crash. Ayrton Senna famously crashed there in 1988 while comfortably leading the race, and then he went back to his hotel room and disappeared for hours after the race. But yeah, he sent it in, hit the wall, and then Sainz followed him, and basically Sainz was so close that whether the yellow flags were just out or whatever, he turned the corner and Perez was there, so he hit him, and then everybody just had to wait for it to be cleared.
Such a weird incident. Right, let's hear from our pole man. It is Charles Leclerc.
The overall feeling is happiness, but of course I wanted to finish that last lap because it was probably one of the best laps I've ever done in Formula One. It was really, really on the limit. I nearly lost it in quite a few corners, or basically all the corners I've done, but the lap times was coming, and I was a bit more than 4/10 quicker, so it was good. But yeah, it's Monaco, and we know that the last attempt is always tricky because of yellow flags or red flags.
Okay, so Sunday, race day. You got to get rid of this thing on your back that's going around with you when it's Monaco, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't think about it too much. I mean, overall we've had a smooth weekend. I know that the pace is in the car, and if we do a good job tomorrow, the results will be there at the end. Then whatever happens, if there's anything that happens that is out of my control, I don't think about it because, it's not in my control. So I'll just focus on my job, and I know that if I do everything well, we'll have the result that we want.
So as you said, it was a stunning lap, but even he was gutted not to be able to finish it.
Because I think it will get forgotten about. That's the problem with it. It was looking like such a magical lap, and you can reel off some magical laps from the past. I remember at Mark Webber I'm going to go with 2010. Webber put in one of the great laps of Monaco. He was a Monaco specialist, and I'd watch it back. I was driving at the time, and I was like, whoa, my God. Even for me as a young driver coming through, I was thinking this is something special. And probably, frustratingly, Leclerc was on something similar, but it will never be registered because the red flag came out and he pitted, and he wanted one for the ages. Instead, he got a Monaco pole, so it's not a bad consolation, is it?
Yeah, look, a Monaco pole, if he gets that, and then a Monaco win, I mean, you're not going to worry about that lap, are you?
Well, that's the question, though, isn't it? With the history he has in Monaco, or lack of it, can he win? So, it's an open goal tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Leclerc should be able to go out there. He should be able to control it from the front. He's got Sainz there as a back marker to kind of protect him from doing that, and he should be able to go out and win. However, let me run through the list because it's horrible when you actually read through it. So 2017 in F2, he got pole but had to retire from the lead because of a suspension problem. Race 2, he started from the back and had to retire because he crashed out. 18 had to retire after collision with Brendan Hartley on lap 72 of 78. So he was so nearly there. 19, he spun on lap 9. 20 obviously didn't happen because of COVID. 21, drive shaft failure on the way to the grid. I mean, that is a hunk and chunk of bad luck just sitting there on your shoulders.
Did you have a bogey track? A track you go to and you're like, oh, I've never got... Is it Cadwell Park or...
Oschersleben.
Oschersleben.
Wow.
In the middle of somewhere...
Germany.
East of Germany, I think.
Yeah.
Hideous track. It's a hideous track. It's got like a roundabout first corner. You come in, do 90 left, and then you go a whole full circle round. And it was just... I was terrible there. And I pretty much lost the F2 championship there as well in 2010. So it really kicked me when I was down. Never in Formula One, I don't think. The difference is for Leclerc, though... He's generally just been unlucky. There's not been a huge amount that's like he's just slow there. I was just terrible at Oschersleben. And I'm so grateful that Formula One will never go there or never did. But Leclerc's actually really quick here. That's the thing. And he's had so much potential. I mean, he was pole last year in the Ferrari that wasn't even a great Ferrari last year. And he didn't manage to actually start there. So it's just bad luck. And bad luck will end. And the stats of all the failures will end, and then we'll move on, and it might be tomorrow.
Yeah, surely it's time to finish. Surely all of that's got to come to an end. The Ferrari this year looks amazing. It's a completely different car. He looks incredibly confident. It all seems just a little bit different this year, doesn't it? Everything just doesn't feel like they're catching up with anybody. It feels like everybody is having to catch up with them. It would be magical if he could win it tomorrow.
And none of us, I don't know about you, Tom, none of us thought anyone but Leclerc was going to take this pole. That's the thing. So we were all trying to do predictions, and it was, and I said I thought Leclerc, and then Jack said it would be stupid to say anyone else. even though it's tight and it's been tight all season, he's just the guy that's able to deliver under pressure in qualifying. He's so naturally talented in these moments. So I think it is, as you said, I think it's different this year because he's got the car to do it. He's got the confidence. He's not the championship leader now, but he has been already this season. So I feel it's his time.
Yeah, I've been, but since I've been here, I've also been part of the Eddie Jordan Roadshow. You know, when he goes around and plays songs and the spoons and whatever, and does a Q&A. I've been hanging out with Eddie, which is a bit like, I mean, honestly, what a force of nature he is. It's great, but I love Eddie very much. He's such a great person to hang out with, particularly in Monaco. But he was also saying, listen, Charles Leclerc. You know, and I don't think anybody can see quite past anybody else winning it. It's down to Ferrari to lose, isn't it?
Ferrari have won once here in the last 20 years.
Yeah, it's shocking statistically.
Yeah, just Vettel in 17, I think, is the only win since Schumacher in 2001. Isn't that mad?
Yeah, that is surprising. And you know what? I'm kind of looking forward to? It's the south of France, the Mediterranean in Monaco. There's a Mistral coming in tomorrow. There's a Mistral.
Tomorrow, Jolien, look over there to the left.
And over there, it's really
Mistral
stormy
is
there.
coming in now.
The winds there are changing.
We've moved undercover just in case it rains because we didn't want Jack to get wet.
Does that mean it's a Hamilton win then?
Yeah, exactly.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he said in 2016, didn't he? He woke up, opened the curtains and saw it was raining and was like, today is my day.
Where did he start in 2016?
I don't remember.
Because I think
honestly.
he was
He was like
down,
a long way
wasn't he?
back, like maybe 14th or something, or I don't know. Is it in your little book, Jen?
No, really disappointingly, it is not in my little book.
But it was
Sorry.
like he had to come through the order in order to win it, didn't he? Maybe it wasn't 14th, but maybe inside the top 10 somewhere.
A bit of rain tomorrow, or plenty of rain tomorrow, will make this race really fascinating because you've got Leclerc on pole with the nerves and the pressure of the home crowd. You've got Verstappen in fourth, who's prodigious in the rain, the championship leader who needs to fight back through. And then you have got the likes of Hamilton in eighth in a Mercedes who you never rule out when it rains. And he had a bit of a tough day again today.
There are so many people up and down the grid who I've spoken to after qualifying that are like, come on, let it rain. Come on. And I think it would mix things up. Alonso was one of them. Russell, Ocon, Vettel. They were all like, come on, bring on the big clouds. Let it rain. I think someone even said, bring on snow. They wanted snow.
Just that little bit of confusion, I think, of tyre choice. Just enough to make it really greasy and no idea which is the tyre choice. You don't want full-on rain because then you know everyone will be on wets. You just want that little bit of confusion, little bit and a greasy track would make it super exciting, particularly for the neutral.
I want it on-off rain, like a tap
switch.
every so often. Yeah, that's what we want. Really mix this one up.
How hard is it here in the rain? Like, is it like, were you like a bit relieved when you crashed out so
You're
early in
asking
16?
the guy
because
that crashed as he started to come onto the start line in 2016.
But were you a bit like,
I made 200 metres at full speed.
and that was
Jack.
it? Oh, that's all your wet
Yeah, because it
Monaco
started
experience
under the
was 200
safety car.
meters?
That's the only time honestly, the only thing I've done in the wet in Monaco was drive round to the grid, which was perilous. And I remember I went for a wee next to Jenson Button and as we were on the grid, and he turned to me and was like, well, this is crazy, isn't it? And I was like, well, thankfully he's saying that because he's a world champion, and I was there as a rookie on the grid, like, yes.
A rain
after you-
specialist as
what?
well for
Yeah,
Justin
After you've
Button.
driven to the grid.
Yeah,
Because
because you do the anthem and then you have you pop to the gents, and everyone was just like wide-eyed thinking this is hectic, but they didn't all crash at the zebra crossing at the start, and I did. So that's the limit of my experience, really. Hectic and then crash. It's so tough. That's what I would say. It's so tough. The walls in the dry, this place is crazy, but in the wet, you just get random. I crashed in that race because I went over the zebra crossing that was randomly slippery, which I've never driven over a zebra crossing at full tilt in the wet before in a racing car, and I discovered it and hit the wall. These things happen around Monaco because it's a street circuit.
Oh my word! I feel bad, feel really bad for you right now. So I'm sorry for that. That must have been
look,
unpleasant.
Nickel set me up for that lovely anecdote.
Really
so
did, didn't he?
No, because I thought you'd, and it was the formation lap anecdote I was going for. That even like on the way to the grid, you were like, "This is too difficult."
It was hairy.
Yeah.
I think someone. No, did Kimi have a bit of a moment in that race as well, and just dropped it quite early on from into the hairpin? Because
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
so difficult to hit the brakes in those hairpin corners.
Wasn't just you, Palms. It's
I'm
okay.
trying to list off other champions that were struggling at this point. Verstappen was out. He hit the wall in that one. He was the champion to be.
There we go. So Leclerc starts on pole. He'll be hoping not to run over that zebra crossing and find a perilous wall waiting for him. Carlos Sainz will be right next to him. He's been good all weekend, and I think that Ferrari 1-2 should, Jack, mean that they can control the race. I say should.
Yeah, I think if it's a wet race, it all does go out the window as previously discussed. I think if it's dry, then Ferrari are in such a strong position with Sainz there in second place, because if you had Verstappen, let's say, in second place, which has kind of been the norm throughout the season, right? It's Leclerc on pole, Verstappen second, or the other way round, broadly speaking. I think then you've got the questions of, can Verstappen get a good start, or can they undercut them at the pit stops, or there's something possible. And we've seen actually Verstappen, and okay, tyre management isn't going to be quite so important at Monaco, but broadly speaking, we've seen Verstappen able to sit behind Leclerc and then get him.
It's normally a one-stop strategy, isn't it, Monaco? Is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think, but with Verstappen fourth.
But what I like about it is that the strategy this year, compared to like every year in the last decade, this tyre choice is open. So even if it doesn't rain, you've got a choice of a soft, a medium, or even a hard to start the race on. It's low degradation, so it will be one stop. But if you're Ferrari, you're probably going to start on I would say, the soft, or certainly something that's not hard.
They'll go conservative, won't they? They don't have to gamble.
Yeah, you've worked hard to get the track position. It's Monaco. You need the track position. So then you go on the soft tyres and you just hold the lead. So if you're Red Bull, are you thinking, actually, we do the absolute opposite. We go on a medium or a hard that can maybe do the whole race, probably maybe a medium. Gives you options. And then you just wait for the Ferrari to just get through the soft tyres a little bit, pit, and then you've got maybe quite a long window to do something different and either do an overcut audaciously or just be rapid in closing at the end of the race on a soft tyre. I think there's options this year for Red Bull.
But can Ferrari not cover whatever they do off with Sainz?
Well, they don't know what the tyres are going to start on. So if
would
you're
you
Ferrari,
would you not be conservative with Sainz? If Sainz is second, surely you do him on the mediums, or you do Leclerc on the
Perez
mediums.
is on the soft, then Perez gets Sainz off the line because Sainz is on the medium, and suddenly you've got race on at the front.
Okay, well, I'm starting Leclerc on the mediums and Sainz on the softs.
Oh,
that's what I'm doing.
That is probably
because Sainz will get off the line, hold on to second. That's fine. Leclerc can just do what he wants to do, and worst case scenario, Sainz jumps Leclerc. You just swap him back round.
No team orders, apparently, according to Matteo Binotto.
Yeah, see, that's the question. I mean, you'd say that, but then would they swap? Would they be forced into swapping?
Home driver, home race, when he's had so much misfortune.
Fighting for the championship.
They would
They'd
do
swap.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so interestingly, what do you feel about team orders? Because we heard it last time out in Spain.
Yeah.
There is the potential for it to come back this weekend as well. Because, let's face it, Perez has been faster than Verstappen all weekend. And they could invert that as well. As a fan, as someone who loves the sport, how does it make you feel?
I don't know. I love the racing, and I love 20 drivers racing, okay? And I love them racing against each other. And I also love team rivalries. I think it's exciting to see, particularly when the drivers do or don't get on, or the dynamic in the team is also really exciting to be a part of and see and watch and understand. And then, so when it comes to racing, you want them to be competitive with each other. But then, it's funny, isn't it? Because if you follow a team rather than a driver, you understand why you want the team orders to be like. If you're an out-and-out Ferrari fan, you will just go, we just want a Ferrari win. We get it. Yeah. But then it really does depend on whether you want the driver or. And I understand why teams do it. You do understand, and as a fan, you have to understand why you'd want to do it. And in all honesty, if it is about keeping the championship going and alive and exciting, then yeah, you swap the drivers over. You let Charles win, don't you?
Is it the same as keeping keeping the ball in the corner and wasting time in football? Like, you're a fan and you don't want to see your team do it because you're like, this is just lame.
So,
keeping
like,
it in the
parking the
corner
bus.
and
Yeah.
parking the bus, and you're like, I don't want to. Can't we just keep playing free-flowing attacking football, please? But actually, you're doing a sport here. You got to win the sport, so you've got to do this stupid stuff sometimes. Isn't that a great comparison?
Well done, chat. You're on fire. I don't think it's quite the same. The thing is with the team, there's two drivers. It's not like a collective unit. So Perez isn't going to be chuffed for Verstappen winning the race last time out when he's been ordered to move aside and let him win because he wants to win the race. He's not, his bonus isn't about whether Verstappen wins races and that sort of thing. He wants to win races for the stats, the archives, and probably the prize money. So it's not the same. No, actually, that was
terrible
a nice try,
analogy.
but it was actually really bad.
I bought into it for a minute, but then
I really
it's just
appreciate
rapidly unravelled in front of my eyes.
Yeah. We'll cut that out.
But the team, I think the essence of the team is different in football, whereas, or in fact, most other team sports, where you are pulling as one, and it doesn't matter who scores the goal or the try or the runs, you win as a team, and so it's great.
I don't know much about cycling. Cycling
is actually the most like F1 in this way, where you have but they choose who's going to be winning before the Tour de France, for example. So they choose who's going to go.
So
for
like halfway through, they're like, oh, actually, Wiggins will win it.
They can change if there's a big surprise, but generally, if Team Sky back in the day would have chosen Wiggins or Chris Froome, and they'd say these are the guys this is the guy that's going to win. So your other 7 riders will only ever ride for that guy to win, and they're chuffed for him because that's their job done. But so it's a little bit similar in that way. But Red Bull haven't chosen Perez to officially be a number 2, I don't think. Maybe he knows it, maybe he doesn't, and all that.
I think by signing the contract, he already knows he's a number 2.
But he's still not going to be happy when only one Red Bull can win, and he's told to move aside for his teammates. He's not going to be happy with that, is he?
No, I thoroughly agree. So Verstappen in P4, and Jack just weirdly off the pace here. It's so strange because you're so used to him just coming in, being fast, being able to be anybody's rival on their day, but here, just not coming together.
Well, Tom said it, Jolyon said it, I'm going to say it as well. You were just waiting the whole time for him to do the lap and to come into the free practice 1. Leclerc was quickest. I think Perez was like a 10th of a second behind, and then Verstappen was a 10th of a second behind Perez, and in 4th place. And I was like, okay, well, that bodes well for Red Bull, because Verstappen will end up 2 tenths quicker than Perez, so he'll be at the front. And I thought that after free practice 2, and I thought that after, and it just hasn't come.
Here's your analogy.
Oh.
Is it a bit like Mercedes in pre-season testing, where they're not the quickest, but you know that they will be there, but not this year, but in previous years. And the Mercedes sandbagging.
Yeah.
And you feel silly to write them off, even though Ferrari are there, or McLaren are there, or Red Bull are there. And even last year, you still thought Mercedes could do it when they've said themselves it's not going well and it doesn't look good. This was like Verstappen this weekend. You still thought he was going to pull something out, even right at the end.
Is Monaco Verstappen's Oschersleben? When was the
He
last
won
time?
last year. He won last year.
I don't think you can go there with
Okay,
that.
I don't know. No, but when was the last time he was like properly outpaced like this by a teammate? Ricardo.
It's been a long time.
Ricardo here, right?
But he crashed here to derail it. He was very close with Ricardo, and Ricardo's been great here. And honestly, Oschersleben for me was worse than Verstappen.
Was it that
here.
bad?
Oh, it was really.
Okay, fine.
Look, let's
Really
not bring up those scars, because Tom is here as a chef and F1 fan, as not as a psychiatrist. So let's not go there.
I can always sort out a sausage roll. That soothes any pain. Don't worry.
P5, Lando Norris, even though he wasn't feeling great, and looking into his eyes at the end of qualifying, I have to say, he still doesn't look 100% well. He's not his usual kind of perky, happy self, and he should have been delighted with P5. So clearly he's still struggling with the tonsillitis that he had last time out in Spain.
He was my second place driver of the day. Because obviously
we don't do that on a
No, I know,
Saturday.
so that's why I can say it. But Leclerc obviously was mega and the driver of the day, like, no doubt. But Norris was really excellent. 5th place was superb, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think what a performance today, considering someone's not particularly well. He absolutely gets so much out of that car. I think race by race, every time you see more and more of Lando Norris as a fan, you have to see, this guy really is the real deal. I think he's absolutely exceptional, and and if you're feeling under the weather and unwell, I mean, I've no idea what it's like to be in one of those cars. I mean, I've done a track day before and I got one lap all right once, and it was just like and it's terrifying. The idea of doing it relentlessly, lap after lap after lap, the concentration levels, like they understand, like it's just must be so intense, and to be doing that when you're feeling particularly unwell and then pull out a performance like that today. I mean, what a magician.
I couldn't agree more. I think he's been brilliant. I think he's a top line driver, Lando. And if you're going to be ill, you got 2 races. One is in the 37-degree heat of Barcelona, and you got a turd round for 66 laps. And then you come to Monaco, where you need absolute laser focus to get around here and do it well. It's been a tough couple of weeks for him, but he's absolutely excelled.
Yeah, really has. Russell will start P6. Once again, the lead Mercedes. Fernando Alonso just behind him. And then Lewis Hamilton in 8th place. Let's have a listen to what he said straight after qualifying.
Well, yesterday was bad. Today was definitely better in terms of the feel, but we were slower today, and we don't really know why. We made some changes going to qualifying. It seemed like we were a little bit better, but it's so hard for us to be within a second of the other guys. So the car just doesn't. We don't have a lot of downforce here for some reason. I don't really get it. But my long run pace was pretty good yesterday, but you can't overtake here. So so it's going to be an interesting race.
It's going to be a slog for Hamilton. He is going to need something incredible to happen. And it does seem like it's just around here that the car is not coming together. It's bumpy and bouncy, and he just... You know how good he is, yet he cannot put together a lap in the Mercedes.
Well, the qualifying's misleading because he literally didn't do a lap in qualifying, whereas Russell did. Well, they both did a lap on old tyres, but then Russell got a lap in on his new tyres, and Hamilton was coming around when the red flag came out. So the qualifying sort of doesn't count in the Russell-Hamilton comparison.
Yeah, but so far none of the qualifyings have counted. None of the races have counted.
But I agree. It's been it's been a really weird season between those two. There's not been many absolutely fair fights just because of circumstances. And
Nailed it.
Exactly. I think that Mercedes, even when they've dominated the last however many seasons, they come to Monaco and that's their weak spot. Yeah. Vettel winning in 2017. Daniel Ricciardo should have won, and Max Verstappen. Then Ricciardo did win and got his redemption all the time while Mercedes were the best. And then they come here and they struggle. Even last year, I think this was the only race I think that Hamilton finished outside the top 2.
He didn't turn up last year at all, though. I mean,
but
Bottas
was 3rd on the grid, so they're like, it was the best ever car, but it just doesn't work here, and that seems to be the same. And that's why we discussed this a little on the preview podcast, but Spain is a place where they have just destroyed the rest of the field in the last 8 years. So actually, it's not so much of a surprise when suddenly they look good when we go to Spain, and then you go to Monaco where they've struggled and then they look bad. It's like, it kind of fits.
We need to round things up here. Tom, have you got a busy night planned on the boats?
Busy night planned on the boats, yeah. We're running 3 different parties on 3 different boats. So, yeah, I'll definitely need to be getting in that Ferrari motorhome tomorrow for a coffee.
What's the dish this weekend? Have you got like a signature dish that you're doing?
It rolls through lots of different things, lots of different canapes, lots of different bowl food. I think the biggest hit today was a lobster beast with a lobster ravioli. I think that was the thing that went down very well in the sunshine in Monaco.
Oh, it sounds just awful.
It's a good
really, really awful. Well, thank you, Tom.
Pleasure. Thank
Ferrari teammate Carlos Sainz will be right next to him on the starting row of the grid for the Monaco Grand Prix. Perez was in 3rd and Verstappen 4th. A dramatic qualifying session that kind of fizzled out at the end. Jack Nicholls, I'll come to you in a minute because you can give us a little recap. We've got Jolyon Palmer and our special guest today. We are joined by chef and entrepreneur Tom Kerridge. And you've got like boats here that you're running.
We're running the food on them. They're not my boats. I'd like to point out I haven't sold that many books. So our event team are running the food on 6 of the yachts and 1 of the terraces, including Aston Martins, which is, for us, it's amazing. It's an amazing weekend and it's brilliant.
It's an awesome weekend. We're sitting actually at the top of the Aston Martin motorhome with a beautiful view that looks out, firstly, over the winch that is the Monaco Boat Service winch. But if you get past that, then you can see the beautiful yachts bobbing around in the harbour. You've got all of the flats and apartments that are just like higgledy-piggledy thrown on top of each other, some really old, some modern, some glass frontage, some brick. It's a beautiful sight. And then above that, the cliffs and mountains that wrap around Monaco of France and Italy. And Jack Nicholls, you are directly in my view, so can see none of that. but you did get to see qualifying today. Just talk us through roughly what happened.
It was a really fun qualifying session, actually, even though in the end, well, you said it sort of fizzled out. It fizzled out with a pile-up and the track was blocked. I mean, I don't really know. I think we have different definitions of fizzling. But Leclerc was just unbelievable today, actually. He was already about 2.5 tenths of a second ahead on the first runs. Then the second run, he was flying. He was 4 tenths up on his previous best at the point that he was coming to back when the red flag came out, which was just unbelievable. And it's a shame we didn't get to see that lap finish, actually, because it was really a lap for the ages. And, you know, maybe fortunately for him, he didn't have to finish it because he could have ended up in the barriers at swimming pool exit like last year, which wouldn't have been ideal. That would have been quite the downer. But he was superb. Front row lockout for Ferrari. And my biggest mystery of the weekend so far is Max Verstappen, a little bit sort of missing in action, to be honest, fourth on the grid.
Well, we will hear from Max Verstappen. We'll also hear from Charles Leclerc. And we'll hear from you, Jolyon Palmer, because that was some lap from Leclerc.
It was. We didn't see that much of it. We saw the first half.
But all of the laps that he'd put into that point was, like, they were all pretty good.
And I think that's the part of the feeling of the fizzle, is not the pile up at the end, but
so
it's
you thought
more...
that was a fizzle as well?
I didn't think it was a fizzle. It was dramatic enough, but it did feel like Leclerc had it, didn't it? From quite early on, I just felt like, can anyone beat him? Perez was really good in practice this morning. Didn't quite have that pace again in qualifying, and Sainz was just a little bit adrift. So it felt like Leclerc had the edge, but you never know if it's going to be like last year. He's going to stick it in the wall, and we didn't quite find out in the last lap either because someone else stuck it in the wall.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I'm looking at you guys. You were talking about it being a bit of a fizzle from someone who just loves F1 and doesn't know it, like the sport inside out, like you guys. I thought it was incredible. It was amazing, exciting. It's such a fantastic space to be. And then you get the hometown boy getting pole. Ferrari, I have to be honest, have looked so fast all weekend. They've looked like blistering pace. And then, you know, there's always that feeling when you've got the world champion, Max Verstappen, in a Red Bull, you always think, when's he going to pull it out of the bag? You see Perez up in front of him and you think, right, this is going to be the lap, he's going to do it. And then right at the end, it ends with a crash and you just go, okay, it's amazing. There's crash, there's speed,
exactly.
Ferrari, it's all of it's magic.
I'm on Tom's side here.
It was really typical Monaco, wasn't it? And I completely agree with you, Tom, how it felt like every lap you're waiting for Verstappen to just unleash the pace. And it's felt like that this weekend where he's been a little bit slower than Perez. And you're just thinking it's going to be this lap. And then he will go momentarily to the top and then everyone else goes quicker again. And it just never happened. But actually on the last lap, he had just done his best first sector and was looking like he was going to do a better lap. And then the lack of fizzle from everyone else just did in for him.
It's a bit of an awkward end, wasn't it, really? With Perez going into the barrier and then Sainz kind of tripping over and going into him, and then everybody crashed, like Alonso crashed out as well. Like, it's kind of what you expect from Monaco, but we haven't seen it since maybe Webber was in, or Button was in F1.
There was a pile-up at the top of Mirabeau, wasn't there? Which I think Button might have been involved with. Didn't someone go in at Mirabeau and then everyone had to queue up and they had to shuffle everyone through? And when was that? What year was that?
In the race?
Yeah.
I don't really remember it.
You've not got that in your locker?
Loads?
No, I think it was like 2011 or 12 or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Tom?
Definitely 2011.
Oh, if only you had that in your locker, I would be like, right.
We're out of the job.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'd have been like, Formula One go-to hero.
Yeah, exactly.
You are anyway now, but that's amazing.
But yeah, it was very strange to have Perez crash at Portier as well, which is quite an unusual place to crash. Ayrton Senna famously crashed there in 1988 while comfortably leading the race, and then he went back to his hotel room and disappeared for hours after the race. But yeah, he sent it in, hit the wall, and then Sainz followed him, and basically Sainz was so close that whether the yellow flags were just out or whatever, he turned the corner and Perez was there, so he hit him, and then everybody just had to wait for it to be cleared.
Such a weird incident. Right, let's hear from our pole man. It is Charles Leclerc.
The overall feeling is happiness, but of course I wanted to finish that last lap because it was probably one of the best laps I've ever done in Formula One. It was really, really on the limit. I nearly lost it in quite a few corners, or basically all the corners I've done, but the lap times was coming and I was a bit more than 4 tenths quicker, so it was good, but yeah, it's Monaco, and we know that the last attempt is always tricky because of yellow flags or red flags.
Okay, so Sunday, race day. You got to get rid of this thing on your back that's going around with you when it's Monaco, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't think about it too much. I mean, overall, we've had a smooth weekend. I know that the pace is in the car, and if we do a good job tomorrow, the results will be there at the end. Then whatever happens, if there's anything that happens that is out of my control, I don't think about it because, it's not in my control. So I'll just focus on my job, and I know that if I do everything well, we'll have the result that we want.
So as you said, it was a stunning lap, but even he was gutted not to be able to finish it.
Because I think it will get forgotten about. That's the problem with it. It was looking like such a magical lap, and you can reel off some magical laps from the past. I remember at Mark Webber I'm going to go with 2010. Webber put in one of the great laps of Monaco. He was a Monaco specialist, and I'd watch it back. I was driving at the time, and I was like, whoa, my God. Even for me as a young driver coming through, I was thinking this is something special. And probably, frustratingly, Leclerc was on something similar, but it will never be registered because the red flag came out and he pitted, and he wanted one for the ages. Instead, he got a Monaco pole, so it's not a bad consolation, is it?
Yeah, look, a Monaco pole, if he gets that, and then a Monaco win. I mean, you're not going to worry about that lap, are you?
No.
Well, that's the question, though, isn't it? With the history he has in Monaco, or lack of it, can he win? So, it's an open goal tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Leclerc should be able to go out there. He should be able to control it from the front. He's got Sainz there as a back marker to kind of protect him from doing that, and he should be able to go out and win. However, let me run through the list because it's horrible when you actually read through it. So 2017 in F2, he got pole but had to retire from the lead because of a suspension problem. Race 2, he started from the back and had to retire because he crashed out. 18 had to retire after collision with Brendan Hartley on lap 72 of 78. So he was so nearly there. 19, he spun on lap 9. 20 obviously didn't happen because of COVID. 21, drive shaft failure on the way to the grid. I mean, that is a hunk and chunk of bad luck just sitting there on your shoulders.
Did you have a bogey track? A track you go to and you're like, I've never got... Is it Cadwell Park or...
Oschersleben.
Oschersleben.
In the middle of somewhere...
Germany.
East of Germany, I think.
Yeah.
Hideous track. It's a hideous track. It's got like a roundabout first corner. You come in, do 90 left, and then you go a whole full circle round. And it was just... I was terrible there. And I pretty much lost the F2 championship there as well in 2010. So it really kicked me when I was down. Never in Formula One, I don't think. The difference is for Leclerc, though, he's generally just been unlucky. There's not been a huge amount that's like he's just slow there. I was just terrible at Oschersleben. And I'm so grateful that Formula One will never go there or never did. But Leclerc's actually really quick here. That's the thing. And he's had so much potential. I mean, he was pole last year in the Ferrari that wasn't even a great Ferrari.
Maybe
last
Red
year.
Bull
And
have
he
made
didn't manage
a choice. If it had been me, Red Bull with Perez in third place should have started on the softs. They can't really do that now because they probably have to go to wets. It depends on whether they're full wets or intermediates. My guess is that they'll be intermediates, but it depends what part of the track is not, hasn't got the same number or water element as what we've seen over here. So it's everything to play for. It's going to be hugely exciting. I'm just so happy that Formula One is like what it is at the moment.
Bless you. Have a good race. Good luck. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show. Right, Kat, I wasn't expecting to get absolutely poured on when we last checked the weather forecast, but there we go. Prince Albert II just walking past me with a baseball cap to protect himself, and a lot of mechanics running around with tyres. It's all hands on deck to try and flip this and get them ready for a wet race.
Just a baseball cap. I'd have thought he had some kind of golden brolly. Jenny Gow, thank you so much. We'll be back with you in a few minutes' time for that race, which, as you can hear, has been thrown into total chaos with the arrival of the rain in Monaco. That's going to make things really exciting for that Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc on pole position from that. Let's get the latest from Damson Park. Solihull Moors against Chesterfield in the National League semi-final. Chris Coles is watching, and Chesterfield really need to find something, don't they, Chris?
They do, Kat, yes, because Solihull Moors have 1 foot in the National League playoff final. A crucial third goal scored by centre-half Callum Howe a few moments ago. Simple in its execution. Corner to the back post. Howe powering his header back across goal and into the top corner. Chesterfield, they're pushing, but they are running out of time. Solihull 20 minutes or so away from next Sunday's final against Grimsby at the London Stadium, and a step closer to a place in the Football League for the very first time. Solihull Moors 3, Chesterfield 1.
Yeah, that National League final will be taking place on June the 5th. Solihull leading Chesterfield as it stands. Let's head over to Roland Garros and get the latest on Novak Djokovic. You had a bit of a wobble, Naomi Cavaday, in the second set, but he's back in control.
He did, yes. He's taking on Diego Schwartzman, who has never beaten him before, but he does have a win over Rafael Nadal on clay. That came last year for him, so he is dangerous. Djokovic won the first set comfortably 6-1 and then went 3-love down in the second, but it is 5 games in a row for the world number one, and it looks like it could be 6 in a row to wrap up this set 6-3, as he's just 2 points away from taking it. And also alongside me, Russell Fuller, you're watching court Philippe Chatrier.
Where Coco Gauff is playing Elise Mertens, the 31st seed from Belgium, and it's Mertens who has the early break. She leads by 3-2 in this first set. And when you rejoin us after the Grand Prix, Kat, we'll hear from Leylah Fernandez, the US Open runner-up, who's reached the quarterfinals today, amongst others.
And I'm sure, Russell, you'll be keeping us updated on Rafael Nadal against Felix Auger-Aliassime. Carlos Alcaraz coming up later on as well. We've got the full commentary, of course, of the Monaco Grand Prix coming up in about 3 minutes' time. The rain falling, chaos in the pit lane, the teams dashing for those wet weather tyres. You could hear the drills going, the teams shouting at each other as preparations change, plans are torn up, and everything has been thrown into disarray with the arrival of the weather. That is coming up for you. Live commentary of the Monaco Grand Prix on the other side of the 5 Live News with Richard Foster.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Kat. Good afternoon. Police in Paris say 105 people were arrested at last night's Champions League final. Officers are facing heavy criticism after firing tear gas and pepper spray at some of the Liverpool fans who were waiting to get into the Stade de France. Hundreds of people have been queuing near Nottingham Railway Station ahead of the Championship playoff final at Wembley. Forest take on Huddersfield Town, but some fans have been unable to make the journey. East Midlands Railway says it's running a full timetable and has strengthened services where possible. The Cabinet Minister Brandon Lewis insists that Sue Gray wouldn't have published her investigation into lockdown parties at Downing Street if she wasn't comfortable. The Sunday Times claims she was lobbied by Boris Johnson's Chief of Staff to edit the report. And tributes are being paid to Lester Piggott, who's died at the age of 86. He won the Derby a record 9 times, was named champion jockey 11 times. He also served more than a year in jail for tax evasion in 1987 before retiring for a final time in 1995.
Jill Scott's Coffee Club.
What a fantastic header by Jill Scott!
Hiya, I'm Jill Scott, England midfielder, coffee obsessive and dressing room joker.
We're going to be chatting to some of the biggest names in women's football over a cup of coffee.
I've never used a washing machine in my life up until that point. All these buttons are overwhelming me a little bit, I must say. So I thought, right, you know what, I'll just give my mum a FaceTime and see what she's saying to it. You ready for this? She went, aye, Erin, that's not the washing machine, that's a tumble dryer. So just put all the dirty clothes in the tumble dryer.
Jill Scott's Coffee Club. Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sport.
Yes, welcome back. In a few minutes' time, we'll be heading to Monaco for the rainy, slick streets of the Principality for the Monaco Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc in Ferrari on the front of the grid for that race alongside his teammate Carlos Sainz. They've locked out the top 2 positions. Max Verstappen, the championship leader, is back in 4th. We'll be with Jenny Gow and the team in just a few moments' time. But before we hand over to the F1 gang for the next couple of hours, let's get a quick update from the French Open tennis. Roland Garros, the defending champion Novak Djokovic is in action. Naomi Cavaday is watching.
And he did manage to clinch that second set, 6-3. It was 6 games in a row. I think going a breakdown against Diego Schwartzman had just irritated him slightly. He lifted his level and now he's 2 sets to love up.
And some big matches coming up later on as well, Naomi. We've got Rafael Nadal in action a little bit later.
Yes, we do, of course, on the campaign for yet another Roland Garros title. He's played very, very well so far. He's been clinical. He hasn't really been challenged or threatened at all. It's the standard story for Rafael Nadal here out in Paris.
Looking forward to seeing him in action against the exciting Canadian Felix Auger-Aliassime later on today. You can follow that one on the BBC Sport website. But for now, here on 5 Live, we're going to head to Monaco. Charles Leclerc is on the front of the grid at his home Grand Prix. Can he win the race for the first time? Can he complete the race on his home streets for the first time and reclaim the championship lead? Let's head over now then to Jenny Gow for the Monaco Grand Prix.
Thank you very much. And the rain has just fallen down, the clouds surrounding the mountains.
Bane a few laps into the race, 3 or 4 laps into the race.
That was Sergio Perez's radio. We'll catch up in just a minute what he said. But yeah, the clouds wrapping around these cliffs between Italy and France, and the Principality of Monaco just below them has had a big dumping on. It's stopped now. There's just a few drops coming down. A little bit here, a little bit there. But this has thrown absolute chaos into the paddock. You've had engineers and mechanics running around trying to reorganise everything. Jolyon Palmer, Jack Nicholls. This is a crazy moment when it comes to Formula One.
Yeah, and the start has been delayed, so the formation lap is going to start in about 8 minutes' time. Then it'll start behind the safety car, and then I imagine there'll be, 2 or 3 laps behind the safety car. Then it'll come in and we'll get a grid start. So a little bit of a delay to the start of proceedings, but this is really, really mad because there was no rain when everybody went to the grid. Everybody will be starting, well, you've got 2 choices of tyre here. You either do the intermediate or the wet tyre. The wet tyre is for full wet, really damp conditions. The intermediate is sort of halfway between full wet and a completely bald, slick tyre. Now, Norris, Alonso, Vettel, Ocon, Bottas, Ricciardo, Albon, Stroll, Latifi and Joe have gone on the full wet weather tyre. Everybody else has gone on the intermediate tyre, including the front 4 on the grid. Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Verstappen. So Norris in 5th is on a different tyre choice. This is going to be really, really treacherous and fascinating.
And Jack, the rain has started again, and I was told
that radio message, Jenny, that we just heard was Perez being told that 2 or 3 laps into the Grand Prix, 3 or 4 laps into the Grand Prix, they're expecting it to get heavier.
Okay, well, it's starting to get heavier already. I think they might have been slightly skewed on it's so difficult to tell the weather. Alan Manish, who lives here, of course, former friend of the show, said if you look out to the left, kind of to Italy, you can see the clouds massing, and that's the weather that's coming this way. And I can tell you those clouds are dark, angry clouds, and we are going to get more rain coming down. I think the people who are starting on the full wet tyres might be at an advantage here. What do you reckon, Jolyon?
There's still people pegging it round with tyres from the garages still and the pit lane.
Jack, that's because I think everyone is now panicking, thinking we need the full wet.
They're all changing their tyres now still.
Yeah, they're going to the full wets. Pretty much everyone now is sprinting out with full wet tyres on trolleys to the garage, from the garage to the grid. And they're running out of time now because we are only 5 minutes late.
So basically, it's going to be formation lap behind safety car. So that means X wets to start.
So if they're doing the formation lap behind the safety car, you have to start on the full wet weather tyre. So that's why everybody's now being told you've got to start on the full wets. That's a weird choice.
That's a shame, actually, because it would have been nice to have a bit of difference there and a bit of a gamble that some people could do. So maybe that's why they're all sprinting out with the full wets, not necessarily because they want them, but because they are mandated to run them for the start. And it's behind the safety car. I'm not quite sure why that's the case. It's wet, but it's not like monsoon wet, where they're all going to be aquaplaning and like we've had in the past.
But I guess the rule is there because usually if you start behind the safety car, it's because it is bucketing it down and it's maybe too dangerous to start the race. Whereas at the moment, it's not too dangerous to start the race, but just nobody has done a lap or anything. So therefore,
a delayed start.
Further delayed start, Max.
What are we waiting for? For it to dry or?
And that's Verstappen saying, what are we waiting for the start for? But I think it's so that they can get around this. Do you see? Normally, if it's behind the safety car start, it's because it's so wet. But this time, it's just sort of so they can get their eye in or something. I don't know why it needs to start behind the safety car.
No, this is weird now. I don't know what's going on. Why they can't just send them and have a normal start like we do at every race. It's not that wet. It's going to be slippery. It's going to be really hard for the drivers. These guys are the best in the world, and yeah, it's Monaco, it's hard, but we're still waiting. And Verstappen's a bit frustrated because he starts 4th. His title rival's on pole. Verstappen wants it to be wet. He wants it to be mixed up. He wants to try and start on inters when no one else can make them work and do the impossible. But this is just sort of negating strategy options. He's saying, what are we waiting for it to dry up? Well, it's still raining, and in fact, it does look like it's coming down slightly more now as well. So I don't think that's going to necessarily happen, but it is just an odd delay.
Yeah, it's at times like this I wish I had an umbrella with me, but there we go. I think we have seen quite a cautious approach in Formula One this season. We've got new race directors. Yeah, it's absolutely starting to hammer it down. I found a little bit of cover that I'm going to stand under with lots of other people. I think it's going to get very crowded under here. Yeah, they've taken a cautious approach, I think, so far this season. They've put out a red flag, which means you have to stop doing whatever you're doing and come back to the pit lane. They've done that quite early when they maybe haven't needed to. But the logistics of this place, they're so unique. It's not very easy to get from the grid back to the garages, down the pit lane and then back onto the grid. So I could see the engineers and mechanics really struggling to be able to do that. So might be one of the reasons that they've just delayed the start as well, just so that the mechanics and engineers can get those tyres that they were expecting to, dry tyres, away from the grid and pull in the other tyres, and so that no one got hurt really, because it's very narrow. There are only little pockets of spaces to get onto and off of the grid as well.
Yeah, I think it's a logistical thing as well, as you say, Jenny, because suddenly if it's decided in 10 minutes time we're starting the race and you have to be on the extreme wets because we're starting behind the safety car, then you got to get it done, I suppose. So yeah, but it will now start in 9 minutes time. So the formation lap will start at 16 minutes past 3 here in Monaco, and it is chucking it down now.
Teeming. It's cats and dogs out there.
Is it a
cat amongst the pigeons?
Deluge.
It's a deluge. The Mistral has arrived. Yeah. We're in it now. The cloud has descended. It was just hovering over Italy. Now it's just popped over the hills and it's properly above us. The visibility is okay, but it's suddenly got very gloomy as well with the deluge. This is going to be a fun race when we get going.
I'm having a good day so far. I spent the morning on the beach cooking in the sun, and then as soon as I come into the commentary box, starts chucking it down just in time for the Grand Prix. This is perfect.
So this intensity will be like this for 10 minutes and then lighter for another 3 minutes. This rain intensity.
Leclerc being told it's going to keep raining like this for another 10 minutes or so.
The start could get delayed again because now it is very wet. So now they're going to be thinking about, can we actually start this with the level of water that's on the track? It's meant to start in 8 minutes time, the formation lap behind the safety car. There are now proper puddles on the circuit, so it's going to be so intense for the drivers to get around, and they haven't done a single lap in the wet yet this weekend, maybe ever for some of the younger guys.
Tell your toilet story. It's a great one. It's a great one.
You can't just spout that out on 5 Live on a Sunday afternoon. So when I drove in the rain, I raced in 2016, and it was my first ever time. I raced in GP2 for many years to a reasonable degree of success, and I quite like Monaco. And then I've never driven in the rain. In 2016 I did, and it was a really wet one, and we drove to the grid, as everyone does, and you have a 10-minute window to do a couple of laps to feel the grip of the tyres, which these guys haven't had today because it was dry when they did it. So luckily enough, I did have the chance, but it was just hectic. It was so tricky to get around, and I was just thinking, this is absolutely bonkers to try and get around here. It's difficult in the dry, but in the rain it's really tricky. So on the grid, all the drivers, you take on a lot of fluids in the morning, so you're very hydrated, and you all pop to the gents before. And I was just thinking, this is going to be a really intense race. And Jenson Button walks in, and he's quite wide-eyed as well, and he's just thinking, whoa, that was intense, wasn't it? And I'm thinking, blimey, if Jenson Button, prodigiously good in the rain, former champion, is thinking that, this is going to be a really tough one. And I crashed in 200 metres at the start.
Jenny.
So the rain is coming down even more. You know when there's little bubbles forming on the floor where it comes down? It's absolutely piffing it. There's a big puddle next to me, and I'm wondering if it's worth me just putting my microphone next to it so you can hear how heavy the rain is. But I'm not going to do that because I'm going to get wet if I do that, and so will my microphone. More wet than they are. But around this sort of mountainous region that you've got hanging over the Principality, where all these apartments are stacked higgledy-piggledy on top of each other, the clouds are wrapping round the top of the mountains. Now you can't even see the cliff face. and it's keeping on coming. The weather is really grotty. And as you say, Jackie, we've gone from beautiful sunshine this morning, 31 degrees temperature, to this. And, I mean, it's treacherous around here, Jolyon. In the wet, even more treacherous. There will be drivers going, oh, my goodness, what have I got myself into? Oh, it's coming down even more. Coming down even more.
I'll give you the grid for what it's worth. Charles Leclerc on pole, Carlos Sainz alongside him in the Ferrari. Then the two Red Bulls of Sergio Verstappen fourth. Lando Norris is fifth for McLaren. Sixth is George Russell for Mercedes. Fernando Alonso seventh. Lewis Hamilton eighth. Sebastian Vettel ninth. And Esteban Ocon is 10th. Then it's Tsunoda, Bottas, Magnussen, Ricciardo and Schumacher, the top 15. Albon, Gasly, Stroll, Latifi and Joe, the 20 drivers. Now, the still 5 minutes and then the formation lap is due to start. And although the rain's coming down, they might as well start going behind the safety car at quarter past. There's no point delaying it any more because you're not going to achieve anything.
Yeah, it's really quite intense and there's a lot of water out there. There is only less than 5 minutes to go now. Everyone's strapped in, prime, ready to get driving in these conditions. If it's possible, then sending them behind the safety car right now would be great, and it can start to clear a bit of the water off the track. It really is soaking now. If they'd started it when it was due to start, it would have been sort of damp intermediates, but those that selected intermediates would have been stuffed in this one.
Yeah.
And that was all of the top four. Lando Norris would have won the Monaco Grand Prix if they started it when they should have done.
Yeah. So 4 minutes now until the race is due to get underway behind the safety car. As I say, it'll be a Ferrari locking out the front row. Now, this is good news, isn't it, for Perez and Verstappen in the Red Bulls? Jenny spoke to Christian Horner on the grid, and he was a bit like, no, this is very stressful, but this is exactly what Verstappen needs. He's won the last 3 Grand Prix. He's starting 4th on the grid today. A real chance of losing the championship lead, but this will help.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why we've already heard him on the radio saying, let's get on with it. What are we waiting for it to dry up? Well, that's not happened, but if you think of who doesn't want these conditions, it's obviously the guy on pole. It's Charles Leclerc, probably Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari as well. But Leclerc, who's never finished a race here, has always been quick. He starts on pole in Monaco, which is 80% of the way towards a race win around here on a track that's so difficult to overtake. This is the last thing he needs. So for his rival starting 4th, who's had one of his weakest weekends in years, Max Verstappen only starting 4th, this is perfect. This is the sort of conditions that a Max Verstappen, who's very good in the rain, who's actually on form this season and now leads the championship, this is the sort of conditions where he can turn around about qualifying in Monaco.
3 minutes to the start of the Monaco Grand Prix behind the safety car. Jenny Gow.
Yeah, and it's started to dry up now. Those big heavy raindrops have dispersed. There's a couple of little bits coming down, but it's pretty much dried. Now, there is another cloud coming in from the left, a big dark cloud that looks pretty grey and angry, but for the moment, it has stopped raining.
Okay, well, I think that the race will be beginning behind the safety car in just a couple of minutes' time. It's a treacherous circuit. The other interesting part, or the other oddity about Monaco, is there's a tunnel, quite a long tunnel, and obviously inside that tunnel it'll be dry. Does that make any difference, or do you not really notice it?
You don't really notice it, to be honest. You're in the tunnel for such a quick amount of time. There'll be a right-hander which won't be flat out on wet tyres, even if it was dry. So you've got to be careful in there, absolutely. And then when you come back out of the tunnel, it looks particularly wet on that braking zone to the Nouvelle chicane from the images that we've seen. So that's always a tricky point. There's quite bumpy there. It's easy to lose control. It's that big braking zone then where you're flashing back into the wetness, where it's going to be tough. But everywhere's going to be tough. I mean, this is Monaco in a lot of rain.
Everyone take some deep breaths, man, and just cool down. We want everyone all panicky in this race.
Well, that's Hamilton saying to the team, let's take a deep breath, calm down. I don't want everybody all panicky in this race. And we have heard some panicky flashes from Peter Bonington, Lewis Hamilton's race engineer, in wet, tricky conditions. I think back to the German Grand Prix of 2018, there was a bit of miscommunication. I think there was one a little more recently than that as well that I can't quite remember, but Hamilton just trying to calm the team as the cars are now lowered down off their jacks onto the wet asphalt of the Monaco streets, and this will be the first wet Monaco Grand Prix since 2016. Maybe they come every 10 years. No, 2006 wasn't wet, was it? But 1996 was very wet as well, and that's where Olivier Panis won from 14th on the grid.
2008. Lewis Hamilton won when he touched the barrier early on and then produced a long stint on the slicks or the dry tyres then to win. Almost every 8 years.
Yeah. So cars are all lowered down. They're all on the full wet weather tyres. Charles Leclerc will be starting on pole position, but they'll be going around behind the safety car, which is a very high-powered road car that will lead them around. For how many laps we'll have to wait and see, maybe 2 or 3, and then they will hopefully form up on the grid and do a standing start. But the laps will start counting, I think, once the safety car pulls away. But we'll have to wait and see exactly how it goes. The safety car, the Mercedes at the front of the grid, pulls away, and all of the fans in the grandstand in front of me start clapping because they know they're in for a bit of a treat here. Oh, and big slide from Perez as he gets on the power coming down towards turn 1, and they're only doing about 30 miles an hour here.
Just pulling away, idling, and Perez just trying to get a bit of throttle on and had a big old slide. It looks so slippery out there. Spray already coming up off the big rear wheels of these Formula 1 cars. It's really, really wet. Charles Leclerc coming through, Massenet just trying to put as much steering lock as he can, just scrubbing the fronts to keep the tyre temperature in. That's going to be another critical part now, getting your tyres, keeping the temperature in. They've been in the blankets, then they come out. Safety cars trying to go as quick as they can, but it feels still quite slow in a Formula 1 car. You don't want those tyres to cool, or you're going to be in a real world of pain.
Down into the hairpin, which is already the slowest corner on the Formula 1 calendar. It'll probably be about the same speed even in the wet, to be honest, because it's such a slow, tight left-hander in front of the Fairmont Hotel. And now Leclerc, leading the pack, comes out through the right-hander of Portier and into the tunnel. And the tunnel obviously will then soon become damp once everybody's sort of bringing the car through. Like when you traipse into the house with wet shoes, eventually the hallway gets wet, and then back out into the sun, well, into the brightness. It started raining again down here where we are, just opposite the pit lane. The rain's coming down pretty heavily once more, so we'll just have to wait and see how long the safety car stays out before they get the race underway. At the moment it's saying just formation lap, but I presume the safety car will keep going around, and it won't just be one-sighter to the grid. The lights are still on the safety car, but we'll have to wait and see. Very wet coming into the swimming pool section, which I know how silly that sounds, but it's a couple of chicanes that go around a sort of public swimming pool that was opened up back in the 1970s, and the safety car does indeed stay out. So we're going to have another lap behind the safety car. It's chucking it down at the final couple of corners.
I don't think we're going to be starting anytime soon. It's really hosing it down. The visibility's terrible. It's almost shades of, was it 1984 in Monaco, where Senna was closing in on Prost and Stefan Beloff was famously catching them both, and it was red flagged off because it was horribly
heavy rain now and a lot of water generally. Copy.
It's too wet. I don't think they're not going to run at the moment. The visibility is just terrible. The grip level is going to be non-existent for the guys. We all want to see this race get underway. I just don't see it coming at the moment.
And why can't you just drive slowly enough that it's fine?
Because you'll lose temperature of the tyres, you'll have absolutely no grip, and the way that the water is in some places, it looks like it's just too much. There's too much water. You're going to aquaplane. You're either going to run the floor of the car, so it's just sort of surfing on the water. You're going to have no grip, or the tyres won't even be able to cope with the amount of water there is. It's still absolutely bucketing. The rain is hammering off the pit lane that we can see in front of us.
This is the wettest part, isn't it, where we are, Jenny?
You're so funny sometimes. I can guarantee that where I am is a little bit wetter. I'm down in the paddock, actually, just opposite the Red Bull floater home. Everybody has got inside. It is absolutely lashing it down. One gentleman just coming past me, he's wearing a white top. It's totally see-through. Ricardo Radio.
Yeah, to be honest, wetter than I thought it would be. So yeah, very, very wet at the moment.
Very wet at the moment, he says. And I tell you what, if I were in race control right now, knowing how twitchy they are, I would red flag this, because the conditions are horrific right now. They just need to stop it and wait for it to go away and then start again if they could. I mean, Visibility is really difficult. Surely, Jolyon, it's only a matter of time before somebody has a problem out there, an accident.
Yeah, it could even happen, even at the very low speeds that they're doing in the wet here.
It's raining like crazy.
Red flag is out. Leclerc saying it's raining like crazy, and it is around the sort of this complex here. It is absolutely chucking it down. The cars are pulling back into the pits. The race hasn't even actually started yet, technically, so it has been red flagged, but it's monsoon-like up here. I must say, I've not seen rain like this for a long time, and there's so much standing water so instantly on the track. There's rivers running along the curbs on the exit of the final corner at Anthony Nogues. This is absolutely bucketing it down, and so I'm not. This actually feels. I think, you know, we're both of the same opinion, Jolyon, in that sometimes you're not racing because it's raining, and you're a bit like, really, this does seem okay, but this seems very, very wet.
No, it's way too wet to drive. It's crazy amount of water at the moment. Now I just hope it dries up in some point so we can go racing. I mean, now I'm thinking back to Spa last year, where it just kept raining and kept raining and kept raining, and we never had a race. So we're set up so beautifully for a good Grand Prix now, raining in Monaco, but it's lashing down still so hard that there's just no chance the cars can drive at the moment. We just need it to dry up a little bit, and then it'll still be mouth-watering for us.
Yeah, absolutely. You just need it to stop raining, really, because it really is a deluge up here at the pit lane complex. Once you get further up into the sort of town of Monaco, when you're up by the casino and Mirabeau and the Tip Top Bar and that sort of area, it doesn't seem anywhere near as bad, and the hairpin and stuff, that all seems doable. Looks very dry in the tunnel, but it's just down here at this sort of final complex that is unmanageable.
It's a very undulating track.
Yeah.
So up the hill, up to Massenet Casino, the level of water's okay because it's all running down the hills to the Nouvelle Chicane or Saint-Devote, or particularly the final corner, Anthony Nogues. There's a proper river down on the exit curb there, so it's just not okay. In some parts of the track you think it is, but then some parts is just there's rivers across the road.
Also worth pointing out that some of you likening it to Spa last year, including Jolyon, but the race hasn't started, so it's not that situation we saw in Spa where they drove 3 laps and then now they can just stop it and everyone gets points. We're not at that point yet.
We've got a long while as well.
Yeah.
Spa was really set in. We've had a load of intense rain, but it only actually started half an hour ago. Then it eased, and then it's just come down again. It can ease again. We got time.
So, red flag out. Everybody, all the cars have pulled back into the pit lane.
I think I've never got this wet in a Formula car, ever.
Mick Schumacher saying he's never got this wet in a Formula car ever, in a single-seater.
But you get soaked because they're also going so slowly behind the safety car, so they're actually just getting. If you're going at speed, you don't really get so wet, or you don't feel it at least. But when you're just going around very slowly behind the safety car, you're just getting drenched as well. It's open cockpit still, Formula One, and Mick, as he's pulled back into the pits, as everyone has now, getting out of the car. Schumacher starting 15th. Had to queue up a little bit coming back into the pit lane as well. It'll be drenched.
So, also worth pointing out that if it's in the rain, it might well run to 2 hours rather than 78 laps, as Simon Baker points out on the hashtag BBC F1, because it ends up being very slow. And do we feel a bit foolish now, being so excited about the rain?
I'm still excited.
Yeah?
I'm still excited. It's going to pass. It's going to pass.
It has actually, as you
weather
say,
forecaster says it's going to move on.
It has literally stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Here in the.
Just give it a bit of time, and it's normal road, so the track should dry quite well. There's gullies and proper drainage, so hopefully there's not going to be too much standing water for too long. We can get the cars back out there and get this race underway. And when it does, you've got to stay tuned, because it's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So whilst we are under red flag conditions, all the cars back in the pit lane. It's full time in the National League playoff semi-final. Solihull Moors versus Chesterfield. Chris Coles.
And Solihull Moors jack into next Sunday's National League playoff final. They've beaten Chesterfield by 3-1. They were rarely troubled in the second half, really. Callum Howe's header on the hour to give Solihull a 3-1 lead, proving decisive. Chesterfield had moments, including taking the lead in the first half, but Solihull had a measure of control throughout and deserved their place in the final against Grimsby. A place in the Football League for the first time ever gets closer for Solihull Moors. Chesterfield remain a non-league club for a 4th season. Solihull Moors 3, Chesterfield 1.
Yeah, what a result that would be for Solihull Moors if they could get promoted into the Football League. Don't forget there's also the Monday Night Club coming up tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock with Kelly Cates, Chris Sutton, Karen Carney and Adam Crafton, who will be no doubt reflecting on yesterday evening's Champions League final. Naomi Cavaday is at Roland Garros. Let's check in with her.
Yes, and I'm currently watching Novak Djokovic on court Suzanne Longlawn, and he's going pretty well against the 15th seed Diego Schwartzman, who's never beaten him before. He's up 2-0. He's 3-2 up in the 3rd set, and it's on serve, but he really does have a good grip of this 4th round match. Looking for a place in the quarterfinals. And also on court, Philippe Chatrier, 18-year-old Coco Gauff, the 18th seed here, has taken the opening set against Elise Mertens, and she will be out to serve in the 2nd set in a few moments time, Jack.
Thank you very much. We are under red flag conditions at the Monaco Grand Prix. It hasn't started, basically. It was meant to start 25 minutes ago. Everybody went out. It was raining and it was too wet. So everybody's come back into the pits and waiting for the rain to clear a little. The rain has stopped. So when racing gets back underway, we'll be here to bring you all the action. Jenny Gow is, unfortunately for her, outside in it. Jolyon Palmer and myself, Jack Nichols, are with you in the commentary box overlooking the pit lane where there's still a lot of activity. Some questions coming in on hashtag BBC F1. A reasonable one here from Chris saying, do drivers have spare race clothes to change into? If they're drenched now, would you want to have a little change?
Yep, absolutely. There's drivers will have many race suits. You'll pretty much have one for each session through a race weekend. And if you're soaked already at the start, there's obviously going to be some time now before we get going again. They may well want to even just change out of their race suit. Max Verstappen at the moment isn't. He's just laughing with Christian Horner in the Red Bull garage still, so maybe he didn't get quite as wet. But there's the option to get changed. Just the pit buildings have expanded. They've been built up from the last few years, and the drivers' rooms are just above the garages actually now, so it'd be very easy to nip up there and have a relax.
Jenny?
Yeah, I've just come out of the paddock actually, so I've got the Red Bull floater home to my right, the pit buildings to my left, and the harbour with all the boats and yachts also to my left and straight ahead. And it considerably eased, I would say. There's still a few spits and spots of rain, but it's much better than it was. And I'm just going to walk down here as Carlos Sainz is chatting to his dad, Carlos Sainz, and there are still these clouds wrapping around Monaco. So how long is it going to take to dry up adequately? Do they send the safety car around for a few laps to just try and disperse some of the water? But I'm just walking to the end of the pontoon to just try and see how much of the clouds are still to come. And it does look like it's clearing up, but there is one big grey cloud almost over the top of my head, which means I guess there's going to be another dump of rain, heavy rain, in the next few minutes. And then hopefully it might clear up. But the pit building that you're actually in, Jack, has now become a great place to stand if you want to keep in the dry. So we went from yesterday with people using umbrellas to keep themselves in the shade because it was so hot, to right now where people are looking for any kind of cover that they can. Umbrellas, parasols, bags. It's so glamorous, this F1, that people are hiding under plastic bags to keep themselves dry.
Rajiv says, one thing this coverage is showing me is how many different ways Brits can say it's raining. You can really tell what Ireland has spent the most time constructing language for, so that's very true. Pete says, this is an interesting point. Can everyone please stop wishing for wet races? It used to bring exciting racing, but these days we just end up with delayed starts, driving behind the safety car, and the cars coming in and out of the pits.
That's a bit negative from Pete, isn't it? We got the Monaco Grand Prix, a race that people are saying we shouldn't be on because it's a little bit boring. It's very difficult to overtake. I still like coming to Monaco, but the races are a little bit routine. So often the pole man or the front row guys win the race. Sprinkling of rain is lovely. Okay, we've had more than a sprinkling now, but we will, I think, get this race underway, and then it's going to be lively. That's why we like a wet race, because it can be a little bit more mixed up. Anyone can win it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Strategy will come into play. Wets to inters to slicks to maybe inters again. It's going to be great.
You are still looking forward to it, aren't you?
I am. It's still spitting out there, so just hold on to your hats, everybody. Still spitting.
No update from race control on what may be happening. The red flag was flown 10 minutes ago, and they can use the safety car basically to go out and do laps and see whether it's got any better. And that's, I suppose, what they're going to be waiting for. Pierre Gasly is in the back of the AlphaTauri garage, maybe making a change to his visor, choosing a different visor here.
Yeah, it may well be, because when the drivers will have gone round to the grid, it was still dry and a little bit cloudy, but there was also little bits of sun coming through, so you'd take probably a slight tint on your visor. Then on the grid they might have changed to a lighter tint, and now it's really, really wet out there. The spray as well is making the visibility so tough, particularly for Pierre Gasly, who's down his 17th, so he's got a load of spray that's lingering in the air ahead of him. Maybe even get the old clear visor out.
Jenny?
Yeah, I think this is going to test the teams, isn't it? When something like this happens, it's about getting it right, making the right calls at exactly the right time. And we've already seen this weekend, sometimes it hasn't gone so well. Like, who was it yesterday? AlphaTauri. He didn't get it quite right for Pierre Gasly. They didn't send him out with enough time. I think at moments like this, it is such a team sport. You heard Lewis Hamilton earlier on the team radio just saying, look, let's everybody just take a breath, keep calm. And I think that's going to be so vital, isn't it? You're relying on your team to help you to try and win this race out there. You're relying on the driver's feedback on when to switch tyres from inters maybe to dries. And there are so many questions out there, so many ways of tripping up on a weekend like this.
And that's why we've had Lewis Hamilton already saying, guys, relax, have a breather, we need to be on it. He's a driver starting from 8th today that probably thinks he can win this now. This could be the day for an underdog when it's teaming down. Olivier Panis, 1996, is the classic example. Starting from 14th on the grid, came through to win when only 3 cars finished. It could be that sort of day, and you've got to make the right choices. Already there was a bit of a choice. The starting tyres until it rained more would have been a big moment in the Grand Prix. It's not happened, and the Grand Prix has not happened either at the moment. But these sort of things can make or break a race. It's not just the driver doing the magic from the cockpit. It's the team making the right call with the pit stop, having the tyres ready, as Daniel Ricciardo will know only too painfully well after his 2016 mishap, or Red Bull's mishap when he came in from the lead and they didn't have the tyres ready. He lost it to Lewis Hamilton. It's a real team effort on days like this.
The lap count has gone down by 1, so just every lap they do behind the safety car, they were taking a lap off, so they did 1 lap behind the safety car. Red flag came out, and as a result it's down to 77 laps. Zinedine Zidane is in the Alpine garage supporting Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon after being at the Champions League final last night.
He's lapping up a weekend of sport, isn't he?
Yeah,
Zizou.
Yeah. Exactly. Max Verstappen is just sort of shrugging fairly nonchalantly in a chat with one of his engineers as he stands inside the garage getting ready to go. If we haven't, again, no update. Normally they sort of say we'll give you an update soon, or we'll have a look at the track at this time, but at the moment there is no update from race control and hasn't been for 14 minutes now.
Do you want an update from me?
You know what, I can't think of anything I want more.
The clouds are shifting slightly to the east.
Yeah,
I can see a little bit of sun breaking through over the horizon. I say it's a sort of sun behind the clouds, so it's a lighter grey.
Yeah.
It's stopped raining, I think, at the moment. I don't think it's even quite drizzling from the commentary box we're in. So I think it's all moving in the right direction. It's blowing away towards the east, and I'm positive that we can get this one going.
This isn't like Spa. It's not like Spa last year where what were we, 3.5 hours waiting for a race that didn't happen?
Yeah, it was long.
I don't think we'll be doing that here.
We're 35 minutes in.
Yeah, and we haven't plunged the depths of filler content just yet. Let's see what Jenny Gow's got to say.
Oh, I can give you as much filler as you want. No problem at all. The Williams guys have just sent for more towels. So much like a sketch of an expectant father, one of the Williams press officers actually had a massive see-through box full of white towels, which he was then taking all the way over from the paddock, past the harbour, up the stairs, across the tunnel, down the other set of stairs, and making the long trek across to the Williams garage to try and help them just dry everything up.
Yeah.
How much was that good filler?
That was great. It's a good 5 or 10 minute walk, isn't it, from the paddock here back to the pit lane, which does create logistical challenges, and for drivers as well. Well, do you love it, or because you have to kind of make quite a big schlep all the time?
Yeah, most of the time the drivers now just stay by the garages more. The engineering rooms, all your meeting rooms really are above there now. Your own driver's rooms, your chill out zone, and your change of clothes and everything else is up there. So it's when you want a bit of food. The catering and the big hospitalities are in the paddock. The drivers actually now don't spend quite so much time over there, and it's a bit of a pain walking. I mean, it's only a 5-minute walk. Don't get me wrong, it's not the end of the world.
The professional athlete.
Well, but you got to do it so many times a day, and it's just nicer to not. When you got to do a Grand Prix, that's the bit. You don't want to take your energy out by counting your steps up, and it's a steps as well. It's like you got to go up over the track, down again, get the old glutes working.
You're listening to Not the Monaco Grand Prix here on BBC Radio 5 Live. The race was due to start 36 minutes ago. It then absolutely chucked it down, and now it has dried up. But we're still waiting for the Grand Prix to get underway with no sign yet of when it will. It's almost sunny.
I can see a full-on break in the clouds.
Yeah? Oh, yeah.
Behind the castle.
Yeah.
Behind the castle, I can see a full-on break in the clouds, and it's heading our way. Stay tuned.
2 people looking at clouds. The show 5 Live didn't know they needed, but Jenny Gow.
3 people.
Oh, are you looking at them as well?
We're not getting a second series.
Of course I'm looking at them.
This is we're plunging into like Ellis and John territory here. This is a bit random.
I love it. I just wanted to ask, on the subject of food, Jolyon, obviously the drivers know when they're going to eat. They eat light before a race, some of them super light before a race. Are you getting to the point where you're having to have a little snack? And what do drivers snack on? Because I hate driving when I'm hungry. A bit like when you need the loo. Both of those things are not good.
You're not you when you're hungry.
I'm really not.
Pierre Gasly, as you say that, is just snacking on a protein bar, I think, in the garage. Maybe it's a bar of sorts. Pierre Gasly in the AlphaTauri garage, and you want something a little bit light. Normally, I'd have such a routine with my food when I was racing as well.
What, same thing every day?
Actually, pretty much.
Really?
Pretty much. Because I'm that sort of guy.
Yeah, you're an interesting guy, aren't you?
But it's just
what
routine.
Was it? Chicken and salad or something, or
a chicken salad,
yeah.
or a chunky bowl of porridge with the goodies on the top for race day. Yeah, but you're getting your oats in, and you're getting maybe some nuts on there, maybe some berries for the bits.
So the cheesecake you had for lunch today wasn't your norm in your professional career.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I thought no one had spotted that.
Yeah, I did a bacon cheeseburger, so I think you're still winning that one. Still no update from race control here in Monaco, and it has started to rain again, I must say. Just in front of us here, we're overlooking the pit lane, directly opposite Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo in the McLaren garage, and the rain has started coming down again. Not outrageously heavily, but fairly heavily, I must say. It's not quite the deluge of before, but it's getting harder and harder. So it's really tough one here for race control to try and deal with, because I presume they don't want to just waste everyone's time driving around in the pouring rain at 20 miles an hour and not achieving anything.
No, we didn't need this. We didn't need this latest bit of rain. I thought it was blowing over, and it still looks like it's getting clearer to the west of us. Maybe the clouds are just eddying around above us, and we're a bit stuck under it for now. That's a shame.
Big shame. Let's go check in at the T20 Blast, shall we? Kevin Howes is at Headingley.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you. It's a busy day for cricket today. We've got the IPL final coming up a little bit later on this afternoon, of course, but also it's a double-headed day in terms of domestic cricket. The Women's Charlotte Edwards Cup, a T20 competition being played, some of the matches at the same venues as the men's game in the Vitality Blast. The Vitality Blast matches, 4 of them starting now. including Lancashire versus Worcestershire, Lightning 18 for no wicket just in the second over. Birmingham versus Durham, for example, they're 17 for 1 in the second. That is an interesting game there in Birmingham, because coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, it's the Central Sparks versus the South East Stars. The women's game actually taking precedent, being the big game of the day, which is a great thing to see. But the Sparks South East Stars coming up at 6 tonight. We've already had 3 matches, though, in the Charlotte Edwards Cup today. A Western Storm victory over Sunrisers by 41 runs. Sophie Luff in the runs there, a half century, a 78 off 54 balls in that victory for Western Storm at Taunton, where later Somerset play Essex in the Blast. That game starting at 4 o'clock. Lightning versus Southern Vipers, another win for the Vipers. They're tearing away at the top of their group. A 5-wicket victory over Lightning after Danny Wyatt scored a 76 off 44 deliveries. And a bit of a surprise result in the end in the match between Diamonds and Thunder. It looked as if the Diamonds were well short in setting a target. They were all out for 124 here at Leeds in the match against Thunder, but then they managed to bowl the Thunder out for just 99 to a victory by 25 runs. There were 3 wickets for Katie Levick there for the Diamonds, which means the Diamonds still in with a chance perhaps of getting one of the better placed second places to go through for finals day in Northampton next month. So Yorkshire-Leicester should be played in the men's game here at Leeds with a 3 o'clock start. All the other matches, including Middlesex, Glamorgan, Sussex versus Kent, they're all underway, and we'll keep you posted throughout the afternoon, and coverage of course on the BBC Sport website and app.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Yes, that's where you can go if you want to listen to the cricket. Here you are listening to a Formula One race not happening at the moment because the rain that has come down pretty heavily here in Monaco just before the start of the 79th running of the Monaco Grand Prix, the race that's been going on these famous streets since 1929, which Charles Leclerc, the Monegasque driver starting on pole position, would be so desperate to win. But as it stands, he is not getting out on track at the moment. Max Verstappen is the championship leader. He's 4th on the grid. Obviously, Monaco, only sort of 8,000 or 9,000 residents, so to have a Monegasque F1 driver is quite something. There was one before, Louis Chiron. I don't think he ever raced in the actual Formula One World Championship. He might have done from 1950 onwards, but he was certainly a great pre-war driver, Louis Chiron, in Monaco, but not a huge amount of Monegasque drivers subsequently. So Charles Leclerc flying the flag at his home race, but the rain starts to come down a little bit more. It's really ebbing and flowing, as that's not quite the right word. What do I mean? It's hot and cold, this rain.
Flowing and flowing.
Yeah, flowing and flowing. Yeah.
It still looks like it's the level of brightness doesn't reflect the amount of rain coming down.
Yeah,
it's actually raining heavily again, I'm afraid to say, but it's not that dark out there. It looks like there's some lighter parts still above us to the left-hand side over the castle.
Do you think we're waiting for something specific?
Well, yeah, the track to dry.
Yeah, but like, do we...
What do you think we're waiting for?
But do we think that the FIA are looking at the radar and thinking, right, it's going to stop in 5 or 10 minutes and then we'll go? Or
yeah, they will be. They'll be looking at the radar and trying to find a slot that we can get going. This is now, I don't think this was really forecast. We knew there was a chance that it could rain, but we heard already the radio to Perez or Verstappen, one of the Red Bull ones, that said there's going to be more intense rain for 10 minutes, then 3 minutes of lighter rain, and then it'll be okay. I don't think this was particularly predicted, but it's got its own sort of microclimate, hasn't it? Underneath the hills, the mountains around us, and it's just lingering for now.
Really is. Feels like it's kind of set in. But as you said, the FIA did issue a statement right at the beginning, well, at 3:15 our time, so 15 minutes after the race was due to start. And they said race control was monitoring a severe downpour that was rapidly approaching the circuit. And as it arrived during the start procedure, the safety car start was implemented. This was done for safety reasons in consideration that there has been no wet running this weekend. So they will continue to monitor the situation and work out if there is a gap big enough to get this race away. But I just wonder what happens if there isn't. I mean, we're into Spa territory again. Get your cheese chat out. We're in the right place of the world for it. But they've got to find a hole big enough to be able to get the race away safely.
there's new structures now in place, so we're not going to have a complete Spa situation. The race has got to get enough laps under the belt. Then last year at Spa it was 50% of points for not getting past 75% race distance. Now there's even less than that, 25% of points for a very shortened race. So there are options available to the FIA more than there was last year. It just doesn't look that likely though. We've still got a while though to see if we can get this one cleared up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 3:45 here in Monaco, and an hour ahead of the UK, of course. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Still no message or anything from race control. That's what I find a little curious. Although, having said that, last time in Spa there was a sort of update every 15 minutes, and then every 15 minutes the update would be there'll be another update in 15 minutes. So I don't know which one I prefer really, the constant updates of nothing or not. And so the actual frustrating thing is next door to us. Am I allowed to say this? I'm going to. The Channel 4 commentary team are next door, and because they're doing the highlights for the TV later, they don't even have to do anything right now. So David Coulthard, Mark Webber, they're on the phone to someone. Alex Jakes, they're just having a chat on the phone with their feet up. It's unacceptable. Do you think any of them would come in for a chat? I don't think they would they?
See if we can get some expert guests on air.
Yeah, that would be a first, wouldn't it?
We really need them.
A question also from Braddles. He says, if the lap count has started, has the 2-hour time limit also started? No, that is not the case. So yeah, it's the 2-hour time limit doesn't start until the race begins, even though one lap has been knocked off the lap count because of the one lap behind the safety car. Now you're about to tell me it's brightening up, aren't you?
Do you want a little update from me?
I'm buzzing for it.
The rain has abated for now. It's brightening up slightly. This is the brightest it's been now since the race start. So I think hopefully we're now homing in on a little drier spell, and now we can think about, well, this track just drying up and getting the cars back out there, or at least the safety car out there for a lap. It doesn't look absolutely horrendous on the track.
No.
It doesn't look horrendous. Very wet, puddly, not horrendous, not Spa levels, I don't think.
Let's go back to Roland Garros. Naomi.
Yes, and Novak Djokovic has come through very comfortably. It is quite remarkable. His fourth round match against Diego Schwartzman, 6-1, 6-3, 6-3. He seems to have a particular tactic, and that is to get all the French footballing stars out to support him, because yes, the other day he had Arsene Wenger and he said that made him up his level. Today he had Thierry Henry in the front row and he was very, very good. And it potentially, if Rafael Nadal wins a little later on, which he probably will, means a Djokovic-Nadal quarter-final, and we cannot wait for that.
No, that's a mouth-watering prospect, isn't it? The rain once again has stopped here on the sort of pit lane area and the start-finish straight. We're actually in between the exit of the swimming pool and the run towards the right-hander of the Rascasse, which is the famous bar at the far end of the circuit, the final corner on the track, basically, and it's just an iconic and historic race. I'm Jenny Gow. I'm getting distracted because for some reason in the next door booth, I can't tell you, Mark Webber's undone his jeans and I don't know why. So it's all a bit distracting. Jenny?
I can understand.
Yeah.
Very distracting. I'm just going to whisper slightly as I come past a camera and somebody else doing an interview. But I can tell you look out a different way to me. So you look kind of inland. I've moved in the paddock so I can look out to sea. And the darkest cloud yet is looming. And I fear, whilst it's slightly dry now, that there is worse coming. And I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but that is a very, very dark cloud that's just wrapping itself and hanging over the corner of the mountain that comes through from Italy. Start the race now, like right now. But even then, they're going to have to give them a 10-minute warning, aren't they? So 10 minutes to get into the car, and then it's going to rain again.
Well, this is the part I don't understand where we're at quite right now, because the race was due to start 49 minutes ago. The red flag happened half an hour ago now, almost to the second, and there's just been no update. The safety car hasn't been around, and it looks right now as if you're in the window where you could start behind the safety car. You could do some driving behind the safety car and see how it is, right?
Yeah, hopefully, because it's not really raining at the moment. Hopefully we're getting towards that moment. The drivers still look so chilled out. Valtteri Bottas is probably on his 6th espresso of the day in the Alfa Romeo garage, just looking very, very relaxed. Most of them still just chilling out. There's been no word from race control that there's going to be a start anytime soon, but it does look slightly brighter for now. You know how the teams used to, in the olden days, send someone into wind to go and see what was blowing in?
Yeah.
Maybe we should split up and just send someone to the east, someone to the west, and we'll get some really accurate weather and we'll know when this is going to start.
What, you and I? One go east, one go west. And then by the time the race starts, we're not back here. Let's go down to Jenny. She's gone south.
My content normally goes south fairly quickly. I am with Mario Isola from Pirelli. And Mario, we saw the chaos just before what should have been the start of this race, with the teams thinking it was going to be an inter start, which is kind of moderate wet, and then the full wet start up behind a safety car, and now no real starts. It's a little disappointing, isn't it, even though we wanted rain?
No, it's not disappointing. I believe the chaos was generated by the weather forecast, because we know how difficult it is to make a prediction here with the mountains, the wind that is changing direction, and so suddenly we had this heavy rain that was changing the plans. And now it looks like these clouds are going in the direction of Italy, so from Nice to Italy, and it should be not dry, but obviously going to be dry in the next minutes.
What do your guys have to do? Because all of a sudden, when it starts raining, and people weren't expecting it, they weren't ready for it, just describe the process that goes on.
But for us, everything is the preparation is before the start of the race, and then the teams have the full allocation of tires available in blankets, so they can decide last minute what they want to do, and the decision is up to the teams.
How treacherous do you think these conditions are? I mean, it stopped raining for a moment, but there's another very dark cloud just over there, isn't there, within throwing distance, really?
I believe that the real problem here is the level of grip, because we are on a street circuit with a tarmac that is very smooth. It's not the temperature itself, because we tested these tires in this temperature, but it's the level of grip that is really, really low.
Well, 20 drivers are waiting, and waiting they will continue. The sun's almost out, isn't it? Almost.
Yeah, the other point is that if the sun is coming out, I believe that the track is going to dry quite quickly. So it's another difficult choice for the strategists in the team.
Certainly is. Good times. Thank you, Mario. You've got a queue of people now waiting to speak to you. The floodgates have opened. It's like that when it rains. As soon as you find one person that you can speak to, all of a sudden everybody else is there going, oh, excuse me, can I speak to you?
This has gone a bit far now. Interesting chat there from Mario Isla, from Pirelli, about the tyres, but I don't know. This is suddenly we're a bit. When it was absolutely bucketing it down, that was legitimate. That was absolutely fine. But there's just sort of nothing going on currently, and it's not raining, and we're all just standing around.
Yeah, let's get on with it now.
Yeah,
it's not raining. It's a little bit brighter. The track is drying. I think we can go for some safety car laps and just see how this is.
Yeah. What's the most long delay you've had when you were a driver? Did you have a really boring one, a really long one?
We had a very long delay in Monza qualifying in 2017.
Yeah.
With hours of delay on Saturday, to the point where we thought we were going to have to qualify on Sunday, and in the end managed to just about get it in. I can't remember a huge red flag delayed in any of my Grand Prix. And of course, when you have a delay on Saturday, you've always got the potential to push it back to a Sunday.
Yeah.
And we've had Sunday morning qualifyings in the past. You don't have that opportunity for the race.
Yeah, indeed. So that's the because then you end up in. I mean, it is May here, so I don't think sort of sunset is going to be necessarily a factor. I mean, it will be obviously at some point, but
it's pleasantly warm and it's windy. Those two conditions are good for drying any surface.
Yeah. It's a weird. This is a very strange middle ground with no communication from race control currently. A lot of people getting in touch on #BBCF1 frustrated with what they're not seeing or not hearing at the moment, because like I say, when it was chucking it down, that was sort of fair enough, but now it's very nothingy. I am going to give a shout out to the couple in the grandstand below us, because they are listening to us on the BBC Sounds app currently whilst watching along, and they are turning around and waving to us, so that's very pleasant. So a shout out to them. But yeah, it's just very, very curious how...
Do you want an update from me, Jack?
Yeah, come on.
10-minute signal will be shown in 15 seconds.
Okay.
We are going to get on with it.
Okay.
I'm bringing the good news today.
And the crowd are actually cheering now, which is tremendous. So 10 minutes, and we will go out behind the safety car at the Monaco Grand Prix.
And hopefully it's actually dry enough now that the safety car won't have to be out for ages and ages and ages to get this one underway. And we might have... The race director can choose if he wants to start this race with a standing start or with a full safety car start, like used to be the case. So that'll be something that he's got to decide. Schumacher sprinting back to his car.
This is a great race we're seeing now. Schumacher and Magnussen running up from the Haas garage to get to their cars. They've only got 10 minutes now to get ready. Jenny's with the former boss of McLaren.
Eric Boulier is beside me. Eric, it's lovely to see you. This is a sort of stress that as a team principal you've got to absorb and try not to let it spread across the whole team. What's it like to be in these situations?
It's exactly what you said, you know, getting stressed, and obviously you know there's going to be a tricky race, unpredictable. Anything can happen, any kind of accidents or tricky situations, and obviously you try to show you're fine because you don't want any contamination above the team, across the team, and to the driver first, obviously.
Yeah, it's stressful times for everybody, I know. I just want to talk to you about the French Grand Prix, which is coming up in about a month's time from now, I think. Talk to me about the future, because there are a lot of people talking about the future of Monaco. Maybe it's in doubt. Spa-Francorchamps as well. And France is another race that seems to be in a perilous situation. Can you say what the latest is from your side?
From our side, we had a meeting this weekend with Stefano Domenicali. So it's the positive is they want to keep France as one of the races in the future. They also explain us they have a lot of demands, cities, countries wants to join. So they are actually in the middle of a process of rethinking how they could build the future calendar in the coming years. So alternating races is one of the solutions they are thinking about, but that would be for a lot of races, maybe 4, 5, 6, 8. And 4, 6, 8, not 5, obviously. It's clearly, you know, a thinking from farm. So also F1 is booming, so we also have to adjust and adapt to what F1 needs for the future, for the new fans, the new generation. So it's a lot of discussions going on. But the positive is they want France still in the calendar, so up to us now to work with FOM to make sure we can achieve the aim and the targets.
So this is all about the show, is it? This is about have a fake marina, maybe have some, I don't know, what do they want you to do to make it more exciting?
No, there is no, it's not about fake marina or whatever, you know. I mean, each Grand Prix has his own DNA, so we won't do that in France, in Paul Ricard, obviously. It's more about, you know, the teams, the fans, the spectators through TV, or the perception that you want to go there, you want to be there. So when you need to build a place where you can attract spectators, you can attract sponsors, hospitalities, and be at the right level, which is obviously become a standard today. So it's all about, you know, if you remember, they say we want to build Super Bowls, you know, events. And this is a little bit what they want to achieve with every Grand Prix today. So each one keep his own DNA. I mean, Miami likes fake marina, fine, it's good for them. We don't, but we need to also adjust to the demand of the fans, the demand of the sponsors, and the demand of the TV as well. You know, so that's why, you know, we need to build the event like a super event, if you want.
Just finally, if you had to alternate, do you know which Grand Prix you would alternate with?
I don't think there will be a specific Grand Prix alternating with France or whoever. You know, I think it's more about a rotating system in the future.
Oh, okay. Eric, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Of course, former boss of McLaren, but also the man now in charge of the French Grand Prix. So a lot of questions being asked of them, and a lot of questions asked of this circuit as well, at a time when F1 is growing and growing at such a rate.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a very interesting chat there with Eric Boulier about the future of the calendar. Formula One planning on sort of reshuffling their the calendar and the order in which we go to Grand Prix, but 5 minutes time we will be getting going behind the safety car. So an hour and 5 minutes after we were due to begin the 79th running of the Monaco Grand Prix, we are about to get underway again behind the safety car. And if you're just joining us, obviously you've missed nothing, but we'll do a little recap of the grid and the order in which they'll start. Charles Leclerc will be starting at the front, the Monegasque driver for Ferrari. His teammate Carlos Sainz is second, Sergio Perez is third, Max Verstappen is fourth, Lando Norris fifth, George Russell in sixth, then Alonso, Hamilton, Vettel and Ocon, the rest of the top 10. Tsunoda, Bottas, Magnussen, Ricciardo and Schumacher will be the top 15, and then it will be Albon, Gasly, Stroll, Latifi and Zhou, the 20 drivers, when they get going behind the safety car in about 5 minutes time. So again, they'll all be on the extreme wet weather tyres, and they will be going around behind the safety car for 1 lap, maybe 2 laps. Here's Ocon's radio.
Very good. So we're in a bit of a clear band now. It does look like there could be some rain later on.
So it does look like there may be some rain later on, or could be some rain later on, Esteban Ocon is told, but we're in a clear spell. So that's presumably what we were waiting for.
This could be vintage. It's going to be slippery out there. In 4 minutes' time, the driver's going to head out behind the safety car once again. And I don't think it looks too bad from the little bit of track at the Exeter swimming pool that we can see. It hasn't been properly raining for a little bit now, so hopefully we can get a proper race underway shortly, even though they're going to start behind the safety car. There is a bit of a clear spell, as we just heard on Ocon's radio, and then it can rain again, and that's the mixed up conditions that can really throw this up. And now we've got to think back to the guys at the front of the grid. Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, they are the ones that are going to be really, really on edge here, because starting from the front in Monaco, at least there's a race on for Leclerc. Probably for a moment, then he was even thinking we need this race to start because I'm on pole in Monaco and I've never finished here. At least it looks like we're going to get something in, I hope.
Simon has asked for a shout out to his mate Matt, who for some reason has got to his seat at Wembley 90 minutes before kickoff in the playoff final this afternoon. So he's maybe he thought it was a 3 o'clock Huddersfield versus Forest, but it is a 4:30 kickoff.
Must have thought it was a small crowd.
Yeah, exactly. So and of course we'll be bringing you all the action from the playoff final, Huddersfield Town versus Nottingham Forest. As I say, 4:30 kickoff in the UK, so an hour and a half's time that'll be getting underway. But 3 minutes now until the Monaco Grand Prix begins behind the safety car, and it's going to be really treacherous and interesting because the circuit is still wet, right? It's in no way dried up.
Oh no, it's very wet. It's still going to be everything that we said an hour ago still stands really. They still haven't really driven around here at any level of speed. It's still a little bit puddly. It's just not looking undrivable, which is why they're about to drive on it. It's still going to be so tough, and they haven't done full speed laps. They've only done a couple of laps behind a safety car, going very, very slowly, trying to keep it out of the walls, even at that speed. So it's going to be high pressure, high stress for all those 20 drivers.
That is Jolyon Palmer, the former Renault F1 driver, competed in 2 Monaco Grand Prix, won twice in the feeder category GP2 to Formula 1. Alongside me, Jack Nicholls, here in the commentary booth in Monaco. Jenny Gao is down in the paddock, and we will be bringing you coverage of this race imminently, fingers crossed.
Daniel, we do expect more rain, but it's a little bit confused at the moment. So, Daniel, there's a dead zone in the radar. Rain entered that about 5 minutes ago, and we can't see yet whether it's going to come out this side. So, it could be rain in 5-7 minutes' time.
Okay.
A dead zone in the radar.
Bermuda Triangle.
So the rain's gone into the radar. We don't know whether it's going to come out, but we do know that the tyre blankets are coming off Charles Leclerc's car, the man who was leading the championship since the first race, but after retiring at the last race in Barcelona, Max Verstappen took the championship lead and is now 6 points ahead of Leclerc, the Red Bull driver and the Ferrari driver, fighting it out for the 2022 Formula 1 World Championship. Lewis Hamilton starting 8th on the grid, George Russell in the other Mercedes 6th on the grid, Lando Norris, the highest qualifying British driver, 5th on the grid for McLaren. And now everybody has cleared away from the cars. They were under these temporary gazebos that they've now removed. Now they remove all of the tyre blankets and they will go out behind the safety car, and we will try and get the Monaco Grand Prix started again. Famous for its inclement weather, Monaco, although it doesn't always happen. But as we were alluding to earlier, 2016, 2008, 96 and I think 97 were both wet. There was the famous Grand Prix in 1984 that Alain Prost won with Ayrton Senna chasing him down. There was 1981, I think, where it started raining, or 82, where Alain Prost actually crashed out of the lead on a damp patch. And even at the, well, ironically, the first ever Formula One Grand Prix in 1950, there was a big wave that hit the track at Tabac, soaked the track. All the drivers arrived there in 1950 to find just the track completely wet, and there was about a 10-car pile-up, and the race had to be stopped. So there we go. Wet all the way back to the olden days. But cars on track now. The safety car coming up the hill. Charles Leclerc following up towards the casino at the top of the hill, and it looks okay.
It looks like we might have been able to get out there a little bit earlier even. It doesn't look too bad at all. Still, I mean, it's still wet, still going to be treacherous. Visibility not nearly as bad. This is so much better than when they wanted to go in the, well, an hour and 5 minutes ago for the initial start. Oh, it looks so much better.
Yeah, this is doable, isn't it? Max Verstappen won the Grand Prix here last year. Hamilton won in 2019. Daniel Ricciardo won in 2018. Sebastian Vettel won in 2017. So we haven't had a repeat winner since Hamilton in 2016.
I think we could have started this a while ago now.
Yeah.
Full wets for everyone still. I think if it wasn't, there'd be definitely people looking for some intermediates. We don't know what it's like. Into the Nouvelle Chicane was where it's particularly bad on that first start an hour ago. They're coming through the tunnel now, so we'll get a look into the last sector.
So this is lap 1 of 77. So the formation lap happened. They did knock a lap off the race length, but we're on now lap 1 of 77. Now, they can do a standing start when they want to get the race fully underway in actual racing cars, or they can just bring the safety car in and have everyone start line astern. And I would hypothesize they might decide to do the latter just to get it underway. It would be a shame.
I think it'll be it seems everything's cautious today.
Yeah.
So even yesterday, Latifi.
Nicholas Latifi has gone into the barriers behind the safety car at the hairpin, and he's managed to reverse out of it. A very low-speed corner. He's managed to get out of it, but he's broken his front wing all by himself, just understeered in.
Gaetan, the car just didn't turn. I just crashed into the hairpin.
The car just didn't turn. I just crashed into the hairpin, and Lance Stroll has hit the wall at the top of the hill up at Massenet as well. So very difficult, even behind the safety car. The cars are not racing right now, but it's already very, very challenging. The car's coming underneath our position here at the exit of the swimming pool chicane, and you can hear the revs spinning up and as the wheels spin in these damp conditions, and we're not even going full speed yet.
A little touch on the front right. Check.
Copy, we're checking.
It's okay.
Yeah, copy. So you've got a right rear puncture. So
Lance Stroll has got a right rear puncture now. So already Latifi and Stroll have found the barriers.
Well, it doesn't actually look that wet in those parts, particularly where they crashed in Massenet for Stroll. Quite a solid whack of the wall, and Latifi and the tight hairpin. The cars are still going to struggle to drive around this, though. They're difficult in the dry, and they're bouncing around, and they're uncomfortable in the wet. It's even harder.
The two Canadians struggling. Right. Safety car will enter the pits, and then it will be a rolling start. So it will be a sort of safety car restart, as it were. They won't line up on the grid. They will the safety car will pull in, and they'll get going.
It's definitely slippery out here, but the track's good.
It's definitely slippery, says Hamilton, but the track's good.
That's what it looks. In terms of conditions, the spray's not atrocious. It doesn't look like there's huge standing water, but clearly it is very, very slippery. And these cars, they're stiff, they're not compliant over the bumps. They're tough, and Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes has been complaining all weekend about the difficulty they have in driving, and when it's wet and you're still bouncing around a bit, it's even harder.
So the safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap. The lights are off on the Mercedes car out in the front. So Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari will resume the lead of the Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz will be second. Sergio Perez will be third in the Red Bull. Fourth will be Max Verstappen. Fifth, Lando Norris. Russell, Alonso, Hamilton, Vettel and Ocon will be the top 10. An hour and 10 minutes after we were meant to begin the Monaco Grand Prix, we are about to begin in earnest here on BBC Radio 5 Live with myself, Jack Nicholls, Jolyon Palmer and Jenny Gow with you here in the Principality. Charles Leclerc, the home hero, was meant to start on pole position last year but crashed in qualifying, so couldn't take the start. Now gets on the power, out of the final corner at Anthony Nogues, comes out across the line, and the Monaco Grand Prix begins, and he's sliding all over the place already as he comes down into the first corner, but he manages to keep it all together, turn into the right-hander at Sandoval and start the climb up the hill into Massenet. Norris is still there running, so is the Mercedes of Russell in behind, and everybody safely up through the first few corners.
Status quo. Pierre Gasly's come into the pits for some intermediates then already, and Stroll is back in the pits, and Latifi. So we've had a few pitters early on. Leclerc and Sainz both slithered out of the final corner, and that start-finish straight arcs to the right, and it's an easy place to crash, believe me.
Almost a crash in the pit lane as Stroll and Latifi almost come together, but the leaders are coming around through the left-hander now at the bottom of the hill, down towards Portier, the right-hand turn that takes them out onto the coastline and under the tunnel once more. A slide from Sergio Perez as he comes through Portier, the corner where he crashed in qualifying yesterday. But Leclerc holds the lead for Ferrari in the Monaco Grand Prix, 1 second ahead of Carlos Sainz. No DRS in these conditions either. So they come through the chicane now. We've also had the clock started, and so we've got 1 hour and 49 minutes on the clock. So whether it goes lap distance or time distance, we'll see later on in the course of the Grand Prix.
Everyone's safely through the first few sectors, at least in the first couple of sectors in this first flying lap of racing. Leclerc just starting to stretch away as they head into Rascasse. Sainz doing a solid job though in second place.
I'm just watching out of the window as they come out of the exit of the swimming pool, and they're all sliding and getting so out of shape and right up to the wall. Daniel Ricciardo almost tapping the barriers as well. This is fantastic to watch, I have to say. These drivers right on the limit of grip. Leclerc 1.8 seconds ahead of Sainz at the moment. Jenny Gow.
Yeah, just looking at my screens now, I've got intermediate tyres, so that's the medium range of wet tyres, for Perez and Verstappen in the Red Bull, also for Bottas in the Alfa Romeo, and then Zhou in the other Alfa Romeo. Gasly came in for a pit stop to change onto the intermediates, and Stroll and Latifi came in for crash damage and also put on the intermediates.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Everybody had to be on the full wets for the formation lap, but maybe once the red flag came out, they were able to change onto the intermediate tyres, and I think that's what Red Bull have done. It says so on the timing screens, but we'll try and get confirmation with our eyes in a moment as they come down into Portier. It's definitely the full wet tyres for the two Ferrari drivers. I think it's full wets for the Red Bulls as well. I think the timing screen's incorrect.
Yeah, they had to stay on the full wet still, so they didn't have a chance to pit. But Gasly pitted at the end of the safety car coming in.
Yeah.
So he's the first driver, I think, that is genuinely on the intermediates, and he's going really quickly. He's just on the fastest final sector of anyone. The intermediate's the better tyre, but Gasly is down in 18th place. He didn't lose anything because he started down there anyway after a bad qualifying. He's flying. It's so tricky to know though for the drivers further ahead. Do you go for the inters and take the speed but fall all the way down the pack? Surely not.
Through the exit of the swimming pool again they come. Perez right up to the wall. Norris getting up close as well. The car's really wriggling around. The drivers are having to work so hard here to keep it out of the barriers.
And let us know on conditions when you can.
It's definitely slippery, and it's drying pretty quick, I'll say.
Well, air temperature is 21.4 degrees. The sun hasn't come out yet, so that is not going to dry the track particularly fast. But Gasly on his intermediates, he's just had a huge moment coming over the lump in the road on the run down towards Mirabeau, just coming past the famous tip-top bar on his left-hand side, and he got all out of shape. He then locked up coming into the hairpin as well, into the Nouvelle chicane. So it is treacherous out there, even on the intermediate tyres.
Yeah, he's so close to binning it there.
No more rain for the next 20 to 30 minutes.
So that's the message to Charles Leclerc. So the leaders will want to try and stay out on these wet tyres. until it's dry and not have to come in and take intermediate tyres and then pit again for the wet tyres.
Yeah, they've got to look after these full wet tyres that they're on. Verstappen's really close to Perez here coming through the tunnel. Verstappen's still 4th, Perez 3rd. You're riding on board with him.
Sound you can hear is Verstappen coming down into the Nouvelle chicane, and he is very close to the back of his Red Bull teammate at the moment. Will they decide to switch the positions and let Verstappen have a go and try and attack the Ferraris in front? Because before too long, the Ferraris could be getting away.
It makes sense to do that for Red Bull now, I think. Verstappen's so good in wet conditions. Starting behind his teammate, they already flipped the positions last week for the race win in Spain, and Verstappen getting very close to Perez but not able to pass. He could go and put some serious pressure on Carlos Sainz ahead. The Ferraris are not getting away. Big snap from Verstappen exiting Raskas. He's probably going to hurt his tyres as well, following his teammate so closely.
Across the line comes Charles Leclerc.
Okay, Schumacher, Gasly and Latifi have pitted for Inters. It doesn't look particularly easy though, and they are no quicker than Stroll, who pitted for a wet and has clear air.
Except Pierre Gasly is on his way to setting the fastest lap of the Grand Prix currently.
He's jumped Schumacher by pitting for Inters straight away, so Gasly got ahead of Schumacher.
There's a yellow flag in the first sector, down at the first corner, and has then got going again. I think it was Sebastian Vettel. Sebastian Vettel maybe had a moment down at Saint-Devote and has then got going again, but he's dropped. He's just lost out to Esteban Ocon. Leclerc leads the Grand Prix, 2.4 seconds ahead of Carlos Sainz. 3rd is Sergio Perez, 4th is Max Verstappen, Norris, Russell, Alonso, Hamilton, Vettel, Ocon the top 10. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix from Pierre Gasly, only 0.2 quicker than race leader Charles Leclerc, but he's in an AlphaTauri.
The intermediates are the faster tyre, but he's so far back, and you cannot pit at the moment if you're in a Ferrari or Red Bull, because you're just going to get mired in traffic, and it's still so hard to overtake, even in these wet conditions. So I think the guys at the front have got to wait for a gap to pit into before they can even think about intermediates, because at the moment, if the leader's pitted, they're coming out on the fringes of the top 10.
Daniel Ricciardo's under big pressure from Alex Albon over 14th place. Those two were right together as they came flashing through the tunnel, but he's not able to make the move yet, I don't think, Albon in the Williams. Jenny Gow.
Yeah, just to let you know, Mick Schumacher in the Haas has come in. He pitted, went back out on Inters as well. So that's another driver who's flipped onto the Inters, currently 18th, but worth watching his times.
Yeah, well, Gasly got ahead of him in that sequence, didn't he? So that's why Gasly's up into 17th spot. Here's Vettel, who is now coming into the pits. So Vettel really struggling in 10th place, and as a result, the Aston Martin driver is coming into the pit lane. He'll lose a lot of places. Was Vettel the only one coming in? Yes, he was. So the Aston Martin comes in, as does the other AlphaTauri of Yuki Tsunoda. So they've obviously seen that Gasly's going well, and they've decided to pit Tsunoda, who was outside of the points, and the Japanese driver has a new set of tyres and gets back on his way. Leclerc still leading. Carlos Sainz set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. He's 1.7 seconds ahead of Sergio Perez in 3rd and Verstappen in 4th. So still Ferrari 1st and 2nd, Red Bull 3rd and 4th, McLaren 5th with Lando Norris, and then it is Russell, Alonso and Hamilton, the next 3. Russell's less than a second behind Lando Norris. Those two are having quite a good fight over 5th place.
Dropping back from the top 4 though, Norris holding station in 5th for now. Russell started 6th, and then he's got Alonso and Hamilton, the champions, just behind him. The other champion that was there had a mistake on the last lap, we've not seen it, but then pitted, and he's fallen from his top 10 position down to 16th, and he's also been jumped by Pierre Gasly. So Gasly's immediate stop onto Inters is actually working out really nicely for him. He's still very, very fast, 5 seconds quicker than the cars ahead.
Yeah, could be potentially a sort of net points paying position that for Pierre Gasly, depending on how things work out. We're on lap 7 of 77 in the Monaco Grand Prix here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Charles Leclerc, the Monegasque driver, is leading it at the moment and sets the fastest lap of the race again.
How are conditions, Max?
Drying, but still a bit tricky on these tyres.
Still a bit tricky on these tyres, says Verstappen. But sometimes you get more grip if you go onto the intermediates potentially.
Well, that's what would happen. They'd get more grip on the Inters now, because there's not enough water on the track to actually necessitate using the full wets that disperse a load more water if there is some. They all had to use the full wet tyre because they started behind the safety car. It's a rule for safety reasons, but the intermediate tyre is the better one now.
Mick Schumacher with his intermediate tyre has just clipped the barrier coming into the swimming pool, or out of the swimming pool I should say, but Leclerc is looking pretty strong at the moment up at the front. 3.6 seconds clear of those behind. All of them are chucking the rear end out, and a huge power slide coming through the slow right-hander of Portier. And it's fantastic. I'm loving this.
It's really good to see, isn't it? Drivers on the edge of grip in these really tricky conditions with the walls right next to them. This is F1 drivers working at their absolute hardest, and Leclerc right now doing a great job. He's built up a 3-second lead to Carlos Sainz. He's under a little bit less pressure as a result. Sainz has Perez just 2 seconds back, and then Perez with Verstappen still in his mirrors just 1 second away. Red Bull as yet not doing any team orders, keeping Verstappen down in 4th. Surely he's their main threat at the moment.
But is he? Why do we say that? Because he's been slower than Perez all weekend.
But he's Max Verstappen, and it's raining, so he's so good when you combine those two things. He's the winner here last year. He's had a bit of an off-the-boil weekend, actually. Out-qualified, as you say, by his teammate yesterday. Kind of unsurprisingly, because of the pace that he's shown. In the wet, though, he looks like he's got a bit more in him, and he's just pressuring Perez a little bit.
George Russell made a little mistake on the last lap and went straight on at the Nouvelle chicane. Hasn't lost any places. He's still there in 6th place behind Lando Norris, but just locked up the left front and bailed out of it. No huge drama for Russell, and he continues on his way in that 6th place, 3.4 seconds ahead of Fernando Alonso. Mercedes are looking a little bit ready in the pit lane, but I guess all the teams are going to be permanently poised presently.
Well, we've got an interesting thing now. Gasly has caught the back of the usual pack, then everyone else that hasn't pitted, and is Zhou in the Alfa Romeo that is 14th and the last of everyone that hasn't pitted, still on the full wet tyres. Gasly's been flying. Can he make an overtake? This is what's going to be interesting now to see for other people. If on the Inters you can make progress, in which case it's more inviting to come into the pits and take the pace.
Lando, Russell's been told to push up to you. Plan B.
I'm 100% pace, mate.
So Norris being told that Russell's closing in on you, let's go to plan B. Norris is saying, I'm going as fast as I can, so presumably plan B is go a bit quicker.
Yeah, up the pace and think about a pit stop, probably. And Norris saying, trust me, I am giving it everything. He's dropping back a good chunk from the four ahead in the Ferraris and the Red Bulls. 7.5 seconds now, Norris behind Verstappen. And Russell's doing a good job at putting him under a bit of pressure. Just 1.5 seconds between those two cars.
Now, Gasly, as you said, is stuck behind Zhou Guanyu, the Chinese racer for the Alfa Romeo team. And he's now got to try and find a way past. So coming onto these intermediate tyres has got him up the order in terms of a bit of track position, but he's still only 15th. But now he's got to actually try and find a way past, which around Monaco is a real challenge.
So this is the tough bit for him then. He's jumped 5 cars because they've also all pitted. He's had great pace. Now he's got to make a move. He's got a good run into Sainte-Devote possibly here.
The tight right-hander that starts the lap, but the track always frustratingly sort of curves to the right before then turning right, so it's difficult to get the inside line. Leclerc's lead now up to 4.7 seconds. He is disappearing up at the front, and then it's Carlos Sainz in second in the Ferrari, 1.2 seconds ahead of Perez, who is also 1.2 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen. So second, third and fourth are fairly close, but Leclerc checking out currently. Yellow flag at Sainte-Devote, so someone has gone straight on there. And now it's cleared again, so don't know who that was. Might have been Nicholas Latifi, potentially. I think it was Nicholas Latifi, because it took him 17 seconds to get through the first corner. So I think Latifi's just had a moment at turn 1. Now this is a very good run from Pierre Gasly on the back of Zhou Guanyu, fighting over 14th place. Gasly coming through the tunnel, really close to the back of Zhou, but can't make a move, because you're once again in this scenario where it's starting to dry on the racing line, so if you want to overtake off the racing line, you've got to go on the wet stuff.
Yeah, he's so much quicker, but overtaking around Monaco, even in these conditions, is really tough, and Gasly's maybe got to think about finding somewhere unconventional to make the move. He's crawling over the back of the Alfa Romeo for 14th place. Here we go into Rascasse maybe, where Leclerc made a few passes some years ago, and Zhou just covers the inside a little bit more. He's wary that the AlphaTauri is much quicker.
Into the final corner at Anthony Noakes, and then out across the line. It's just so difficult to get the power down for all of the drivers, but Gasly, when he's right behind as well, just struggling to get the throttle, and someone's gone straight on. I Is that Vettel again?
Albon.
It's Albon. Alex Albon in the Williams has gone straight on and has then just rejoined behind Sebastian Vettel. So Albon's dropped down to 16th place, Vettel in 15th, and that's a shame for the Williams driver because he was putting Daniel Ricciardo under some good pressure in their fight over what was now 12th place. Zhou defending the inside into Mirabeau, the tight right-hander that is halfway down the run down the hill, named after the block of flats that is just overlooking that corner. And Gasly can't make it through. Shame for Albon that, because he qualified well and was racing pretty well as well, and now he isn't.
Yeah, it's a mistake then to go straight on we've seen it so many times in practice, but in race conditions you clearly lose a lot of performance. Gasly tucked right in behind Zhou. Can he go for a bit of a lunge into the chicane? He's got to get quite brave here. Zhou cuts it.
So Zhou makes the mistake, goes straight over the chicane, cuts the corner, but keeps the position. And that's kind of fair enough for the moment, but he won't be able to get away with that too many times.
I think he's running out of grip. The track's really drying in certain areas. At the top of the hill into Massenet, the left-hander is second corner. It's almost, there's a completely dry line there. The same coming out of the swimming pool. So the full wet tyres are just not working, and Zhou's all over the place trying to hold Gasly back. He's got no rear grip at all.
Went offline onto the wet stuff to try and cover the inside, and that got him all leery coming around La Race-Caspar, the final corner on this Monaco street circuit. We're on lap 12 of 77 now. Charles Leclerc is leading the way in the Ferrari, 5.2 seconds ahead of his teammate Carlos Sainz. Really big advantage for Leclerc, but then it's a second back to Perez, a second back to Verstappen. Norris and Russell are still fighting over 5th and 6th places. Lewis Hamilton sitting 2 seconds behind Fernando Alonso in their fight over 7th and 8th. Here comes Gasly past the casino on the right-hand side, and then dropping down the hill, gets his nose to the inside, sends it this time into Mirabeau, locks up a little bit, but gets the car turned in and makes the move. So Pierre Gasly gets up into 13th place, and the reason we're so interested in Pierre Gasly and his fight for 13th is that he is the front-running car on the intermediate tyres. So he's one of the lead car that has come in, taken off the full wet weather tyres and put on the intermediates. Jenny Gao.
Delighted for Gasly there. Had a really tough day yesterday. Took him a long time to emerge after qualifying. The team made a mistake and he didn't get to do a full run, really. They messed up the time. He took the flag rather than setting a lap time. So he said to me he was really disappointed. He looked really disappointed. He knew that the car was good enough to maybe get 5th or 6th on the grid, so he's got a long way to go to work back, but my word, he's trying, and he is gaining on Ricciardo in P12 right now already.
Yeah, he's only 2 tenths behind Ricciardo as they, where are they on track? They're just coming into the final sequence, and Ricciardo covers the inside at Rascasse and then gets a little bit out of shape. Gasly gets on the power, he's not going to get it done into Anthony Nogues. All as this has brought Sebastian Vettel into the fight, who also is on the intermediate tyres, and Vettel is trying to pass Zhou for 14th place. Into Saint-Devote we go, and they're all going to say line astern right now.
It's going to be into Mirabeau again, where I think once you've passed someone once there, you know how to do it and you can do it again. Gasly's got so much more pace. Ricciardo's dropped away from Magnussen in the Haas ahead. He's in 12th position now. Magnussen is 7 seconds ahead, and Gasly's so close. And if he can pass these cars, he's going to just roar his way through the field. That's the interest here.
Ricciardo covers the inside into Mirabeau. Gasly to the outside, but Ricciardo gets it stopped. He saw that one coming. Now down into the... he thought about it, into the hairpin, but doesn't do it.
He's definitely there now.
Okay, copy, Checo.
So that's Sergio Perez in 3rd place, saying it's definitely time for intermediate tyres. But do they want to pit for intermediate tyres? Because then they'll just come out in all of this traffic and battle that we're seeing unfold. Here comes Gasly again on the back of Ricciardo. Vettel is close to the back of Zhou. Into the Nouvelle chicane at the end of the back straight, where they emerge from the tunnel past the Monaco Yacht Club on their left-hand side, and then swinging it left and right around the harbour. And still Gasly can't quite make the move stick. Leclerc's lead is 5 seconds. Sainz is second, and there into the swimming pool goes Gasly. Just had way more drive coming out of the left-hander at Tabac, and he is now up into 12th place.
How about that?
Yeah, that's
Never
great.
seen someone make a pass legitimately in between Tabac and the swimming pool. So you've got to sometimes go a bit unconventional, but I didn't ever think that would be a move. Ricciardo checked his mirror so late into Tabac, and I wonder if he just got a little bit wide there and couldn't get on the gas, and Gasly then just saw the inside and just went for it. Never seen a move there in my life. Gasly's up into 12th position.
Yeah, Ricciardo did just miss the apex, but with the extra speed that Gasly had and momentum he was able to take through the corner, he gets the move made, and he's just absolutely disappearing on these intermediate tyres. He is the next target for him is Kevin Magnussen, 7 seconds up the road. And he might be with him by the end of the lap here, Gasly. He just does the fastest first sector, a second quicker, basically, than Charles Leclerc managed in the first third of the lap.
1.5 seconds quicker than Magnussen. He's going to roar up to the back of them, and then he's looking at points already, really. Magnussen's on the back of Valtteri Bottas, and that's to get back into the top 10.
We're going to go straight to dry. Okay, understood.
So that's Carlos Sainz saying, okay, intermediate tyres, whatever, but we're just going to go straight to the dry tyres here.
And that's what's going to bring Gasly into play, because he's on the better tyres now. He's a long old way away from the front runners. He's nearly a minute down because of the field spread from the Ferraris. Compared to everyone else in the midfield, though, they've got to hang on for slick tyres to be a thing. And until they're not a thing, until the track's not dry enough for them, the intermediates are just so much quicker. It looks a decent choice for Gasly in that midfield fight, and he's already close now. He's within 3 seconds of Magnussen.
Jenny Gao.
Wasn't it Hamilton that stayed out on the full wets here? It must have been 16, I suppose. I can't remember which year it was, and just stayed out until the full wets were almost slicks.
He certainly did that in Turkey in 2020.
He did it in 16 as well. I think that's how he, with a bit of Red Bull fluffing at the pit stop.
No rear for some reason.
So that time is still not looking too bad. Let's just do everything we can.
So Hamilton being told his lap times aren't looking too bad. He's dropped 5 seconds off the back of Fernando Alonso, but did do the same lap time on the last lap as his teammate George Russell, who's running in 6th. Charles Leclerc is leading the Monaco Grand Prix here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Carlos Sainz is 2nd, and as it stands, Leclerc would retake the lead of the Formula 1 World Championship, because Max Verstappen in the other Red Bull, championship leader by 6 points at the moment, but he's only down in 4th place. Norris is 5th, Russell is 6th, Alonso is 7th, Hamilton 8th, 9th for Ocon, 10th for Bottas, 11th is Kevin Magnussen, who has already been caught by Pierre Gasly. The gap was 7 seconds, it's now no seconds. Hamilton coming into the pits then at the end of this lap, so that's an interesting decision from Mercedes. In he comes now, and what tyres are they going on to? It is the intermediates by the looks of it out of the window. So that's a really interesting decision from Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes to go onto the intermediate tyres, because it may be that in 5 laps time he just has to stop again for a set of dry tyres. He's going to come out in the gap ahead of Joe and Ricciardo in the gang, I think.
I think he's going to come out ahead of Gasly. I think they're covering off Gasly with that Hamilton stop, because Gasly's emerging as a real threat for some points because of that early strategy, and Hamilton's left the pits and he is comfortably ahead of Gasly. So that's a call there, and that might just give chances to others then to make a pit stop for Inters as well.
He's only lost 1 place, Hamilton. He's only fallen behind Esteban Ocon, so he's only lost 1 place on track.
So it's a nice chance that he's got to go for the Inters, and now he's in the same boat as Gasly and can try and roar up to the back of other drivers. Can Alonso and the like ahead cover him off, or do they want to? Are they just going to stay out there as Sainz and Ferrari want to do and just wait for the slicks? We're a long way away from slick tyres in this Grand Prix.
Yeah.
You're really onto it's a tough one if you're going to stay for slicks, and Perez is pitting.
Perez coming into the pits then from 3rd place in the Red Bull. Off go the full wet tyres. He too goes onto the intermediate compound tyre and now makes his way back out onto the circuit. So interesting decision from Red Bull doing that as well. It does release Max Verstappen a little, and they must feel that Perez can come out in front of Lando Norris. He's not going to. It's going to be behind Norris in 4th, but Norris is on the full wet weather tyres, and he's only just going to come out in front of George Russell, but he does, and now he's on the intermediate, so we'll see what he can do with those. Leclerc leads, Sainz 2nd, Verstappen now 3rd, Norris in 4th. None of them have pitted. Perez in 5th has. Jenny?
Yeah, worth noting, Perez did a 2.3 second pit stop down at Red Bull onto the intermediates, but in total the pit stop took 24 seconds, so that's the gap you really want to clear to be able to come in and come out again without any traffic, and it's clearly there's not an opportunity for anyone.
Push in lap, the Perez in for Inters, push in lap. I'm not sure it's the right call, it's nearly ready for dry, yeah? Okay, nearly ready for dry. Back to you. I don't think it's the right thing to do.
So Sainz in 2nd place, being told, come into the pits, we'll give you some intermediate tyres. He's saying, No. I think we stay out and until it is ready for dries. And Ferrari have just come running out with a set of intermediates. Now they've just gone running back in with the set of intermediates.
Stay out, stay out.
And now he's been told to stay out. So Sainz taking control of this one from the driver's seat.
Well, Perez has to pass Norris first. Perez is now right with Lando Norris, and he has to make a move. No, he doesn't. Norris pits.
So Lando Norris into the pits then. So that frees up Sergio Perez, and he's got a real chance here of undercutting the Ferraris now that the Ferraris didn't pit on that lap. Hamilton is right up behind Esteban Ocon as they come into Le Rascasse this time around. Not quite able to make the move this time, I don't think. Norris pits. Here's Schumacher's radio.
I think my front wing's broken.
Schumacher thinks his front wing's broken, so he has had a bit of contact with the wall out there somewhere because there was a brief yellow flag in the middle of the lap, so that might have been for Mick Schumacher. Norris emerges, and Hamilton hits Ocon. Hamilton hits the back of Esteban Ocon coming into the first corner at Saint-Devote. They both look like they might have got away with it. Hamilton had the inside, was on the brakes, and Ocon just kind of turned in on him.
Turn in on that.
Just turned in on me, man. I don't know if my wings are busted.
That's a bit of an odd one there from Esteban Ocon. He holds on to 8th place. Hamilton wasn't fully alongside, I'll give you that, but it was a little bit of a late one for Esteban Ocon. Charles Leclerc, race leader, is going to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Red Bull are ready as well for Max Verstappen. So into the pits comes Leclerc. Off go the wet weather tyres. On go the intermediate tyres. It's a very neat and tidy pit stop, and he goes away. Verstappen then in behind, and it's slow for Verstappen. It's very slow for Verstappen there, I think. He makes his way back out onto the circuit, and haven't got a time on his pit stop, but it was quite long. Mick Schumacher has been in for a change of front wing as he now comes back out onto the track. So that means Carlos Sainz is the leader of the Grand Prix, but Sergio Perez is only 11 seconds behind him. Sainz has just got to stay out now for the whole until it gets dry and just try and hold everyone up.
Perez was 6.5 seconds quicker than Sainz on the last lap. Surely there's no hope in keeping him behind, although Gasly is still behind Kevin Magnussen.
That's got to be the play, hasn't it, now for Ferrari? They've left it too late.
I'm surprised the Red Bull pitted Verstappen. I thought they might let Verstappen go long and try and do the Hamilton heroics of years gone by and run wets to slicks without the intermediates at all. He's pitted and he's come out behind Charles Leclerc still, but Perez has jumped Leclerc in all of that.
Yeah. Perez is fully ahead of Charles Leclerc. Sergio Perez has undercut Leclerc and taken the net lead of the Grand Prix at the moment. The Red Bull is ahead of the Ferrari. It was a neat and tidy pit stop, but going on to the intermediates was so quick that Sergio Perez, well, Sainz leads the Grand Prix but hasn't pitted. The leading driver to have made a pit stop is Sergio Perez in the Red Bull. Leclerc has lost the lead of the race.
Sick, man. They just put me in the wall right now. I don't know if the car's damaged now, dude.
Okay, copy. He may have picked up a little bit from end plate damage, but it looks okay.
Hamilton's saying he's been put in the wall by Esteban Ocon, so that's another incident that we haven't seen yet. But Sergio Perez is the net leader of the Grand Prix. He is going 5 seconds quicker a lap than Carlos Sainz. What are Ferrari going to do with Sainz? Perez will catch the back of Sainz pretty quickly in the next lap or two. We're on lap 20 of 77 in what is becoming a classic Monaco Grand Prix.
And bizarrely, it's Sainz v Perez for the win. Yeah. At this rate, the two championship contenders are 3rd and 4th. Sainz will not pit now. He has to just try and make this work on the full wet and just hope that slicks comes in. And if it does, and he can hold Perez back, he's a genius and he deserves this race because he's called this from the cockpit. Absolutely. He is going to have Perez breathing down his neck at the end of this lap, though.
And Hamilton is trying to get alongside Ocon coming up the hill. Beau Rivage, a really quick part of the circuit. Couldn't quite get through. He's got damage on the front left end plate of his front wing, Lewis Hamilton. So that's from the second altercation that we didn't see between the two drivers. And Hamilton is looking aggressive. You can really tell from the way he's positioning the car that he's a little frustrated here behind Ocon, trying to get ahead of him for 8th place.
I think Ocon had to be giving a little bit more space when Hamilton went with his... it was only a nose down the inside, but if we want to have racing here, you've got to be given space. Here goes Lewis, maybe through the tunnel.
Oh, again, couldn't quite get the overlap. Now they swing out into the Nouvelle chicane at the end of the back straight. and Hamilton's not quite close enough. He's got to do that kind of Gasly move on traction somewhere. Out of Tabac is where he did it. Someone's gone straight on at the first corner at Saint-Devote. Daniel Ricciardo rejoins the race. Whoever went straight on has carried on and rejoined the Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz is leading, but has yet to pit. Second is, and here comes Hamilton coming into the Rascasse again. He's on the outside though, which is not the place you want to be. Tries to get the power down, but Ocon is still hanging on. Carlos Sainz leads. He's yet to stop. He's on the same tyres he's been on for the whole of the Grand Prix so far.
Has any of his moves been investigated?
Nothing to know with Lewis.
Hamilton asking whether Ocon's moves are being investigated. Here comes Hamilton up their hill again, right behind Ocon as they come to the crest, and then through the left-hander at Massenet. Nothing doing just yet.
Somewhere further back, Gasly passed Magnussen, and both Bottas and Magnussen have pitted now. So Gasly's behind Hamilton now, 16 seconds the gap. Here goes Lewis to the outside at Mirabeau.
Sends it all the way around the outside and then tries to get the inside for the hotel hairpin, but he's not able to do it. And Sainz is going to pit then. Ferrari are ready in the pits for Carlos Sainz from the race lead, and this has not worked out at all for the Ferrari driver. Carlos Sainz pits from the race lead. They're both in. Leclerc's in as well. They're double stacking, and it's dry tyres.
Stay out, stay out.
Leclerc has fallen away. They weren't ready for Leclerc, but he's gone on dry tyres as well. Both Ferraris, well, at the home of the Monte Carlo Casino, have both gone for an outrageous gamble here. Russell's in as well. George Russell in the other Mercedes pits. But what is happening with the Ferraris? Perez leads the Grand Prix now. Verstappen is second, and here comes Carlos Sainz up the hill, desperately trying to get some temperature into those tyres. Leclerc is furious to have been sent out on a set of dry tyres. He's now down in 5th place.
No, well, other drivers have pitted for slicks on the previous lap. So Ricciardo was squirming his way out the pits. He was on slicks. So Ferrari have seen that they are now working, and they've copied them. So it could be genius from Ferrari. The slicks are working for Carlos Sainz, and he's just got to keep the pace now of Sergio Perez on his intermediates, and he's going to be leading.
Red Bull are getting ready. Red Bull running out into the pit lane with a set of hard tyres, dry weather tyres. Will it be for Perez, or will they go for Verstappen? Or maybe they can, I think they're going to double stack here. I think they're going to pit both cars in one go here, Red Bull, because they've got enough time to do them, and there are 8 tyres waiting. Into the pits comes Perez now. Off go the wets, on go the dries. In he comes, out he goes. Verstappen follows him in. Off go the wets, on go the dries, and out goes Verstappen. So this is the fight for the lead and perhaps the win. Carlos Sainz is coming over the start-finish line now, just as Sergio Perez is exiting the pit lane. And who is going to be ahead here? Perez, I think, has the advantage as he turns into the right-hander at Saint-Devote. Perez still has the lead of the Monaco Grand Prix, but Carlos Sainz is closing in on him, and his tyres will be a bit more up to temperature. Verstappen might have crossed the pit lane exit on the way through the right-hander, and he's come out in front of Leclerc. Verstappen is ahead of Leclerc. The Red Bull has got ahead of his main championship rival, and the man who started on pole position is now down in 4th place. It's all falling away for Monaco, in Monaco, for Leclerc again.
So the early pit stop was not the way. The overcut has worked for the Red Bulls. It looked like a decent strategy. It made sense, but they didn't get the tyres fired up. They had a not good outlap compared to the in-lap on the Inters. And Sainz and Leclerc are now way quicker than Perez and Verstappen, but they've lost track position, which is everything around this lap. Sainz is right with Perez for the race lead.
Less than half a second between them as they come down into the Nouvelle Chicane. Perez leading. Carlos Sainz behind him. The Red Bull ahead of the Ferrari. The two number 2s, if you will, in the championship, but they have got some traffic that they're coming up to now. 3 cars that are going side by side. In fact, Joe is going side by side with Schumacher coming into La Rascasse. Let's see how that unfolds. They make contact and Joe holds the place, but they are just now being caught by Perez, the race leader, and the Ferrari of Sainz is right behind him, and Sainz is going to have a shot here. They're coming down the start-finish straight. Sainz has a huge moment. Save of the season from Carlos Sainz. He was absolutely sideways down the start line. I don't know how he has held that, but Sainz is still in the Grand Prix, inexplicably.
I'm pretty sure I saw the rear of the car from the front-facing angle. How did he hold it? I thought that was going to be a car in the barriers. because he tried to go on the wet patch. He tried to take the lead away from Sergio Perez. They're now on slick tyres, though, and the slicks don't work on the wet part of the track. And to do an overtake, that's what you got to do. So Sainz went to the left-hand side, had the drive on Perez, tried to go round him, and had the moment of his life in doing so. What a save.
Now Sergio Perez is leading the Grand Prix then. Second is Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. Third is Max Verstappen. Fourth is Charles Leclerc. Now, Verstappen, here's Sainz's radio.
Verstappen 2 behind. Yeah, stay cool.
That was Sainz's reaction to his big slide.
Verstappen and Leclerc are there as well.
Yeah.
So it's 4 for the lead. There's a pit exit incident involving Perez noted, and I think both Red Bulls were so close to going over the pit exit line. So they both look like they might have slithered wide over it, and if they did, that'll be a penalty. So that's what the FIA are looking at there. They were scrabbling to get out and keep ahead of the Ferraris. They've made it work. They are first and third. They've both overtaken their respective rivals. It's somehow Perez and Sainz that are in control of this race, and it's 4 for the lead.
Well, if you're just joining us here on BBC Radio 5 Live, this is the Monaco Grand Prix. We're up on lap 25 of 77. It has been, we had to wait an hour to even start the Grand Prix, but now we are having a superb race. It started in wet conditions, different tyre choices. It was Leclerc on pole and Sainz in second, the two Ferraris locking out the front row. Now, suddenly, Leclerc has found himself down in 4th place. Verstappen is 3rd. As it stands, Verstappen would extend his lead at the top of the championship. Sergio Perez, though, in the other Red Bull, is the man leading the race. Sainz in 2nd, Verstappen 3rd, Leclerc in 4th spot. Remarkable race so far, and Perez is holding the lead. We're just getting a replay of Sainz, and he was just such a huge moment on the start-finish straight.
I really don't know how he held that. That was so big. As soon as he got onto the wet patch, just an armful of opposite lock, as much as he could put on. Saved it, then trying to still get back to the dry part. Had another small moment as he got there. And that one massively caught his attention. Gunning for the race lead, but he's just dropping away from Perez now, and it's Verstappen who's in the ascendancy. Sainz is now 2 seconds away from Perez. So Perez, at the lead of this race, can just calm down slightly. The immediate threat is over, and Sainz, having gone wet straight to slicks, which I'm surprised more people didn't do.
Yeah,
he's managed to jump his teammate, and he's in 2nd place. And if he hadn't have jumped to slick so quickly, he would have been leading this race. It's because Ferrari just went for that slick tyre before Red Bull that they lost out.
Sergio Perez leading the way, but Carlos Sainz is closing in on him. Verstappen is 3rd, Charles Leclerc is 4th, and a right rear puncture, I think, for Alex Albon, so he's had to come into the pits again. Jack Nicholls and former F1 driver Jolyon Palmer with you here in the commentary box. Jenny Gow is outside.
And Albon's also got a 5-second penalty for leaving the track and gaining an advantage in the Williams. And I've just been looking at those pit stops again for Verstappen because they stacked the cars. His pit stop was 0.6 of a second slower than Sergio Perez, his teammate. Leclerc was half a second slower than his teammate as well, Carlos Sainz. So interesting stacking and how much they lose.
Yeah, indeed. Now here comes Perez making his way past Yuki Tsunoda, and
I smell something burning, but I don't know from which car.
I smell something burning, says Max Verstappen. Tsunoda's trying to get out of the way here of Carlos Sainz in 2nd place, which he does manage to do. Verstappen follows him through as well. There's a yellow flag in Sector 3, and there's something gone on at the exit of the swimming pool. Oh, and it's a big crash. And it is one of the Haas drivers that has gone in heavily at the exit of the swimming pool. The virtual safety car is deployed, and it's Mick Schumacher who has gone into the barriers at the exit of the swimming pool, well, halfway through basically, so I presume he's lost it on the entry to the swimming pool and then hit the barriers on the exit. So both Haas cars now out of the Grand Prix, virtual safety car deployed. That will neutralise the field and calm everything down for a few minutes on lap 27 of 77. Looks like a fairly hefty impact for Mick Schumacher in the barriers.
The rear of the car's broken away, as it's designed to do for safety reasons. The gearbox off the back of the car of Mick Schumacher. Had a big impact then.
I'm okay, I just don't understand it.
Okay, great to hear Mick Schumacher saying he's okay, because he is very, very heavily in the barriers, and he's climbed out of the car now, and I will give you the full rundown while we're here. Perez, and we'll probably go to the full safety car in a moment, I would have thought. But Perez, the race leader, Sainz second, Verstappen third, Leclerc fourth. George Russell is fifth. And then it is Norris, Alonso, Hamilton, Ocon and Bottas, the top 10. Vettel, Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll, Tsunoda, the top 15. And then it is Joe, Latifi, Albon, the 18 runners still going. Schumacher, it wasn't left rear puncture, but it sort of looked like that, didn't it? How dramatically it went for him.
It really just suddenly let go. The second part of the swimming pool, really, really fast through there, and suddenly the car snapped. It's quite bumpy through there. That's where Daniel Ricciardo was caught out in Friday's practice, had a big impact there as well.
Lance Stroll had a big moment in qualifying yesterday there too. That was sort of out of nowhere though.
Yeah, he was just careful on the throttle, trying to balance it. Maybe just overcooked it with the tyres that he was on and the grip level. And it was a big impact. Kevin Magnussen was out the race a few laps before that. There's been so much going on that didn't really notice Magnussen retiring from the edge of the top 10 or just outside it. But both Haas cars then, the two to be out of this one. And full safety car.
Yeah.
So the race is going to be restarted with everyone on hard tyres going to the end, but still slippery conditions. And a big pressure once again for the race leader. George Russell has jumped Lando Norris because Norris pitted for Inters, Russell didn't.
Yeah.
That's not worked out for Norris. And Russell was the fastest man on track. He has the fastest lap by over a second. And he's now going to be on the back of Charles Leclerc as well. So maybe Mercedes in these conditions not looking too bad.
Yeah, well, here's Joe's radio.
Is he okay? Yeah, he's okay. Driver, okay.
That's Joe just checking that Schumacher's okay, which he is. Jenny Gao.
It's a horrible crash to see, and once again another Haas broken in half. Remember, it was Romain Grosjean at the Sakir Grand Prix, Bahrain Grand Prix, who crashed, and the ball of flames happened and the car broke in two. And once again we're seeing a car breaking in two, and Kevin Magnussen, his teammate, was looking out over the pit lane and could see that incident happen. He had his arms kind of on his hips and just looking on, and now the the marshals come out and they kind of wheel it almost like a wheelbarrow, the rear end of that car, jockeying it around to try and get it off the track. But the FIA are going to have to look at that, aren't they? I mean, it's good that he's walked away and the car maybe has done what it needs to do, but it just looks like a horrible crash.
There are sort of points in the chassis that are meant to break and etc. And it was a big hit from Schumacher. I am quite surprised at the level of damage to the car. The survival cell's intact, but you obviously don't want the whole powertrain coming away from the car necessarily.
Yeah, the back part can break away, but I don't think it was meant to in that particular way. So the way they're wheeling the whole rear axle away and then winching the car with the rest of it still sort of hanging out from the back above the bit that's now being wheeled away on its own is I don't think how it's supposed to be. But the crucial thing was that the survival cell that Schumacher was sitting in stayed intact. That's the part that's the driver's in and is really designed to protect them with safety. That stayed intact, and thankfully Mick was able to walk away from it.
Alex Caffey had a crash at the same place and the car broke in half in the early 90s in practice.
Rings a bell. That's a niche one. It rings a bell.
Like Hashtag BBC F1 if you can remember, because I wasn't really watching Formula 1 back then, but there we go. Because I was like one, I think. That's my excuse. Right, while we're repairing the barriers in Monaco, let's go to Roland Garros and check in, shall we? Naomi Cavaday.
Yes, Rafael Nadal is out on court Philippe Chatrier, but not off to the best of starts. He trails Felix Auger-Aliassime 4-1. It's just the single break of serve. We knew this was going to be his toughest test so far, but he's really having to get stuck into this match. He's got to try and turn this around, and it's Novak Djokovic awaiting the winner in the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Naomi. And Sports live commentary from the French Open is on Sports Extra later on this evening from 7:45. And earlier on today, Solihull Moors beat Chesterfield 3-1 in the National League semi-final at Damson Park. So that has put them up into the playoff final, where they will face Grimsby for a place in the in the Football League for the first time in their history. So what a chance that is for Solihull Moors in the playoff final here at the Monaco Grand Prix. Well, I was going to do a little recap, but I'll give it a go. Charles Leclerc started on pole position with Carlos Sainz alongside him in the front row in the Ferrari. It started in very, very wet conditions, and Leclerc was controlling the race really, but Sergio Perez changed onto the intermediate tyres and gained so much time on the Ferraris that was then able to overtake them when they moved onto the intermediate tyres as well. Then they all changed onto the dry weather tyres, so as a result Sergio Perez is leading the race. Carlos Sainz is in second position in the Ferrari. The two championship protagonists are third and fourth. Verstappen in third, Leclerc in fourth place, and they started the race with Leclerc in the lead and Verstappen in fourth. So Verstappen really is the big winner so far in this Grand Prix. George Russell is fifth. He's got ahead of Lando Norris in the McLaren. Seventh is Fernando Alonso. Eighth is Lewis Hamilton, which is where he started. Ninth is Esteban Ocon. 10th is Valtteri Bottas. Vettel, Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll and Tsunoda, the top 15. And Joe Latifi and Albon are the 18 drivers still running. Kevin Magnussen retired in the Haas about 10 laps ago now. And Mick Schumacher retired 4 laps ago. And we have a red flag.
And no more rain expected until the end of the race. Everyone expected to go to the end.
Perfect.
So Leclerc being told no more rain expected till the end of the race, but the red flag is out, and that, I can only imagine, Jolyon Palmer, former Renault F1 driver, is to fix the barriers after Mick Schumacher's high-speed accident at the exit of the swimming pool.
Yeah, there will be that. Mick walked away, and he's making his way back towards the pit lane now, thankfully, but the barriers, the Tech Pro there has been... I'm sure it needs some significant repairs. It's an area of the track that people can lose it again. It's a fast corner, the chicane of the swimming pool. And Ricciardo had a similar incident, not actually quite as hefty as Schumacher. He went in front facing and probably did more dissipating of the speed on the first part of the barrier and then rattled down the Armco a bit. Schumacher, big hit, and he just lost it very snappily on the rear end. Didn't really have anything touch on the front, but didn't manage to dissipate the speed before he whacked that Tech Pro straight on towards the second part of the swimming pool. Second big accident he's had this year, Mick Schumacher. Qualifying in Jeddah, red flag for barrier repairs because he absolutely totaled the car and couldn't race. And really tricky conditions out there for everyone. And he's had another big whack today.
And had a big whack at Monaco last year as well.
He did. Destroyed a car in a Casino Square in third practice and couldn't qualify. But in these conditions, I have to say the standard of driving's been tremendous from everyone.
Yeah.
How we haven't had more cars in the barrier. When we got released after the safety car, or even under the safety car, wasn't it? When we finally were trying to get going again, and on that outlap, Stroll was in the wall at Massenet, Latifi nudged in at the Fairmont hairpin, and you're thinking this is going to be a real race of attrition. The only two retirements are Magnussen, who I think must have retired with a mechanical, and Schumacher, who's just had that big crash.
Jenny Gow?
Yeah, I've just grabbed a word with Kevin Magnussen very quickly as he was on his way to do his media duties. I'll see if I can grab another word properly later, but he's saying that it was a water pressure loss with the car, so had to retire it out. And just on, well, there's a red flag, just on the cost of these crashes. So we saw yesterday, obviously, Perez crashing into the barrier, then Sainz in the Ferrari crashed into him. The damage reportedly for Perez's Red Bull was $750,000. Damage for Sainz's car, $500,000. And this is the era of the cost cap, so a crash can be really damaging to a team. Haas have one of the smaller budgets. Even though there's a cost cap, some of the teams run under that cap of, I think it's 140 million. And some of them run under that. Now, Haas may well be one of those teams that struggles to come up to that. Some of the teams will bust through the cost cap, and we still don't really know what the punishment will be for that. But Haas now, with one very damaged car, that'll be a huge repair bill. If you look at the repair bill for Perez, and that was kind of just a rear-end crash. So, yeah, you feel for these smaller teams when they have a big crash. It takes away maybe development, maybe what they could do. So, yeah, painful for them.
Just getting a replay of Which one was that? Was that Verstappen?
That's Verstappen coming out of the pits, and I don't think he crossed the white line. I think it might be like Turkey a couple of years ago where he got right up to the line. I don't think he crossed it, but he didn't have another millimetre to go if he didn't. It was so tight because he had a big snap of oversteer leaving the pits on his slicks. I think we've got to talk about how Ferrari have thrown this away. Ferrari, from 1-2 on the grid, have just lost this race on strategy. They led it 1-2 in the early stages. Leclerc, they threw that position away. He's now fourth in a 4-car race, really, and he's disconsolate, and they said there's no more rain, you're going to the end, and he's saying, oh, great. Sarcasm at its best for Charles Leclerc, the pole man, that was checking out in the first part of the race as well. Ferrari have dropped this one in a big way. Second and fourth. Sainz's strategy was decent. Pitting for the slicks, you can see reason for it when others are getting them working, but the tyre blankets are set this year to a lower temperature, so on the hard tyres particularly, he didn't get them fired up as quickly as he needed, nor did Leclerc, and that's why the Red Bulls beat them in that part. But Ferrari to be just let Perez from third jump Leclerc, it's a clanger. It's an absolute clanger on a track where track position is everything.
And when I spoke to Mattia Bonotto, their team principal, just yesterday, he was saying, we've got to make sure procedurally we do the right things, that we give our guys every chance they have and can have of winning a championship. And as you say, it looks like procedurally they haven't made the right call at the right time, especially for Charles Leclerc, who currently finds himself in fourth. But I just wanted to point out, with Perez leading the way in this red flag break, 30 laps down of 77, Sainz second and Verstappen third, Red Bull can't do what they'd naturally do and swap the order of Verstappen and Perez. This could be a chance for Perez to actually go out there and win a race and not have anything manipulated, so he can't win because Sainz is in the middle of them.
Well, it's nice. It'll be a true fight to the end. There can be no team orders because it's Red Bull, Ferrari. So you let your teammate through, you got to let the other guy through as well, and it becomes a bit redundant. Maybe they shouldn't have let him through in Barcelona, Jack.
Maybe.
This could be Perez's season. This could be it.
Right, well, while we're under red flag conditions, we will head back to Cat Downs for a bit. We won't miss anything of the Monaco Grand Prix when we get back underway at some point eventually, Cat.
Yeah, Jack, I just want to say great work holding for that hour and 10 minutes at the top of the race. That huge delay because of the heavy rain in Monaco. We're going to give the F1 team a little bit of a break whilst the red flag is flying in Monaco after that crash for Mick Schumacher in his Haas. They've been going around behind the safety car, but they need to repair the barriers on that turn in Monaco. So we'll be back in Monaco for the restart of that race once it gets going again. But we're going to head over now to Roland Garros to get the latest from the French Open tennis, where Felix Auger-Aliassime is serving for the first set against Rafael Nadal. Russell Fuller.
5-1 he leads, but he's facing another break point here, which is actually the seventh break point Nadal has had in the set. So both have created a lot of opportunities. Unusually, though, Nadal has not been able to take any of his, and Auger-Aliassime has been a lot more ruthless. 5-1, 30-40, winner to play. Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinals on Tuesday. He's come through for the loss of just 7 games against Diego Schwartzman. Can Nadal get one of the 2 breaks of serve against him back as Auger-Aliassime serves and misses his first serve? He's the 9th seed here. He's hoping to reach a 4th Grand Slam quarter-finalist in a row, the 21-year-old. Nadal is aiming, ultimately, 7 days from now, he hopes for a 14th title, and he has got one of the breaks back because Auger-Aliassime has served a double fault, so 2-5 Nadal trails. Naomi Cavaday is alongside me. And I don't think people who are Nadal fans should panic when they hear a scoreline like this, because he's creating plenty of opportunities on the Auger-Aliassime serve.
Well, we knew that this was going to be a much tougher match than anything he's faced so far. Auger-Aliassime's had such a fantastic season, a fantastic year. He's really been climbing the ranks. But for Nadal, of course, we know he's so good at comebacks, best of 5. All of these things work in his favour. He's on court, Philippe Chatrier. The concern is that if he starts to lose sets, which he's, of course, there's a big threat of that happening now, then it's about his chances later on. He's got to play Djokovic next, then potentially Alcaraz, and about taking the title. He really needs to be as efficient as possible on his way to potentially a 14th title.
Could attending the Champions League final have affected him in any way? The final kicked off at about 9:38 p.m. in France. There was no extra time, there was no penalties as we know, and I'm sure Rafa had a car waiting for him, but it would still have been a relatively late night.
Yeah, he did it as efficiently as possible, and also if you've seen any shots of Nadal watching the match, he was living and breathing every moment. He was up on his feet, he was stressed, I'm sure his heart rate was up, and this actually was something levelled at him when he played in the Madrid Masters just a few weeks ago, because he was there at the Bernabeu and he was watching that match, and again lost the next day. So did that take a bit of fatigue out of him? That was a bit of a later finish, but hey, we'll see.
Russell and Naomi there. Oh, sorry, are you carrying on?
5-2 here. I was just going to give you one score from the other court.
Okay.
The other fourth-round match in progress at the moment is Alex Zverev against the Spanish qualifier Bernabe Zapata Miralles. Zverev, the third seed, was a double break up in the first set, but they're now into a tie-break, and it's 5 points all.
Brilliant. Russell, Naomi, thanks very much for now. I also saw that Coco Gauff went through against Elise Mertens, the young American, winning in straight sets there 6-4, 6-love against Mertens, who herself is a 4-time Grand Slam quarter-final. So another big win for Coco Gauff. Could she be in the mix come next weekend when the trophies are handed out at Roland Garros? Just hearing news that the race in Monaco will resume in about, 15 minutes time, 10 minutes time, 5:15 locally, so 4:15 here. It'll be a rolling start once again behind the safety car after that huge crash for Mick Schumacher in his Haas. He is okay. The car snapped in half, looked incredibly dramatic. He's fine. The red flag is out at the moment whilst they do the clearing up at Monaco. We'll be back with the team shortly, but for now, let's start the build-up, shall we, to the Championship playoff final. Kicks off in about 25 minutes time at Wembley Stadium. Huddersfield Town against Nottingham Forest for the final place in the Premier League. Aaron Paul is there for us. How's the atmosphere feeling, Aaron?
Absolutely bumping. This part of northwest London has been full since around 7 or 8 o'clock this morning, and mostly with fans from Nottingham Forest. The fan zone's completely rammed. All of the designated bars and areas around the ground that were designated towards Forest have been packed since I was around on the scene around 10 o'clock this morning. We all know how much this means to Forest fans. Huddersfield, they're here in their numbers as well. They haven't brought as many as the travelling Forest contingent, but they'll be making some noise. But Wembley really is a scene. Gorgeous sunshine beating down on the National Stadium. The atmosphere electric, as well as we anticipate this playoff final, the richest game in football, Cat.
And the last time I checked, Aaron, it was despite form in the league, because Forest came fourth, the Terriers in third. It was Nottingham Forest who the bookies had as favourites to win this. Is that, do you think, because of the weight of history, that potential fairy tale finish to the season for them, 23 years since they've been in the Premier League, bouncing back from the relegation places over the course of the season? You know, it really would be that the things that movies are made of.
It's such a difficult question you just asked me. Everyone knows what this would mean to Nottingham Forest. I talked about desperation last weekend when Sunderland were here against Wycombe Wanderers, and there is an air of desperation about Forest as well. I was talking to Clinton Morrison, who's going to be alongside me for the game earlier, and we tried to list the managers that have tried and failed at Nottingham Forest. You go back to Martin O'Neill, Aitor Karanka, Philip Montagnier, Sabri Lamucci, Alex McLeish, Billy Davis twice. They've come, they've gone, they've tried, they've failed. And yet Steve Cooper, who picked this club up from rock bottom of the Championship, has taken them to the playoff final, the cusp of the Premier League for the first time in 23 years, and there is a carnival atmosphere. There is a sea of red to my right, flags waving, flags everywhere here. It's going to be a special day for Forest. Huddersfield, again, I draw comparisons to Wycombe Wanderers last week. There's no pressure on Huddersfield. No one expected Carlos Corberán to come in and work miracles as he has this season. He's doubled their points tally from last season. They finished 20th last year. So what he's achieved is outstanding, considering they haven't spent a penny on transfers. It is incredible. For all the off-field pressures that Huddersfield have had this season with their ownership, they have been magnificent. But Forest want this desperately, very, very bad. All of the media attention this week has been on Steve Cooper and Nottingham Forest. I asked him this week, what's it been like? He said exciting, very simple. I actually said to him, you know, it is possibly the biggest game in the club's history for 25 odd years. And he literally, he gave me a giggle and said, yeah, it's really exciting, isn't it? And I was like, okay, I didn't expect that. But, you know, this is huge. Make no bones about it for Nottingham Forest and for Nottingham. This is a big day.
You say, you know, Nottingham Forest have basically had half an eye on this for them since their comeback started, you know, midway through the season. And for Huddersfield Town, it's something that they weren't really expecting. Clinton, which of the two of them do you think is better equipped for the Premier League at this stage?
Wow, you're asking some tough questions today. Very tough, but yeah, but they're good questions as well. It's a difficult one. Everyone would say Nottingham Forest because of their history and probably financially they're better suited. But both, it doesn't matter about who's equipped. This is a big day, and it's the occasion's massive. The players can't let the occasion get to them. Listen, everyone knows Nottingham Forest history, and I think if they go to the Premier League's a big gap. Every team's going to struggle in the Premier League, but it'd be good history if they could get to the Premier League. But you got to credit what Huddersfield manager and the Huddersfield players have done this season. They're probably one of the lowest budgets in the Championship this season. For them to get to the playoff final is brilliant. And then you got to credit Forest. Steve Cooper took over when Forest were bottom of the Championship. They're now in the playoff final. So both managers have done a terrific job. I just hope it's a good final.
Kat, just listen to that. Listen to
that. It sounds incredible.
It is incredible. Very quickly on that point you just made, the feeling here is that if Forest fail today, 4 of their key players will be leaving the club because they are loanies. Jed Spence, Keenan Davis, Philip Zinkernagel and James Garner from Manchester United. Zinkernagel's not coming back. He's going to be part of the Watford squad next year. Jed Spence will almost certainly be moving on from Middlesbrough. James Garner may have a role at Manchester United next year. Keenan Davis may be the only one who comes back. Plus, Brennan Johnson is being sniffed around. Joe Worrell is being sniffed around. This feels like it for Forest. If they don't go up today, it could be the decimation of a squad in the summer and rebuild again.
Could be now or never. I tell you what, my heart is beating quickly listening to that sound. It's building. It sounds so exciting down there. Aaron, Paul and Clinton Morrison will be there to bring us updates on the Championship playoff final from Wembley. Huddersfield Town against Nottingham Forest. Kick-off at 4:30. Let's get back over to Roland Garros, where Felix Auger-Aliassime, the young Canadian, is serving for the first set against Rafael Nadal. Russell Fuller.
And he has just taken the first set by 6-3, so advantage to the 9th seed. And Rafa Nadal, who's not been as sharp as he normally is going to have to wake up pretty quickly in this 4th round match at Roland Garros.
What's going on with Nadal? How's that foot looking? Is that the problem? Just not as sharp as normal?
No sign of any issues with the foot at the moment. It can flare up at any moment, so we shall keep an eye on that very, very closely. He just made too many unforced errors and didn't serve as well as he would normally expect to in that first set. And you've got to be careful when you're playing someone like Auger-Aliassime, who is a semi-finalist at the US Open. If you want to follow that one a bit more closely, by the way, Kat, then there's live commentary at the moment on the BBC Sport website on the tennis page.
Brilliant. I've got half an eye on that and half an eye as well on the Monaco Grand Prix, which is just about to get back underway. Sergio Perez in his Red Bull leading the way ahead of Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, Max Verstappen in 3rd and Charles Leclerc in 4th. Just about to restart. Let's hand back to Jack Nicholls.
Thank you, Kat. Yep, we are a couple of minutes away from the race restarting behind the safety car, and it will be a rolling start. The safety car will pull in and the race will resume. Jolyon Palmer, the former Renault F1 driver who's competed in 2 Monaco Grand Prix, is alongside me in the commentary box, and Jenny Gao is down in the pit lane for us. And Perez leading, Sainz 2nd, Verstappen 3rd, Leclerc 4th will be the order. But for those of you who weren't with us, 2 years ago when the race started, Leclerc was on pole position and is now finding himself down in 4th place. He looked set to retake the lead of the championship, but a pit stop mess means that he's now 4th in the Grand Prix, and his title rival Max Verstappen is 3rd. And if it finishes like this, Verstappen would move back to the lead of the championship. So everyone can change their tyres now as well, Jolyon Palmer, can't they? So they can go out on whatever they want for the second half of this Grand Prix, or for whatever we have left of this Grand Prix.
Yeah, one of the crucial parts is going to be making sure now your tyres can last to get to the end. It's all going to be slick tyres, as it was before Mick Schumacher had his big crash that brought out the red flag. So it's going to be slick tyres now to the end. We heard also the radio from Charles Leclerc saying no more rain expected. That still seems to be the case. No rain at the moment.
So, George, we have some rain west of here. It doesn't look like it will hit us, but it's not completely possible that there will be some more towards the end.
Classic. As I say that, some more rain coming in on the radio from George Russell, but not enough to go to Inter, so maybe just a very light sprinkling. So it's going to be a rolling start, not standing start from the grid, and that's because you don't want to have drivers starting from the really wet part on the outside with other drivers on the drier part, the racing line, which everyone needs to be on. And now it's just a case of seeing what tyres they go on. Max Verstappen is on the medium tyres. Can he put pressure on Carlos Sainz ahead? Can Sainz put pressure on Sergio Perez? And then there's Charles Leclerc, who was disconsolate at losing his pole position and race lead, down in fourth. What can he do? He is on the hard tyres. So Leclerc is going to have more durability on his tyres to go to the end. Red Bull going a little bit more aggressive with Max Verstappen. He'll have more grip as they fire up and get into this race. And we've got very different strategies then, Jenny, from the championship contenders.
Yeah, fascinating to watch, isn't it? Now, just to explain how this works. So we've got 57 minutes left on the clock. So it's unlikely we'll see a full race distance completed. Under the new rules for this year, they need to complete 58 laps for full points to be awarded. Currently, we are on lap 30 of 77. So make a note of that, mark it down, and we'll know whether it's a full race and full points or not.
Okay, that's very useful mathematics. Thank you very much for that, Jenny, because that was going to be next on my agenda, was to get the old calculator out. Now, Red Bull have gone different on the tyres here. So with Perez leading and Verstappen in third, they'll both be on the mediums. Sainz is second in the Ferrari and Leclerc fourth in the Ferrari will be on the hard tyres. And then Russell in fifth on the mediums, everybody else on the hards, bar Tsunoda, Joe and Latifi. So the lapped cars are now letting themselves back through. And Sainz, well, now we will just see the pace of the cars, won't we? In dry conditions, Ferrari had the edge over Red Bull in qualifying. Will that be the case come the Grand Prix?
It's interesting then that both Red Bulls are on the mediums, both Ferraris on the hard. So now Ferrari have got to hope that the Red Bulls go through their medium tyres quickly and we get a bit of a Hamilton-Verstappen race from a few years ago where the drivers at the front are just struggling on tyres and the Ferraris can just press on the whole way through on their hards. It's just spitting out there again, not sure. Little weather update for you. I know you've missed it.
Yeah, it's been too long. Jenny Gao, is it raining?
No, dry at the minute. Don't tempt fate. Fifth place, by the way, is Russell at the moment. He's got the fastest lap, so that's an extra point for him if it continued to be like this. He starts on the medium tyres, and the battle he's in is with Lando Norris in the McLaren. They know each other so well. And Norris starts on the hard tyres, so worth watching that battle as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There is the fastest lap points could get decided pretty swiftly, I'd have thought. Fresh tyres, and the tyres don't really degrade, I suppose, so they'll get lower and lower fuel as the race goes on.
And the track's getting better. It still is damp offline, and that's a bit of a problem for some drivers trying to unlap themselves still. Still got a few trying to make it through. Alex Albon at the back of the field, I think, is the last driver now that needs to unlap himself. And you don't want to go offline. You don't want to end up in the wall just trying to unlap yourself so we can get this race restarted. And we know how slippery it is offline. It's going to be, first of all, it's going to be difficult to overtake because you need to go online. Otherwise, you're finding no grip. But on the other hand, it is going to be really easy to make a mistake. So that's what drivers have got to just try and just pressure the driver ahead into making a mistake, getting offline, scrabbling around with no grip, and then sneaking through.
So across the line we come, down into Sanderbot. Safety car still out here in the Monaco Grand Prix here on BBC Radio 5 Live. And it is Sergio Perez who will be leading the race when it gets back underway, possibly at the end of this lap. And then behind him, Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, Verstappen in third, Leclerc in fourth. And Perez has been quick all weekend. He's been quicker than his teammate Max Verstappen, I think, in every session, in practice and in qualifying too. And here he is, leading the way. Now, Sainz and Leclerc are out on their original hard tyres, so they've been 10 laps old, whereas these are fresh tyres for Red Bull. So it's interesting that Ferrari didn't fancy a fresh tyre at all, because it's not just the compound, but the age too.
Yeah, that should help. Everything will help Red Bull get these tyres fired up. So it's going to be a chance for Verstappen to go and attack Sainz, I think, on this restart. The safety car is going to come in at the end of this lap, and we're going to get going. And Verstappen's best chance to get into second place is going to be just attacking Sainz relentlessly in the opening lap or two here.
Everybody coming to a almost complete halt out of the final corner at Portier, the final corner before the long straight under the tunnel, just to try and then get a bit of speed up and then get some temperature into the brakes at the Nouvelle chicane at the end of the run. The lights are out on the safety car, so Sergio Perez will become the safety car almost imminently as he slows down coming through the swimming pool. That's where Mick Schumacher crashed a few moments ago, and that's why we've had this long delay. We've got 40 minutes left on the clock. We think it's going to go to time rather than to laps, so there will be 40 minutes to go when Sergio Perez gets the Monaco Grand Prix back underway, which he does now. Out of the final corner comes Sergio Perez, floors the throttle, and we're racing again on the streets of Monaco, the 79th running of this historic race. And Perez leads, Sainz is second, third is Verstappen, fourth is Leclerc, fifth is George Russell, sixth is Lando Norris, just ahead of Fernando Alonso. Lewis Hamilton is eighth, Esteban Ocon is ninth, and Valtteri Bottas is 10th. And who has the pace in these opening laps with less than 40 minutes to go? Big lock-up from Sergio Perez. You heard the squeal, and that was the front left tyre of Perez, fully locked up, scraping along the ground, smoke pouring into the air, and that's going to be tough to live with for the next 40 minutes.
He does not need to be doing that from the lead of the race in Monaco. Big lock-up as he came down towards Mirabel. I was about to say how much drier the track looks. It really is almost dry across the whole track width, which is good news for overtaking, because it looks like now it's a bit more inviting for a lunge. But Perez there's going to have to live with a flat spot now for the duration of the race.
So Perez leading, less than a second ahead of Carlos Sainz through the Nouvelle chicane, and Lando Norris is very close to the back of George Russell. Hamilton also is trying to get past Fernando Alonso for 7th position as they swing through the fast swimming pool chicane sequence, and Hamilton's looking really racy actually. He's dropped Esteban Ocon quite quickly. Valtteri Bottas is in the last points paying position in 10th place, but Hamilton all over the back of Alonso as they come out through Anthony Noakes and down the start-finish straight again. Perez's lead is a second to Sainz, but it's only 6/10 from Sainz back to Verstappen in third place. So the Red Bull is looking pacey in the early stages in the hands of Verstappen.
Well, he's on the medium tyre. This is going to be his chance to try and make a difference. I wonder if we're going to get some DRS now as well. We haven't had it for the race so far, 34 laps that we've had in the wet conditions, then intermediates and just onto the slicks, but slippery on slicks. Now it's looking a bit drier. We might get some DRS from the next lap onwards, which will again make overtaking slightly easier. There's only one DRS zone. It's into Saint-Devote, the first corner. But that will just allow drivers, if they've got to load more speed, to try and force the issue. And Hamilton had a go at Esteban Ocon earlier on. He's got ahead of Ocon through the phase into slick tyres. So finally he made the move in the pit lane, I think, in the end. He nearly made it on the track, and that could be an overtaking place then into Saint-Devote.
Alex Albon sets the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, 1.4 seconds quicker than Sergio Perez.
He didn't catch the back of the pack, because he took a long time to unlap himself, Alex Albon. He probably had a load of cars and just couldn't get through the pack quick enough. The race restarted, and he's still a long way, 10 seconds or so, 15 seconds off the back of his teammate. And he probably had the medium tyres quite fired up by leaning on them as well for a while.
Perez across the line, and he takes the fastest lap of the Grand Prix now. A second ahead of Sainz, Verstappen in third, Leclerc in fourth, all separated basically by 1 second. The sound you can hear is Carlos Sainz, and this is Verstappen's radio.
Okay, 29 laps expected, Max, from here. 29 laps.
So Red Bull are expecting 29 laps to go. 37 minutes are on the clock. Is it helpful to know how many laps there are left?
Yeah.
No, but like
Absolutely.
instead of time.
Oh, you want to know it in laps, yeah. Because you can't, as a driver, you can't be doing the mental maths. You can't do it in the commentary box, let alone when you're flinging the car around here at full speed with the barriers so close. So you need to be aware, really, of how many laps. That's what you're driving to, particularly if you're on a medium tyre that might not last the whole distance. You need to know what you're dealing with. 29 laps means that, with my mental maths, we're going to lap 63 of 77, and that's going to be the checker flag, which would mean full race distance in effect in terms of points.
Yeah, more than 75% race distance completed, so they would get full points for the finishing positions. Esteban Ocon has been given a time penalty, a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, so that'll be with Lewis Hamilton. Which one it was, because I think there were 2 incidents, we'll wait and see. But it doesn't really matter, so he's been given the penalty anyway. Perez does another fastest lap of the race, 1.1 seconds ahead of Sainz. And what we are going to see now is chasing and fast driving, because quite often in Monaco you're just managing your tyres and taking it steady, but I don't think Perez can necessarily afford to do that here.
Don't know why, but Alonso's driving slow.
Copy. He's just been told to manage his pace as much as possible, just to keep you behind.
Well, Hamilton saying, I don't know why Alonso's driving so slow. They say, oh, he's just driving slowly.
Just to annoy you.
Yep.
7th for Alonso, 8th for Hamilton. So Alonso is not just to annoy Lewis Hamilton behind, it is frustrating Lewis at the wheel of the Mercedes, who's right on the back of Alonso's Alpine. But Alonso's on the medium tyres. He wants to go slowly now because he wants to have fresher tyres for the end of the race, and he can come on strong then. So it's experience from Alonso, or Carol Lewis, his race engineer, just trying to advise him on the best way to try and make some progress. He's got Lando Norris ahead, and that would be the target really for Alonso before the end of the race. Norris is on the hard tyre, so I don't think that's going to fall away too much though before the end, but he's having to soak up a bit of pressure from Lewis Hamilton.
Jenny?
Yeah, just worth noting that Russell has only really stopped for that one pit stop onto the hard tyres. He didn't go onto the intermediate, whereas Lewis Hamilton, his teammate, did go onto the intermediate, then had to come back in and change onto the hards. Now he's on the mediums after the red flag. So once again, Hamilton not doing the route that he probably would have wanted to ahead of this race.
Carlos Sainz is just 0.8 of a second back from Sergio Perez. Hamilton running in 8th place, as you say, and it has been a little bit more of a difficult day for him than George Russell, who has gained a place in all of this and got ahead of Lando Norris. But Sainz is very close to the back of Perez here as they come through Portier. I don't think he's close enough to make an attack just yet, but he is very much there in the mirrors of the Red Bull driver as they come down into the Nouvelle chicane. And this is going to be quite a good fight, this, because neither of these two, well, let me think how to phrase this. Not they've got nothing to lose, but they aren't in the title fight, and they have a chance at winning the Monaco Grand Prix. It's huge.
This is still the one that you want to win, really. Your home race. All of these 4 drivers, Perez, Sainz, Verstappen and Leclerc, have a home race this year, which they would love to win. This one is Leclerc's, and he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to win it. And beyond that, you want to win the Monaco Grand Prix. It's still the jewel in the crown. It's still the most glamorous, iconic race. And you remember Monaco winners for years gone by. And Perez has emerged as favourite for it with 33 minutes left on the clock, probably got 27 laps now. And Sainz is the one breathing down his neck. The usual contenders, Verstappen and Leclerc, are 3rd and 4th. So this is a rare day where there's not going to be team orders because there's cars in between Perez and Sainz and their teammates. And they can just go out and try and win this race without thinking championship, without thinking anything else. Just go and try and get an iconic victory. And this would be a good one because this has been a decent Monaco Grand Prix so far. The rain, okay, the delay wasn't fun, but since then, it's just been a really nice race for as far as Monaco goes. Some strategy in there, a mix-up of the order, a few overtakes as well further back. And if there was one for the lead here for Carlos Sainz, it would be pretty iconic.
Sound you can hear is Carlos Sainz flinging through the swimming pool chicane, the quick left-right, and then the slower right-left to bring him round the other side. Now up to Le Ras-Casbar, where everybody is hanging out over the balcony watching at the final corner, and then through the final corner at Anthony Nogues, named after the man whose idea it was to have a motor race around the streets of Monaco back in 1929. And Perez is leading at the moment, 1.1 seconds ahead of Carlos Sainz. Hamilton is so close to the back of Fernando Alonso. and it's almost like Alonso's backing Hamilton into Ocon. I don't think that would be a sort of strategy, but Hamilton is right up behind Alonso here.
Alonso must have a problem. He's so slow, so slow. 4 seconds.
Wow.
A lap slower than the cars ahead. It's now 15 seconds up to Lando Norris in front. So Alonso is driving so slowly. This can't just be about nursing the tyres now. This is he nursing a problem? Has he got a problem there? Well, that's why Hamilton's so close.
Alex Albon on the last lap is running last, but is 3 seconds quicker than Alonso. DRS is now enabled, so that's going to be good news for those trying to make an overtake. You only get it down the start-finish straight into Sandevot, but it'll help, and it'll also bring you a little closer to the back of the car ahead, whether you can make the move into Sandevot or not into the final corner at Anthony Nogues, and Sainz does not have it this time around. He's just over a second behind. Leclerc about to set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, running in 4th place. Verstappen sets it, but then Leclerc sets it. And they were basically in reverse pace order on that last lap. Perez, the race leader, was the slowest. Sainz, the 2nd slowest. Verstappen, 3rd slowest. And Leclerc quickest on the last lap, specifically. Here's Sainz's radio.
Any sign of training or Checo? Not yet.
Oh, he wants to win this, doesn't he? Any sign of graining? Are the tyres falling apart for Perez? And that presumably is what Ferrari would have been worried about, not going onto the medium tyres.
Yeah, so he's just got to push Perez, the race leader, as hard as he can, force Perez to up his pace, start sliding the tyres and graining them up, which would make him slower, and therefore a little bit more vulnerable then for Sainz to make the attack. Never won a Grand Prix, Carlos Sainz.
Yeah.
2nd in Monza a couple of years ago. He was so close that day as well when Pierre Gasly took a surprise win. And he's 2nd at the moment, and he can see the lead of the Monaco Grand Prix right ahead of him. It's just very tricky to overtake around these streets, and Lewis Hamilton's finding that out right now. The sound you can hear coming through the tunnel, 8th place, and he's just half a second back from Fernando Alonso, who still is 2 seconds a lap slower than all the cars ahead.
They're not getting particularly caught by the cars behind now anymore. The gaps are sort of 1.8, 1.3, 1.6 seconds. It's not like it's some crazy queue up behind Fernando Alonso. So it might just be that sort of gap from the front runners to the midfield. But it was very dramatic initially. We've got 29 minutes and 15 seconds left in the Monaco Grand Prix. Hamilton all over the back of Alonso in the fight for 7th place. Perez now does the fastest lap of the race. They've had half a second on that last lap. The track's just getting better and better. Down towards turn 1 comes Hamilton. Didn't have his DRS open there, did he? Or had he just got to the braking point by the time I looked? Might be the latter.
It comes very quickly, the zone, and it's not that long a straight, even the main straight in Monaco, this circuit. So Hamilton opened it up. I think he opened it up, but then was immediately on the brakes, and there was nothing doing behind Fernando Alonso. Is Alonso just measuring his pace, doing something very odd? 19 seconds now away from Lando Norris, another 2.6 seconds slower than the McLaren ahead. Or is he nursing a bigger problem? It sounded from the radio that Hamilton got that he was just told to just keep Hamilton behind, and that would be that. I can't work out how this strategy is really going to work for Alonso, the way that he's driving so slowly. The others ahead can almost do a pit stop now and emerge ahead of him.
28 minutes to go. Jenny Gao.
Just spoken to the team. Alpine say no issue for Alonso, so maybe he is just controlling the pace. Spoke to him yesterday. He had his wrists strapped up, said he was still suffering quite a lot of pain from a crash in Australia, and then again from the incident yesterday where he crashed. But yeah, team say no drama, no problems for Alonso.
Yeah, went straight into the wall at Mirabeau, didn't he? As we have less than 28 minutes to go in the Monaco Grand Prix. Leclerc sets the fastest first sector of anyone in the Grand Prix so far, but he dropped almost 3 seconds back from Max Verstappen over the last few laps. In fact, it was 0.6 on that last lap for Charles Leclerc. Verstappen closed in by 0.3 on Carlos Sainz, but it is still Sergio Perez who's leading the race. 1 second ahead of Sainz in 2nd, and then it's back to Verstappen in 3rd, Leclerc 4th, Russell 5th, Norris in 6th, Alonso, Hamilton fighting over 7th, Ocon 9th, Valtteri Bottas in 10th. Then you got Vettel, Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll and Tsunoda, the 15 drivers, with Zhou, Latifi and Albon, the 18 drivers, still running into the final corner. And now we are sort of settling down into a bit more of a classic dry Monaco. Across the line they come. suddenly Perez is 2 seconds ahead of Sainz. The gaps are really ebbing and flowing, and concertinaing. Is that the word? No, I mean
that's
like,
when they close in.
Yeah, but like an accordion. What would you call that? When where it goes up and down, in and out. There must be a word for that. What's it called when you accordion? And
I don't know. There
must be a word for it. Fluctuating.
Oh, fluctuating. I thought you'd already gone with that one.
But there's not a word. There must be a word for what you do with an accordion.
But we're also under no threat from behind, right? So surely I can just push now and try and make a mistake ahead. If you don't want me to push, what the hell am I going to do if I just sit here?
Okay, Lando, so we are happy to push, as you said. We think there might be 23 laps remaining. The key thing would be, if rain came towards the end, that we had some rubber left on the tyre to deal with it.
Okay, so that's Lando Norris. He's running in 6th place, and he's saying, no one's anywhere near me. I'm 25 seconds ahead of Fernando Alonso, so why can't I try and attack George Russell for 5th and try and make him make a mistake instead of just driving around for the rest of the day?
That's what we want to hear.
Yeah.
Bit of spark from the cockpit. And Lando Norris is absolutely right. He's got a whole pit stop back to Fernando Alonso now in just about 5 or 6 laps of driving. He's 3 seconds a lap quicker than Alonso. I can only assume then that Alonso's struggling physically at the wheel, having crashed yesterday in qualifying, crashed in Melbourne and damaged his wrists. Maybe he's actually just struggling physically, and that's why he's quite as slow as he is. There's a train now formed behind Hamilton as well. Ocon's joined, and then there's Valtteri Bottas running in 10th place, Sebastian Vettel, Pierre Gasly, Daniel Ricciardo, Lance Stroll, Yuki Tsunoda, Zhou, and then Latifi and Albon just behind as well. So everyone is behind Fernando Alonso. He's just going slowly, but no one can pass him. Norris then, quite rightfully, thinks, let's just give it a go. Let's just go and fight with the guys ahead. It's George Russell, his compatriot that he's had a bit of a race-long battle with, and he's just done his personal best lap of the race then, Lando, to try and up the pressure on the Mercedes in front.
Perez, 2.2 seconds in the lead at the front of the Monaco Grand Prix. Max Verstappen is 3rd. He's now 2 seconds back. So the gaps were 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Now they've gone to 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. And it was interesting at the end where the engineer for Norris said, if there's rain coming at the end, we want to keep some rubber on the tyres. But it didn't feel like they were expecting rain at the end.
It's just cautiousness, isn't it now? That's the thing that can go wrong in Monaco when you have track position. McLaren would be satisfied enough with the 6th place. Can they pass George Russell ahead? It's going to be tricky. Overtaking around a fully reliably working Formula 1 car is going to be tough unless you can force them into a mistake, which is what Norris wants to do. Apart from that, you just need to make sure you're covering off your bases for things that can go wrong. One of them would be rain coming. You need to stay out on slicks because it's not going to be worth taking a full pit stop. Remember who was mainly caught out with that last time that happened at the end of a race. That was Norris from the lead in Sochi last year. So they just want to cover their bases, make sure they've got some rubber left, because when it rains, if you're running on quite a bald, slick tyre, you're not going to keep the temperature in those tyres, and you're going to just scrabble around and probably stick it in the wall around here.
It is 23.5 minutes to go, and that is Jolyon Palmer, the former F1 driver, alongside me, Jack Nicholls, and Jenny Gao.
Yes, I've just spoken to Pirelli, who supply the tyres for the cars, and they say no problems for them to get to the end of this race. Bearing in mind, on the clock, it says 23 seconds and 23 minutes even, and then 6, 5, 4 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost gave you a scare, sorry.
Yeah, 23 minutes to go. Verstappen, as it stands, would extend his lead at the top of the championship over Charles Leclerc. That last lap, the pace has dropped off a little. Only Leclerc did a personal best on that last lap in the Ferrari in 4th place. And it would only go up by 3 points if we finish like this. So it would only go up to 9 points, Verstappen's advantage over Leclerc. But it does take it out of that win the Grand Prix and you take the lead of the championship window, which is 7 points or sometimes 8 points. So, yeah. So that is something, at least, something notable. Ollie says concertina is the fold in an accordion. So so that's right, they are related.
So an accordion concertinas. When you
correct. So
amazing instruments, accordions.
Can you play?
No, I wish I could, because it would be
really.
I think it'd be quite.
Why don't you? You can tell we've gone back to a dry Monaco race. Why don't you pick up the accordion? Take up the accordion.
Am I a bit too late to start?
I don't know.
Probably not, but I'm just not going to do it.
You don't want it to distract from your oboe playing?
Saxophone.
Saxophone, sorry. Saxophone.
Yeah. Got the jazz.
Sergio Perez sets the fastest lap of the Grand Prix as he comes across the line now. This is a close fight here. This is the Alfa Romeo of Joe on the back of Yuki Tsunoda.
How far are they ahead?
More a case of how close they are behind Lewis. Alonso's pace is very slow in comparison.
Hamilton's saying how far are they ahead? They're like, don't worry. It's how far they are behind that's the issue.
They're going to get lapped. Alonso's going so slowly that he's 31 seconds off Lando Norris. They're going to get lapped before this race is out at this pace. He's 3 seconds a lap off Perez. And it's going to be tight whether Perez is going to catch the back of this field. And that's not what Perez needs. He needs just a nice straightforward one.
Sorry, they're behind me?
They are 30 seconds away at the moment. 30 seconds.
Yeah, aka they're gonna come through to, well, it's 30 seconds ahead. I think Hamilton was then talking about an Ocon behind.
Yeah, but is Peter Bonington doing a gag there? In the initial question, when it was like, how far in front are they? And he's like, actually,
he just didn't want to answer. It was a politician's answer, wasn't it?
Okay. I thought he was saying more, think about Ocon and Bottas behind you.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Okay.
AKA, I really don't want to tell Lewis Hamilton that in 8 laps, he's lost 30 seconds, and the very best he can get out of this race is 7th. He's still stuck behind Fernando Alonso, heading down towards the back. Little break, down a gear and turn it into the left-hander.
If we're doing any stopping, make sure we jump this guy in front.
If we're doing any pit stops, make sure we jump Alonso, but I don't think they will be. 20 minutes
No more pit stops unless there's some rain, because a pit stop right now would put Lewis Hamilton to dead last by a chunk as well. The whole field is queued up behind him because he's stuck behind Fernando Alonso, who does a personal best on the last lap, 1.2 seconds slower than Lando Norris, 2 seconds slower than the guys at the front.
The team saying no troubles for Alonso. Very peculiar.
I can only imagine it's physical then. He's just struggling physically with some wrists.
Sainz went straight on.
Copy.
Carlos Sainz went straight on at the Nouvelle chicane on the exit of the tunnel. 19 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and he really went straight on there, didn't he? Sent it in deep on the brakes, didn't lock up or anything, and just cut across the chicane and carried on his way. Sergio Perez leads. Sainz is second. Verstappen is only a second behind Carlos Sainz now in the fight for second place. Jenny?
Yeah, just thinking about Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton, is it easy to get yourself into like a false sense of speed when you're behind a driver? Like if he doesn't realise how slow Alonso's going and how much time they're losing, can you think, oh yeah, I'm doing all right, just can't overtake him, but actually you don't realise that behind you is a train because you're going so slowly?
Well, I think he'll know that he's got a lot more pace in there if he could just get free of Alonso.
And he said it straight away, didn't he? He said, I've no idea why Alonso's going so slowly. Pretty much the moment the race restarted.
And he's on a curious one at the moment, Alonso. I can only imagine it's because he's struggling with some injured wrists, and he was wearing wrist braces after the crash yesterday that he had. Held the steering wheel into the barrier when he went in at Mirabeau at the end of Q3. And when you do that, sometimes the front wheels, when they hit the wall, they just snap and jar, and the shock goes through the steering wheel. He did the same in Melbourne when he had a big impact in Q3 as well. And I think he's maybe got some hurty wrists. Is the only thing then that explains his curious lack of pace. Missing some wrist action.
A hurty wrist.
A sore wrist.
Painful.
Yeah, any of them.
You're sticking with hurty.
It'll do.
17.5 minutes to go. Sergio Perez leading the Grand Prix. Jenny?
Yeah, I was surprised at actually how much pain Alonso was in. When I spoke to him yesterday about it was bright blue tape, one just singular lap around his right wrist, and the left wrist had it going all the way up his arm, really, for about 10 centimetres in a splintered form. And he's clearly saying it hurts a lot. So I wonder if you're right. I mean, the team definitely guarding him, saying that there's no problem. It's going so slow, there must be something. You don't just drive that slowly because you can.
Well,
stop the
unless
press.
he's saving power unit. I mean, I just can't think of any other reason.
Jenny, he's upping the pace. Personal best lap on the last lap from Fernando Alonso. Into the 1:17, he was quicker than Lando Norris ahead. Norris has not made any inroads into George Russell. He's 6 seconds back. The race is kind of petering out. Verstappen is 1.1 seconds away from Sainz. That's the most pressure anyone's under at the front, so Sainz can't relax. Leclerc's not able to do much, 3 seconds away from Verstappen. Russell in no man's land, 6 seconds off Leclerc, 6 seconds ahead of Norris. And Alonso's finally putting in some sensible lap times.
Alex Albon has come back into the pits in the Williams. Joe has just managed to make an overtake on Yuki Tsunoda into the chicane. Oh, well, he's made an overtake by just getting all out of shape. Huge moment for Zhou Guanyu. That might beat Sainz's save. In all honesty, he has got completely out of it coming into the Nouvelle chicane. He skipped straight on. He'll have to give the place back. That was bigger than Sainz's.
10 out of 10 for style, that wasn't it for Zhou? Massive oversteer, fishtailing as he hit the brakes to try and pass Yuki Tsunoda. Great effort. really hairy moment. Jack, you know what? Alonso just smashed in the fastest lap of the Grand Prix.
What is he doing?
I knew it wasn't his hurty wrist.
What is he doing? Alonso does the fastest lap of the race of 15.8, 2 seconds quicker than Sergio Perez at the front.
Is he making a point? Is he making a point? And he's gone so slowly just to take care of those medium tyres. Norris is pitting now, so he's missed the point because Norris is pitting and he's going to come out still ahead of Alonso.
I tried. I need a new pen after that.
So Joe, that was Joe's reaction to his big moment a moment ago, saying, I tried, but I need some new underwear after that.
Hats off to him for giving it a go.
Yeah.
It's so hard to pass around this circuit, and he did try. Huge moment, and got away with it.
Jenny?
Norris is pitted for new medium, so I wonder if he's just going to go out there and try and set fastest lap to gain an extra point. And I've spoken to the team again down at Alpine, and they now say Alonso was saving tyres. So they said nothing going on, and now they're saying saving tyres.
Well, that's what we heard initially from Hamilton. But they're saving tyres, and then they're saving tyres. And he saved tyres to the extent that everyone ahead of him just has a free pit stop now. Norris has taken it, he's pitted, and he's still emerged 10 seconds clear of Alonso. So now he can go for a fastest lap, and for all Alonso's tyre saving, they're not brand new, and that is what Norris has. And now Russell can take a free pit stop as well and come out ahead of Norris, and then Leclerc can do it. And that might start to get a little bit fruity, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely might.
At least for the fastest lap point. Because I think if Leclerc goes for a pit stop, that might do it. I don't know if Verstappen will cover that off.
The gaps have closed up again. Perez leading, Sainz second, Verstappen third, Leclerc fourth. 1.3 seconds basically between all of them. They're all very much equidistant behind Sergio Perez.
They've got a load of traffic to come past as well shortly. Perez leading the bunch. He's slowing up a little bit.
According to Richard, here's Sainz's radio.
Perez lap time 18.0. Try to put pressure on him. And lappers in front.
Trying to put pressure on Perez. Lapped cars in front is the message to Carlos Sainz. Richard just correcting something we said earlier. Apparently an accordion's noise is created by the bellows. An accordion has the musical buttons on the front. A concertina has them on the end. So a concertina seemingly is a different instrument to an accordion. So I guess you could say a concertina effect and an accordion effect, and they're interchangeable, I suppose.
Fascinating.
Isn't that good stuff? Right. Sainz is less than a second away from Sergio Perez now in the lead of the Grand Prix. Less than 13 minutes to go, and Sainz is going to start putting the pressure on Perez. The gaps all grew to about 2 seconds between each. Now they're down to 1.
Esteban, we have a 5-second time penalty. We need to push up, please.
So that's Ocon being told we've got a 5-second time penalty, so try and get a bit further up the order. The scrap that they're coming to as well is it is the Joe Latifi Tsunoda fight. So somehow Joe was trying to get past Tsunoda, wasn't he? And he did. but then he's dropped behind Tsunoda and Latifi, even though he was trying to get past Tsunoda. So I don't know what's gone on there, but that fight is all going to be kicking off just in front of the race leaders who are coming in to put a lap on.
Perez is under legitimate pressure here. 0.6 is the gap to Sainz.
Look at the front tyres, they're quite graining.
I think he's gone through the front tyres. He extended the gap. Sainz maybe held on to them, and he hasn't got a huge amount of time left. There's less than 12 minutes to go in this race, but Sainz suddenly senses a victory chance. They're about to come up to 3 cars, all fighting each other over a meagre 15th position, but they're still fighting, and that's tough for Perez, who's now got Sainz within DRS range.
Fernando is blocking Lewis, so he needs to push if possible. Copy. Fernando's been informed.
So maybe that's another reason that Alonso's picked up his pace, to try and help build the can collect more points once he gets his 5-second time penalty in. So behind the top 4, Russell is 5th, Norris is 6th, Alonso, Hamilton, Ocon and Bottas the rest of the top 10. We're into the last 11 minutes of the Monaco Grand Prix here on BBC Radio 5 Live, and Sergio Perez in the Red Bull is leading the way, but Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari is right behind him, and then it's the two title protagonists of Verstappen and Leclerc in 3rd and 4th, and Sainz is really close to the back of Perez as they now come under the tunnel and down towards the Nouvelle chicane. He's a bit too far back this time, Sainz, but only marginally.
Huge pressure he's putting on Perez, who is struggling for pace. Perez's pace has dropped more than Sainz just suddenly picking it up, and this is now going to be a real fight for the lead of this race, the win of this race, between the two theoretically second drivers. All 4 of the top 4 are within a second of each other now, queued up behind Sergio Perez. There's DRS aplenty behind Perez. Sainz just 7/10 away as they come across the line, picks up the DRS then into Saint-Devote. He's not going to be close enough now. He gets so close through the hairpin section. That's where he was almost touching the back of Perez last time through the Fairmont Hotel corner.
Sergio Perez has won in Monaco before. Back in 2010, he beat Pastor Maldonado and Danny Kloss to the win in GP2, the junior series, but he's never won in Monaco in Formula 1. Carlos Sainz has never won in Formula 1, and they're still not actually closing in that quickly on the back markers ahead. Less than 10 minutes to go. Perez again is right underneath the Sainz again is right underneath the rear wing of Sergio Perez, gets on the power out through the chicane, out towards the chicane, and he's got a real chance here, Carlos Sainz, to get the lead of the Grand Prix. He's closing in onto the brakes into the Nouvelle chicane, thinks about it, not quite close enough, but Perez goes in deep, and now Sainz will get the run towards to back, but Verstappen's right in there too. Grandstand finish incoming at Monaco.
This is really good stuff. Perez is normally the tyre whisperer. So good on his tyres. He's got podiums from nowhere in the past. He's got a couple of wins from nowhere in the past as well.
A podium here from nowhere in the past.
Yep. But today, he hasn't done, and now he's under pressure.
Tell me the reason, please. For the collision with Hamilton, you've been penalised.
Guys, they crashed into me, we got the penalty, yeah. That's very clear.
Sorry, mate.
Someone's gone straight on at the first corner, and it is Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda went straight on, so there were yellow flags down there at turn 1. That was just Ocon having a chat about why he's been given a penalty, but Perez continues to lead this Grand Prix. Sainz has dropped off a little bit after that little yellow flag period. Zhou is still trying to get ahead of Nicholas Latifi, and they're still getting closer and closer, and Charles Leclerc is in 4th place here at the back of this queue. The top 4, Perez, Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc.
Sainz lost a little bit. He was cautious for the yellow flag, and Perez gained a couple of tenths that time through the first sector, so he's just managed to clear himself from the pressure under braking for the Nouvelle chicane this time. But he's ever so twitchy in the race lead. A driver that had to get out of the way for the race lead for his teammate last week. Max Verstappen won with team orders in Barcelona, might have won regardless. Either way, this is a Monaco Grand Prix win for Sergio Perez that he's staring at, but he's got Carlos Sainz breathing down his neck.
I think Checo his tyres.
So Verstappen reporting on the radio that he thinks Checo has messed up his tyres, and they do look bad, the front tyres. They're all covered in like little bobbly bits of rubber, you know, when you've like washed a jumper too many times and it's just covered in those little bobbles. That's what the front of Perez's tyres are like.
Nightmare. It's a nightmare. The jumper and the tyres, but right now the tyres for Sergio Perez. Just half a second ahead of Sainz. This is Sainz as close as he's been through Casino Square.
Down towards Mirabeau then. Perez leading the way. He even covers the middle ground a little bit, trying to defend from the lunge from Carlos Sainz. The Ferrari right up behind the Red Bull through the slowest corner in Formula One, just 25 miles an hour on the apex of the Fairmont Hotel. And now, once again, through Portier and out into the tunnel. Sainz is close again. He's going to be right in the slipstream of the Red Bull. The Red Bull is quick in a straight line as they come down onto the brakes. Sainz looks, doesn't do it. Little bit of a lock-up. Perez holds the place. They almost run into the back of each other as they go so slowly around the chicane. But Sainz has got to get brave at some point, hasn't he?
He's thinking about it. He wants this one. This is a great position to be in. We've got Perez getting twitchy at the front. He's never won a Monaco Grand Prix. He doesn't get too many chances to win Grand Prix, and he's got a golden one here. But then you've got Carlos Sainz behind. Never won a Monaco Grand Prix, never won a Grand Prix. He wants this. He's not happy with second place. So often in Monaco, you get drivers sort of settling for position. And if these guys were fighting for the championship, maybe they'd be in a similar boat. Verstappen and Leclerc are still right there as well, but they can't afford a crash as much as Sainz can. And he wants this win, and I like it because he is looking very, very racy down to the chicane.
6 minutes to go in the Monaco Grand Prix, and the top four at the line were separated by 1.7 seconds. Down into Mirabeau again. Perez covers the inside, and that's what sort of puts him then under pressure for the whole remainder of the lap. Sainz almost goes into the back of Perez into the Fairmont hairpin, and that might give Perez a little bit of breathing room now coming out into the tunnel this time around. He's not going to have many more opportunities, Carlos Sainz, and in fact Verstappen's right behind him. Verstappen can't afford a lunge, I don't think, to go for second place, but when has Verstappen not being able to not afford a lunge ever stopped him having a lunge?
It's not worth it as much for second place. Unless Verstappen's going to get into second, they'll do a bit of team orders. But I can't believe they'd do that this week to deny Sergio Perez here. He is homing in on a win. With every lap that Sainz doesn't make it through, it's another one ticking down. And Perez is just covering the middle of the road on the corners that are the theoretical best chances to overtake into Mirabeau, the right-hand hairpin. And then he's very wary of that lunge that he sent 10 years ago in the McLaren on so many cars and then crashed with Kimi Räikkönen trying to do one too many. He's aware of the overtaking places. He's just very, very slow trying to cover those places, and it does leave him having to defend.
5 minutes to go. When the clock ticks down to 0, it will then be the end of that lap that will become the final lap of the Grand Prix. So it's 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Sainz has a huge moment coming through Casino Square. He is absolutely on the edge, Carlos Sainz, and that's his second huge save of the day.
I love it. I love it, Sainz. This is brilliant. This is a driver that just wants the Grand Prix victory. There's no conservatism from him in this Grand Prix. Even the strategy earlier on, that's why he managed to get ahead of his teammate. Didn't want to pit for intermediates. He then tried to pass Perez when he was on slicks on the wet part and had a huge tank slapper as he came onto the main straight. And he's just had another one over the bump at Casino Square on the exit. Absolutely out of shape. He's still got Verstappen right behind as well, applying a bit of pressure, but he doesn't care. He just wants the race win, and it's great to watch.
Absolutely all or nothing here for Perez and Sainz in first and second places. Verstappen is in third. He's going to extend his lead at the top of the championship if it remains like this, because I don't think Leclerc is going to be getting lungy. But we've got less than 4 minutes to go now. Just a few more opportunities for Carlos Sainz to try and make the move on Sergio Perez, the race leader. Into Sandovot once more, the patron saint of Monaco, named after the little church that's just in the runoff area, and now climbing up Beau Rivage, the beautiful view over the harbour front, through the left-hander at Massenet, and then turning right at the Casino and dropping down the hill again. No such drama this time for Carlos Sainz, but he is a smidge further back than he has been previously. And will it just be a final lap? All or nothing. It goes in so hot again into the hairpin each time, and every time he does that, just puts him a little bit further back from the rear of Perez. He's got a reasonable run this time, but actually Verstappen is close to the back of Sainz, and closer to the back of Sainz than Sainz is to Perez. So no trouble this time for Perez into the Nouvelle chicane.
No, he's still under pressure, but actually Sainz is having to watch Verstappen, as you say, and he got a bit of an oversteer moment out of Portier, and Verstappen was pretty close to the back of him into the braking zone, but Verstappen won't risk it as much as Sainz is willing to risk it, I think, because second place for a championship leader to take a risky move is less worth it than someone that's not in the championship fight trying to win. It's had a big lock-up from Nicholas Latifi in the Williams, who is about to be lapped by the lot of them. They might have caught him in a good place here over the line.
Yep, down towards turn 1, and Latifi does keep out of the way, nice and tidily, as they then come into the first corner. But Sainz has dropped back quite a way actually there. So he's now 7/10 of a second back from Perez, with 2 minutes and 10 seconds plus a lap to go. And now they weave through the right-hander at the top of the hill, and we're down into Mirabeau once more. And Sainz is closing the gap again, but he's just a little bit too far away right now. He's only going to have, I don't think he's going to have a chance on this lap, so maybe one more shot, maybe.
With every lap that Perez is holding on as well, you gain a bit more confidence. You believe that you can do it a bit more. He was really having to defend and cover the middle ground, look in his mirrors all the time. But you get used to seeing the Ferrari there, and it becomes less panicky for the race leader with every lap, every corner that he's not able to make a move. You get more comfortable defending from him. It's still tight. 6/10 Sainz is behind Perez. He just needs to be a little closer, and it's like Massenet and Casino, the corners in the first sector, where they're long corners, and Perez's tyre wear is just not helping him out, so he's struggling. That's where Sainz needs to make the inroads.
Perez is backing off to get the lap count down, so it might be 3 including this one.
Hey, it doesn't matter, I'm pushing, all right? No more comps.
Norris is fed up of the chat, and Perez then across the line now. 1 minute on the clock, so this is the penultimate lap of the Grand Prix. Interesting thought there from McLaren, that was Perez going slowly on purpose to make the race a lap shorter. I don't buy it.
No, I just don't think the McLaren are paying that much attention to the rest of the front. They'll be so dialed into Norris, and he's catching George Russell, having taken that extra pit stop. He's actually roaring up to the back of Russell pretty quickly. So they're looking at that, and I don't think they're really noticing. There's no way Perez would just deliberately back off to have one less lap around Monaco. He's under pressure, but he is looking more and more like he can withstand the pressure.
There's going to be one more overtaking opportunity for Carlos Sainz. He gets onto the brakes into the Nouvelle chicane, and it'll be here in 1 minute and 16 seconds time that will decide the outcome of the Monaco Grand Prix, because if Perez can hold his place into there, then he is surely going to win. Through the chicane he comes now, through the final corner at Rascas, and then up to the actual final corner at Anthony Nogues, and out across the line. Sergio Perez, leading the Grand Prix, comes over the start-finish straight, and there is one more lap to go for Perez before he wins in Monaco for the first time in Formula One, and wins the most famous race in the world. And he's looking good. He's now a second ahead. He had huge pressure for a while, but he's managed it excellently, and he's doing all right here.
Yeah, it's actually Verstappen's much closer to Sainz than Sainz is to Perez. Perez now has a second, which is a big gap in recent laps that he's got through these hairpin corners, Mirabeau, Fairmont, and then Portier. And it's actually Verstappen now that's got a lot more pressure on Sainz, half a second back. And Sainz is going to have to watch his mirrors. I think Perez has done enough.
Into the tunnel for the final time, and then bursting out into what is now bright sunshine down in the harbour. Perez gets it stopped, turns into the left, turns into the right, and then exits the Nouvelle chicane. Just the left-hand flick at Tabac now. Challenging corner, but Perez deals with it no problem at all. Now the two chicanes that take him around the swimming pool, and then comes in front of the commentary box grandstand here, where everybody is on their feet, applauding the Mexican into the final turn at Anthony Nogues. And Sergio Perez comes across the line to win the Monaco Grand Prix. An absolutely superb result for the Red Bull driver. Verstappen finishes third and extends his lead at the top of the championship. But Sergio Perez is the 2022 Monaco Grand Prix winner. Completely against all odds. Started third on the grid. Leclerc started on pole. He only finishes in fourth. And that is going to be, I think, Leclerc would have been a popular winner today in the Ferrari. Perez is going to be mightily popular as a winner also.
The crowd are enjoying it.
Yeah.
They're enjoying it. The home crowd, of course, they wanted to see Leclerc win from pole, but they have seen a decent Grand Prix here. And Perez, he deserves it. He's been really good all weekend. He out-qualified Verstappen.
There you go. Monaco.
Oh, guys. This is us. Come on. Vamos. Well done, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Checo, you have won Monaco. Unbelievable drive. What a brilliant, brilliant drive.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much to everyone.
So happy to be part of this team. Well done, guys. Well done to everyone. Amazing weekend. We just made it a bit harder there in the end.
Superb result for Sergio Perez. Great stat here from Philip Horton. Ferrari become the first team to lock out the front row in Monaco and not win since Ferrari in 2008. So that's
was it?
Yeah, so that's locking out the front row and not taking the win. Ferrari. Here's Leclerc.
And P4.
No words. No words. Aye. Season is long, but we cannot do that. We cannot do that.
Leclerc saying we can't throw away wins like that.
They dropped the ball. I feel so sorry for Leclerc. He's driven brilliantly. Perez has driven so well this weekend.
Sorry for yesterday, guys. I said I will give you lots of champagne today.
And you found a flag. Nice.
Yeah, somewhere there was a Mexican flag.
Awesome.
Sorry for yesterday putting it in the barriers and making the team rebuild the car, but he says that he will give them lots of champagne today.
And he was great all weekend. Sainz, such a great race from Carlos Sainz there. Really impressed with him, given it the tough start of the season that he's had, to then just charge and push that much. He made some good decisions from the cockpit as well. And he kept it at the barriers against all odds and some of the angles that he was at, trying to fight for the race lead. So full credit to Carlos Sainz. Verstappen underwhelming this weekend, but still takes a podium. It's Charles Leclerc that has really gutted with this. Pole in Monaco to not even get on the podium is a real drop ball from Ferrari, because Leclerc did nothing wrong from the cockpit from what we could see.
I mean, at least he's finished a race. That's one particular monkey off his back.
He's taking no consolation.
No,
I guarantee you.
Being mildly flippant as well. Oh, Perez falls back into his car. He stands on, I've never seen that before actually. He stands on the top of the car and pumped his fists with such vigour that he lost his footing and fell backwards, so his seat was so he was back in the cockpit. I've actually never seen that, and that's a good one from Sergio Perez. The playoff final kicked off about 35 minutes ago, by the way, in the championship, and it's still Huddersfield Town 0, Nottingham Forest 0. We'll keep you up to date with any goals as they go in there in the battle to get back into the Premier League. But here in Monaco, Sergio Perez is diving into his mechanics and engineers who are celebrating with him down at the start-finish straight, and an absolutely delighted Perez. Sainz in second, Verstappen third. Verstappen extends his lead at the top of the championship. Leclerc fourth, Russell fifth for Mercedes, Norris sixth, Alonso seventh, Hamilton eighth, ninth for Bottas, 10th for Sebastian Vettel. Pierre Gasly finishing 11th. Ocon, after his 5-second time penalty, is dropped down to 12th. Ricardo, Stroll, Latifi, Joe and Tsunoda, the 17 drivers who finished the Grand Prix. Verstappen giving Perez a bit of an embrace there between the two teammates, Jenny.
Yeah, absolutely. What tremendous scenes under the podium here in Monaco. And you can tell how much this means to Sergio Perez. Had a little baby boy born just a few weeks ago, just before the last race in Spain. And Spain, he felt robbed. You could tell from the radio messages he didn't understand exactly why he was being given team orders and told to move behind. But now he's got it, and my word, this will be sweeter than a Spanish win, surely. This is Monaco, baby.
Well, let's hear from our top three, shall we? And with David Coulthard, starting with Carlos Sainz.
Carlos Sainz, starting with yourself.
Let me go.
Carlos, sorry. I can see a little bit disappointment on your face. So close, but yet second place. Put us in the cockpit. That was a crazy race.
It was, but I felt like we did everything that we had to do out there. We stayed patient on the wets. We took the right decision to go until the slick. And a lap car, a terrible outlap there, stuck behind a lap car, cost me the race win today. So you can understand the frustration, because a clean outlap would have secured me the race win today, but it's how this sport is sometimes.
It is. It's one of the most difficult racetracks to try and predict where you'll come out on track. We heard you very early. In fact, we didn't hear any other driver so early say, I want to go straight to slicks. That was a brave call. Was it because you knew that was your opportunity to try and get the win today?
Yeah, I knew it from halfway through the race. I started to see the first thing, I started to see the dry line, and I started to realize that that it was going to go straight into slicks. I think we did the right call as we were leading the race, basically. Then we pitted for that hard tire. Obviously, hard is never easy on the outlap, but I had to do 12 corners, something like that, behind a lap car. That cost me at least a couple of seconds. That cost me a race win anyway. I'm not going to complain too much. I know that this sport is like that. Checo was unlucky in Jeddah. Obviously, today he did a great race, plus he got a bit lucky with myself. And in this sport, it will turn around one day or later.
Just a quick word on when we saw Checo there, graining on the tyres. That was your opportunity. No point you felt like going all in?
I mean, you can see I have quite a lot of graining myself too, especially at the rear, which made the exit of the entry to the tunnel quite difficult to get close and to pass. A couple of times I was nearly really close to launching a move into there, but it was still a bit wet in the inside. Checo was braking quite late, so I think if I would have braked any later, I would have taken him out with me.
Well, look, congratulations on the second place in what was a difficult weekend. Just moving on to our third place finisher, Max Verstappen. It seemed that you never quite found the luck or found the routine, the rhythm around this racetrack through qualifying in the race. So finishing in front of Charles Leclerc, you must feel that this is almost as good as a victory.
Yeah, I mean, I did the best I could, of course, after yesterday. Then, you know, once, you got, of course, blocked with that red flag in qualifying, you start forward, and I tried to do the best I can. And I think as a team, we did a really good job with the strategy to basically get ahead of the Ferraris. Yeah, I think as a whole team, we can be very pleased with the Sunday. I mean, it was a very hectic one with the rain and stuff, but I think we executed it well, and I extended my points lead, which I didn't expect last night, so I think that's a positive.
Just explain to the viewers, how difficult is it when you have these delayed starts, these red flag starts, to get back into the rhythm again?
Yeah, especially when it's wet and you haven't really driven around here in the wet, and the tires, of course, are very slippery. I think, yeah, it's all about just trying to be very focused. It's easy to make a mistake, of course, but yeah, luckily nothing really crazy happened apart from Mick, of course, but I heard he's okay. So, yeah, overall, quite a decent day.
Quick line on your teammate taking the victory, his third ever.
Yeah, no, an amazing result for Checo, so very happy for him.
Excellent. Max, congratulations on your podium result. And ladies and gentlemen, it may be only his third Grand Prix victory, but I suspect this is the sweetest feeling of all. Sergio Perez, congratulations on winning in Monaco.
It's a dream come true. I mean, as a driver, you dream of winning here. After your home race, I think there is no other more special weekend to win. So to do it and the way we did it, you know, we just made it a bit harder for ourselves there at the end. But it was just, I mean, with the graining I had to not make any mistake, bring it home, but keeping Carlos behind wasn't easy.
Yeah, you are the tyre whisperer. You're the man that is renowned for being able to make the tyres work. But it looked in the closing stages as if even you couldn't make it work. We saw one lock-up at the restart. And the only other mistake I've seen is when you stood up to wave the Mexican flag, you slipped and fell back into your car.
I wanted to do another race. The graining was just clearing up, so I wanted to go back again on the car. I was super excited. I'm still I mean, it's a massive day for myself, for my country.
You are now the most successful Mexican driver ever in the history of Mexican Formula One. You can run for president.
I'm just very, very happy. I mean, I was running today, Pedro Rodriguez helmet, and I'm sure up there he's super proud of what we have achieved together in the sport.
Yeah, you can indeed be very proud. Go and enjoy the champagne.
Thank you.
So that is Sergio Perez, race winner here in Monaco. What a race it was. We had rain, then it dried. It was one thing after another, then those four cars chasing each other down towards the end, and Perez managing to hold on for a Red Bull victory and his first win around the streets of Monte Carlo. My word, I think he may well have a celebration tonight. They've got a swimming pool on the Red Bull floater home. I'm guessing he's going to do a lovely, I don't know, does he dive, does he belly flop, does he do a running jump into it? Whatever he does, it'll be a great celebration for him. Championship standings, Max Verstappen leads the way now, 125 points after his third place finish, 9 ahead of Charles Leclerc, who now has 116 points, and Perez closing that gap, 110 points for him. So that's your top 3 in the championship. Red Bull 235 points to Ferrari's 199. So a gap of 36 after 7 rounds of the Formula One World Championship. Remember, 22 rounds this year, so there's plenty more action to go. That was breathless at the beginning and the end, Jack Nicholls. And I know it was a big delay, but when it got going, my word, it was great. Great to watch.
Yeah, it was an all right Monaco Grand Prix. We'll get more stuck into, I'm sure, the merits of Monaco as a race in the Checker Flag podcast, but I enjoyed that a lot, and really great to see Perez winning. He was saying that he was wearing a Pedro Rodriguez tribute helmet. Rodriguez won 2 Grand Prix, the 1967 South African Grand Prix and the 1970 Belgian Grand Prix, and so he was the most successful Mexican racing driver of all time. But now Perez has taken his 3rd win. He has taken that away. Pedro died in 1971, very sadly. But it was a superb win for Perez, and he confirming there that he was really struggling with the tyres and really struggling to keep Sainz behind in the closing stages.
But he did that, and Jolie and Ferrari here will have to ask questions of what they've done. They threw it away, surely.
Leclerc will be the one asking the questions, I think. He was from pole position to not get a podium is really, really rare, and is costly for a guy fighting for the championship. Leclerc's not at all happy. Strategy, the order of the day, is always a huge talking point in Monaco, and Ferrari just did not call it right. And credit to Red Bull, they did a great job with Sergio Perez pitting him for the Inters. There were a couple of little bits that worked out nicely for him. Lando Norris pitted when he did off the full wets, which released Perez at the same time as, well, just before Sainz then pitted for slicks and quarterback marker. It worked nicely for them, but Perez did the job, and Leclerc could do nothing then from 4th.
Yeah, he's just standing in front of me, actually starting to talk to the media. He's got his arms crossed. He's still managing to, I think, force out a smile here or there, but you can see how gutted he is not to be able to win, starting from pole around the streets that he grew up in. So more heartbreak for Charles Leclerc, and Max Verstappen, as we say, extends his lead at the top of the championship to 9 points. Or Cat Downs. It was long, it was breathless. I hope you enjoyed it. And remember what Baku today, 2 weeks time, and we're going to record the Checker Flag.
It was a really
subscribe,
fun qualifying
download,
session, actually, even though in the end, well, you said it sort of fizzled out. It fizzled out with a pile-up and the track was blocked. I mean, I don't really know. I think we have different definitions of fizzling. But Leclerc was just unbelievable today, actually. He was already about 2.5 tenths of a second ahead on the first runs. Then the second run, he was flying. He was 4 tenths up on his previous best at the point that he was coming to back when the red flag came out, which was just unbelievable. And it's a shame we didn't get to see that lap finish, actually, because it was really a lap for the ages. And, you know, maybe fortunately for him, he didn't have to finish it, because he could have ended up in the barriers at swimming pool exit like last year, which wouldn't have been ideal. That would have been quite the downer. But he was superb. Front row lockout for Ferrari, and my biggest mystery of the weekend so far is Max Verstappen, a little bit sort of missing in action, to be honest, 4th on the grid.
Well, we will hear from Max Verstappen. We'll also hear from Charles Leclerc, and we'll hear from you, Jolyon Palmer, because that was some lap from Leclerc.
It was. We didn't see that much of it. We saw the first half.
But all of the laps that he'd put into that point was, like, they were all pretty good.
And I think that's the part of the feeling of the fizzle, is not the pile up at the end, but
so
it's
you thought
more...
that was a fizzle as well?
I didn't think it was a fizzle. It was dramatic enough, but it did feel like Leclerc had it, didn't it? From quite early on, I just felt like, can anyone beat him? Perez was really good in practice this morning. Didn't quite have that pace again in qualifying, and Sainz was just a little bit adrift. So it felt like Leclerc had the edge, but you never know if it's going to be like last year. He's going to stick it in the wall, and we didn't quite find out on the last lap either, because someone else stuck it in the wall.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I'm looking at you guys. You were talking about it being a bit of a fizzle from someone who just loves F1 and doesn't know what, like, the sport inside out, like you guys. I thought it was incredible. It was amazing, exciting. It's such a fantastic space to be. And then you get the hometown boy getting pole. Ferrari, I have to be honest, have looked so fast all weekend. They've looked like blistering pace. And then, you know, there's always that feeling when you've got the world champion, Max Verstappen, in a Red Bull. You always think, when's he going to pull it out of the bag? You see Perez up in front of him, and you think, right, this is going to be the lap. He's going to do it. And then right at the end, it ends with a crash, and you just go, okay, it's amazing. There's crash, there's speed,
exactly.
Ferrari. It's all of it's magic.
I'm on Tom's side here.
It was really typical Monaco, wasn't it? And I completely agree with you, Tom, how it felt like every lap you're waiting for Verstappen to just unleash the pace. And it's felt like that this weekend where he's been a little bit slower than Perez. And you're just thinking it's going to be this lap. And then he will go momentarily to the top and then everyone else goes quicker again. And it just never happened. But actually on the last lap, he had just done his best first sector and was looking like he was going to do a better lap. And then the lack of fizzle from everyone else just did in for him.
It's a bit of an awkward end, wasn't it, really? With Perez going into the barrier and then Sainz kind of tripping over and going into him, and then everybody crashed, like Alonso crashed out as well. Like, it's kind of what you expect from Monaco, but we haven't seen it since maybe Webber was in, or Button was in F1.
There was a pile-up at the top of Mirabeau, wasn't there? Which I think Button might have been involved with. Didn't someone go in at Mirabeau and then everyone had to queue up and they had to shuffle everyone through? And when was that? What year was that?
In the race?
Yeah.
I don't really remember it.
You've not got that in your locker?
Loads?
No, I think it was like 2011 or 12 or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Tom?
Definitely 2011.
Oh, if only you had that in your locker, I would be like, right.
We're out of the job.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'd have been like, Formula One go-to hero.
Yeah, exactly.
You are anyway now, but that's amazing.
But yeah, it was very strange to have Perez crash at Portier as well, which is quite an unusual place to crash. Ayrton Senna famously crashed there in 1988 while comfortably leading the race, and then he went back to his hotel room and disappeared for hours after the race. But yeah, he sent it in, hit the wall, and then Sainz followed him, and basically Sainz was so close that whether the yellow flags were just out or whatever, he turned the corner and Perez was there, so he hit him, and then everybody just had to wait for it to be cleared.
Such a weird incident. Right, let's hear it from our pole man. It is Charles Leclerc.
The overall feeling is happiness, but of course I wanted to finish that last lap because it was probably one of the best laps I've ever done in Formula One. It was really, really on the limit. I nearly lost it in quite a few corners, or basically all the corners I've done, but the lap times was coming and I was a bit more than 4 tenths quicker, so it was good. But yeah, it's Monaco, and we know that the last attempt is always tricky because of yellow flags or red flags.
Okay, so Sunday, race day. You've got to get rid of this thing on your back that's going around with you when it's Monaco, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't think about it too much. I mean, overall we've had a smooth weekend. I know that the pace is in the car, and if we do a good job tomorrow, the results will be there at the end. Then whatever happens, if there's anything that happens that is out of my control, I don't think about it because, it's not in my control. So I'll just focus on my job, and I know that if I do everything well, we'll have the result that we want.
So as you said, it was a